Chapter 351, Universe in the Sleeve. The Scripture of Mutual Aid in Water and Fire, one of the core ancient scriptures of the ancient Wanhua sect, enables the mastery of the power of heavenly true water and great true fire after cultivation, possessing enormous power. Wanhua sect. Looking at the introduction, Sunan instantly thought of the previously seen heavenly derivation of 10,000 laws scripture, and couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Last time, the heavenly derivation of 10,000 laws scripture available in the contribution mall during the human crisis also came from the Wanhua sect. But that was the fundamental scripture of the Wanhua sect. What is a fundamental scripture? It's the root of a sect, the foundation of a doctrine, the most important lineage, treasured scripture of the sect. Its value is immeasurable. However, this scripture of mutual aid in water and fire is only one of the core ancient scriptures. Although it's also extraordinary, it's clearly a step behind the former. Having cultivated the Great Sun Body, Life Wheel Scripture, and Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra, Sunan wasn't interested in these ancient scriptures that aren't even fundamental scriptures. Just because I'm not interested, doesn't mean others aren't. Looking at the great gods on the leaderboard, Sunan had an idea. While others might not be as powerful as he is, it doesn't mean they don't have good items, and he can fully negotiate an exchange with them. Especially the great gods among the top few ranks in various states. The previous two ranking rewards were determined separately by the 12 states, meaning that the top ranking players from each state received a considerable number of valuable items. Also, the previous Moon Soul Pure Gold could also be traded. If there's a player who has the Blood Fire Lingzi, I could try to exchange something for it. The Blood Fire Lingzi is a spirit object necessary for the elevation from the second to third level of the Great Sun Body, and it's crucial for him. Upon thinking this, he immediately posted information about the scripture of mutual aid in water and fire and Moon Soul Pure Gold in the world chat under the alias Zhang Yang. After that, he cast out a message seeking to purchase Blood Fire Lingzi. After considering it, he added, priority to players from East Chen State. Given his current strength, he could go to other states if he wished to, but time didn't permit him. Of course, if there were truly good items, he wouldn't mind sending an avatar there. As soon as the messages were released, the world chat instantly exploded. Ancient Scripture. Divine Metal. Just how many good items did deity Zhongyang get as the first place rewards? He's even putting an Ancient Scripture and Divine Metal up for trade. The heavenly derivation of 10,000 laws scripture from the last contribution mall also belonged to the Wanhua sect. I've done some research in ancient books. The Wanhua sect was one of the strongest sects among the ancient human clan. Any one of its core scripture lineage would surpass most of the fundamental scriptures of other sections. Deity Zhongyang is setting his sights pretty high, not even interested in the core ancient scripture of the Wanhua sect. Has he already cultivated a better ancient scripture? Isn't that obvious? After the last task, deity Wangnan had even cultivated the Great Sun sect's fundamental scripture Great Sun Body. Deity Zhongyang surely wouldn't be any worse off. I have a grand pill that can enhance the divine soul and want to trade with deity, I wonder if it's possible. The divine metal wasn't a big deal as many couldn't utilize it even if they got it. It's only precious to those who need it. But the scripture of mutual aid in water and fire was a good thing for everyone and attracted a large number of players to spectate in a heartbeat. Of course, most people were merely joining in on the fun without anything good to exchange. However, some people unexpectedly brought out some good items. Such as that grand pill that enhances the divine soul and the spirit fruit reportedly capable of providing the strength of a true dragon. There was even a tyrant who offered to trade for 100 billion sky prices in reality, which resulted in him being mocked by countless people. The monetary system in reality had already collapsed, the currency now is essence and blood. Sunan glanced at them and felt a bit disappointed. While there were quite a few good items, most of them were exaggeratedly hyping up the effects of the items they had. In actuality, they couldn't reach the claimed effects. But there was someone who took out a technique seed that piqued Sunan's interest. It was a technique similar to the 1,000-mile eye, capable of seeing the scenery thousands of miles away. Sunan shook his head. The ability to see thousands of miles away was indeed amazing, but it was far from being a good enough exchange for his ancient scripture. After waiting for a while, no one brought out something he was satisfied with, so he temporarily ignored the world chat and continued to check out the rewards. He took up the Jianmu seed. It was a seed the size of a walnut, its surface covered in intricate patterns and presented a faint green color. However, within it, he didn't feel any vitality. Instead, he sensed a breath of decay. As if this seed had decayed long ago. Just then, a prompt popped up. Congratulations, you've acquired a seed of Jianmu and triggered a mainline task. Please check the task panel. Mainline task. Sunan was both surprised and excited. Without thinking twice, he immediately turned to the task panel. Mainline task, Jianmu rebirth. In the beginning of heaven and earth, innate spiritual roots were born, one of which was Jianmu. Its trunk propped up the heavens and the earth, its branches reaching out to all heavens, drawing nutrients from them, pooling the power of heaven and earth, and nurturing the heavenly and earthly vitality. However, heaven and earth changed, Jianmu collapsed and was annihilated in chaos, leaving only one seed behind. For the one who obtains this seed, if they can successfully recultivate Jianmu, they will gain the favor of heaven and earth. First stage of the task, plant the Jianmu seed and get it to germinate. Task difficulty, 4-star. Task reward, Xian level monster scripture, Xian level bloodline, 60 points of demon power, divine ability seed. 4-star task, it seems to get this Jianmu seed to germinate and root isn't going to be easy. The actual difficulty might even exceed the current rank. Sunan frowned. Having completed so many mainline tasks, he had a deep understanding of task difficulty. Unless it involves demon beasts, 4-star is the limit for missions. If it is a 3-star mission, it is almost certain that the corresponding task is of king level difficulty. But a 4-star level is not always the case. 4-star is the limit of mission level, not the limit of task difficulty. If he is king level now, it may not be impossible for him to get this task at 4-star level. Fortunately, there is no time limit for this task, so there is no hurry. Looking at the task description again, Sunan's gaze fell on the role of Jianmu. According to the description, the purpose of Jianmu is to support heaven and earth, connect all heavens, gather the power of heaven and earth, and increase the heavenly and earthly vitality. Besides that, it doesn't seem to have any other magical effects. After nurturing it, it seems that it only gets the favor of heaven and earth and has no other benefits. However, Sunan thought of another object and couldn't help but have his eyes shine brightly. Mountain and water gourd. What would happen if I planted the Jianmu in my mountain and water gourd? He came up with a bold idea. The mission only requires him to recultivate Jianmu, and does not specify where to plant it. In that case, wouldn't it be better for him to plant it in his own mini-world? In this way, Jianmu will belong solely to him in the future. Moreover, Jianmu can gather the power of heaven and earth, and enhance the ability of heaven and earth's vitality. Having previously merged with a world stone, the power of heaven and earth and the heavenly and earthly vitality in the mountain and water gourd has skyrocketed, and it is now on par with the outside world. If it continues to grow with the help of Jianmu, the mini-world will inevitably grow along with it. Maybe, in the future, if Jianmu grows up completely, his mountain and water gourd will become a real world of its own. Thinking of this, he was somewhat out of breath and couldn't wait to take action immediately. Jianmu seed was sent to the mountain and water gourd in the hands of Wang Nan's avatar through personal space. After thinking about it, he finally set his sights on the only small hill. The small hill was created at the very beginning of mountain and water gourd. It is the core essence of the entire space, so planting it here is the best choice. He went to the top of the hill and the avatar planted the seed. However, after waiting for a moment, the seed did not show any changes and did not seem to want to grow. Sunan was not surprised. After all, it was a 4-star task, and it wouldn't be easy to just plant it and be done with it. I wonder what is required to make this thing grow. His gaze fell on the panel, and he had no choice but to ask for foreknowledge. You planted a Jianmu seed in the world created by the mountain and water gourd, but unfortunately, the seed did not take root or sprout. You don't understand why this is happening, so you have to wait. 1 minute later, the Jianmu seed has not changed. 2 minutes later, the Jianmu seed still has not taken root or sprouted. 3 minutes later, you take a close look and finally find that the Jianmu seed is slowly absorbing the surrounding power of heaven and earth. You don't know that in order for Jianmu to take root, it takes a long time, possibly 100 years, or even 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. To speed up this process, you can only irrigate with the power of heaven and earth. Fortunately, he got the answer in one foreknowledge attempt. Irrigating with the power of heaven and earth. It doesn't seem too difficult. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he does not have to search for rare heavenly earthly treasures or plant them in specific locations, everything will be fine. A thought emerges in his mind, and under the control of the avatar, the power of heaven and earth in the mountain and water gourd gathers within a radius of tens of miles. The rolling power of heaven and earth is compressed under control. Instantly, he noticed something different. In his perception, the Jianmu seed seemed like a whole, with the power of heaven and earth at the location of the seed disappearing continuously, being swallowed by the Jianmu seed, just like in the foreknowledge. At the beginning, this speed was not fast, and could even be said to be slow. If it continued at this rate, it would indeed take a long time for the Jianmu seed to take root and sprout. However, as the power of heaven and earth within a radius of tens of miles was compressed under his control, this process accelerated. Seemingly seeing the hope of success, Sunan's eyes revealed joy. However, this was still too slow. Continuing to mobilize the power of heaven and earth, the next moment, the power of heaven and earth in the entire space was mobilized by him, the gathered power of heaven and earth multiplied several times, and under his control, this power was compressed towards Jianmu. Gradually, under this high-pressure state, the speed of the power of heaven and earth entering the Jianmu seed increased more than tenfold. More than 10 minutes later, Sunan finally felt that the originally decayed seed had finally given birth to a trace of indiscernible vitality. Sure enough, it's a 4-star mission. Going on at this speed, even if I force-feed the power of heaven and earth to the Jianmu seed day and night, I won't see the desired result without half a month. And doing so, Avatar Wang Nan would have to spend most of the time controlling the power of heaven and earth inside the mountain and water gourd. If it wasn't for me mastering a mini-world, capable of mobilizing the power of heaven and earth within 100 miles radius, who knows how long it would take others to complete this task. Moreover, if one doesn't have an avatar, even with a mini-world, they wouldn't be able to continuously mobilize the power of heaven and earth, which would undoubtedly increase the time required exponentially. Feeling the change in the seed, Sunan finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as there is hope, having a little longer time doesn't matter. Continuing to look at the last 2 rewards. 10,000-year earth spirit milk, heavenly and earthly vitality, a drop of spiritual milk nurtured by the rich heavenly and earthly vitality after 10,000 years. Consuming it instantly restores all injuries to the body and divine soul. There's not much to say about this vitality object is similar to the life origin that he had acquired earlier, both able to heal injuries. Such life-saving items are naturally better in larger quantities. In the game he hardly uses it, but it becomes a guarantee in reality, which can be sent to reality through the yin-yang cross-realm disc. Finally looking at the last divine ability, Sunan's eyes revealed surprise. Universe in the sleeve, divine ability seed, short in the sleeve, long in the pot, created by an ancient powerhouse who comprehended space creation based on the laws of space. Universe in the sleeve. It is actually this great divine ability. Sunan was surprised. This divine ability was very famous in reality, it was the signature skill of Grandmaster Earth Immortal. It is said that with just a wave of Grandmaster Earth Immortal's sleeve, everything can be collected into it. Once collected, escaping is virtually impossible, although death will not occur. From the introduction, this divine ability is very similar to the one in the legend. Even if there are differences, the gap shouldn't be too big. If I can combine this divine ability with my mountain and water gourd, it would be perfect. Sunan thought of the mountain and water gourd again. In the mountain and water gourd, he could indeed control the power of heaven and earth, but the problem was that he couldn't capture enemies into it during a battle. However, the current universe in the sleeve just happens to be a great capturing divine ability, which seems to complement the flaw of the mountain and water gourd. Whether it can be accomplished or not, I'll know after trying. Holding the divine ability seed in his hand, with a thought, the seed instantly melted, entering his body. Soon, a large amount of information about the universe in the sleeve appeared in his mind, and a power formed in his body at the same time, which was the condensation of spatial forces and the key to cultivating the universe in the sleeve. As he had thought, this universe in the sleeve was indeed true to the legend, capable of capturing enemies into the sleeve. Of course, the sleeve is just an appearance. In reality, during the deployment of the divine ability, the enemy or the item to be collected is forcibly collected through the entrance of the spatial portal in the cuff. At the beginning, the space of universe in the sleeve is very small, similar to an ordinary storage ring, and can only collect objects the size of a room. Moreover, the range of collecting objects from a distance is only 10 meters. If forcibly capturing enemies, only beings at a maximum of mid-stage Xian level can be captured. If the realm is too high, they can resist the pull of the divine ability, and even some beings capable of manipulating spatial abilities can directly ignore it. Fortunately, with the improvement of the divine ability, all these will increase. With a flip of his hand, the fragments of the divine ability obtained from the ranking rewards, along with the divine ability fragments that he had exchanged, appeared in his hand. A total of 13. Chapter 352, The Resurrection of Consciousness. Do you want to consume 2 divine skill fragments to upgrade the divine ability sleeve universe to the 2nd level? Yes. As the 2 fragments were consumed, the power of the divine ability increased. Sunan could clearly feel the space constructed by the divine ability expanding, from its original size of about 1 cubic meter to 10 cubic meters. The range of the remote retrieval had also increased tenfold, reaching 100 meters. The pulling force of the space had also increased accordingly. Even if he did not try it, he could feel that at this moment, even the early king rank would find it difficult to break free from the pulling force of the divine ability. Of course, if the opponent also possessed spatial abilities, there was still a possibility of breaking free from the divine pull. This is far from enough. To make it useful to me, I need to continue to improve it. Sunan was not satisfied with the status quo and continued to look at the panel. Do you want to consume 4 divine skill fragments to upgrade the divine ability sleeve universe to the 3rd level? Yes. As the divine skill fragments were consumed, the power of the divine ability increased once again. Whether it was the space or the range that the divine power could affect, both increased tenfold. The pulling force of the divine ability was also enough to deal with peak king level beings, improving an entire realm compared to the beginning. Peak king level, it's quite useful now. Sunan nodded. However, this was not the end. At his current strength, Sunan could barely hunt down a peak king level, and the Star Palace divine artifact could help him as well. But this divine ability did not provide as much assistance as he had imagined. Moreover, once his bloodline is fused, he will soon be promoted to king level, and by then, the effect of this divine ability on him will be even smaller. If he wanted this divine ability to help him, he had to continue to improve it. Looking at the fragments in his hand, after consuming 6 fragments, he only had 5 divine skill fragments left, but he needed 8 to continue to improve, which was not enough. This was not a problem either. The points store appeared before him, his gaze falling on the points. Just like last time, even after the event ended, players were still given 1 hour to exchange their points, and the store would not be closed until 1 hour later. Lang 13 had a total of 120,000 points, just enough to exchange for 1 bloodline. Zhang Yang had 150,000 points left, and with the additional reward of 50,000 points, he reached 200,000 points. According to the original plan, he only needed to exchange for 1 bloodline, and with the remaining 80,000 points, he could exchange for other things. Among the many products, the most attractive to him were the divine skill fragment pieces. 80,000 points were enough to exchange for 4 divine skill fragments. In this way, there would be more than enough left to improve the sleeve universe once again. However, in the end, Sunan did not exchange for 4 fragments but only spent 60,000 points and exchanged for 3. He needed to save 20,000 points to exchange for the Demon Sutra, otherwise, having only the bloodline without the corresponding Demon Sutra would be very awkward. This time, there were a total of 30 divine skill fragments available for exchange in the points store. He had already exchanged for 2 before, and there were only 20 left at this moment. It was clear that other top players had also exchanged for divine skill fragments. Sunan did not care. With the consumption of 60,000 points, he got 3 more fragments, bringing the total number of fragments in his hand to 8. 8 fragments were consumed, and the sleeve universe improved once again. Emperor level. As expected, the 4th level divine ability can forcibly snatch away a being in the early stage of the Emperor level. Feeling the increase in the divine power within his body, Sunan's eyes revealed a sharp light. This was his first divine ability upgraded to the 4th layer, and the results did not disappoint him. The range of remote retrieval had reached 10,000 meters, a distance that was more than enough. Now, without the help of Luo Yu and the Great Princess, he also had the ability to deal with Emperor-level beings. Emperor level, it is already the top power in this world at present. Unknowingly, I have reached such a height. Sunan couldn't help but sigh. It had been 2 months from the appearance of the demon game to the present. In these 2 months, he had gone from an ordinary person to the peak of this world, a miracle. Checking the points store again, he didn't waste the remaining points and directly exchanged them for the ancient demon essence blood of the physique series. Simultaneously, he switched roles and used Lang 13's points to exchange for another bloodline. Among the 2 physique bloodlines, he chose to exchange for a golden bone monkey, which ranked more than 70 among the demon clan and could be used as Wang Nan's 3rd Xian level bloodline fusion. The other one was, naturally, the number 1 ranked golden dragon bloodline among the 100 clans. Golden dragon bloodline, golden bone monkey blood, black scale bloodline, and shadow bug bloodline. The 4 bloodlines of Wang Nan and Lang 13 were already, and the corresponding demon sutras had been exchanged, with their demon power also being sufficient. Now, Sunan was only 1 step away from having the perfect bloodline for the 3 roles, just one last fusion. With a flip of his hand, he took out the last prize. Fixed point transmission card. This was a one-time game prop. Its function was exactly like its name, it could teleport to a designated location, similar to the teleport feature of the Perfect Death Resurrection card. The only advantage was that it did not require the user to commit suicide and die when using it. This time, there are fewer game props as rewards. It seems that even if there's a similar ranking event in the next public beta, there won't be any props in the rewards. Looking at the rewards of the 3 roles again, Sunan's eyes flickered subtly. The first time they had a realm ranking, most of the rewards were game props. The second time there was a contribution ranking, half of the rewards were game props, and the other half were various treasures. This time, for the 3rd points rankings, there were only 2 prop rewards. Fortunately, the 3 rewards provided him with quite a few game props, especially the more than 10 Perfect Death Resurrection cards. With the ability to foresee the future, as long as he doesn't make a fatal mistake, they should be enough for a long time. All preparations are ready, and it's time to turn these rewards into real power. I wonder how strong I will become after absorbing all the rewards from this time. Setting aside the rewards that were temporarily not needed, Sunan looked forward at the remaining items with anticipation. In front of him, besides the 4 demon scriptures and bloodlines, there was also the innate demon chi and the destruction demon eye. However, before embarking on that, he switched roles and looked at the tasks of the 3 roles today. Zhang Yang's mission appeared in front of him. Daily Task 1, Hunt a King-level demonic beast. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Daily Task 2, Hunt a Xian-level demon. Task difficulty, 2 stars. Daily Task 3, Disrupt the Sky Wolf clan's selection. Task difficulty, 4 star. As always, there were tasks to hunt demonic beasts. The only thing that made him frown was the last task. Disrupting the Sky Wolf clan's selection, without guessing, was naturally about disrupting the selection for participation in the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony. Sunan didn't even think about it and directly ignored this task. It's not that he couldn't complete the task with his current strength, but disrupting the selection wouldn't be beneficial to him either. Switching roles, Wang Nan's task appeared. Daily Task 1, Hunt a Xian-level demon. Task difficulty, 2 stars. Daily Task 2, Rescue a trapped demon. Task difficulty, 4 star. Daily Task 3, Hunt a king-level demonic beast. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Rescue a demon. Sunan was surprised, not expecting this task to appear. This task was obviously to release some of the suppressed demons by the ancient human clan, and perhaps there would be many such tasks in the future. If it was before, he would not have done this task. Demons were tricky, they posed a great danger to both humans and demons, and rescuing them might not be rewarding. But now, this task might be doable. Maybe I could rescue it and then hunt it down myself. That would be perfect. The cultivation of the Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra requires demon souls. If I can find a few king-level and emperor-level demons, I could speed up the cultivation while gaining power at the same time. Having become avatars of the demon race, demon threats were no longer a problem for him, and with proper planning, he could even use it to continuously improve his strength. With that in mind, Sunan made a decision. However, there was one problem: where could he find suppressed demons? If it were in the past, the appearance of such a mission would indicate a corresponding target nearby. But since entering the Xian level, the scope of the missions expanded 1,000 or even 100 times. Before, leaving the mission location for dozens of miles would stop the mission from refreshing, but it didn't work in the Xian level. This was particularly evident in the Land of the Lost. In the Land of the Lost, even if you were hundreds of miles away, missions would still appear. However, this didn't mean there were suppressed demons nearby. I'll ask the Great Princess later, she should know. Finally, checking Lang 13's mission. Daily Task 1, defeat a Skywolf Clan's King level Demon Beast. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Daily Task 2, achieve the top 3 of the Skywolf Clan selection. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Daily Task 3, kill an outsider in 10,000 Demon Ridge. Task difficulty, 2 stars. 3 tasks, 2 related to the Skywolf Clan. He has to participate in the Skywolf Clan selection. But these 2 tasks are not too hard for him. As he is now part of the Skywolf Clan, he just needs to find an excuse to participate. However, achieving the top 3 will be somewhat difficult. A player has sneaked into 10,000 Demon Ridge. Looking at the last task, Sunan raises his eyebrows. Although he has roles as human, demon, and devil of all 3 races, his tasks have never involved tasks related to his other 2 roles. So now, in this current task, the player sneaking into 10,000 Demon Ridge is naturally not himself. A 2-star mission, indicating that the opponent is a Xian level player, and those who can enter the Xian level now are none other than those several great gods. Interesting. Other great gods have entered 10,000 Demon Ridge. Is it because of the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony? Sunan realizes the problem, but doesn't care about it. Even if the opponent really came for the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony, as long as it has no impact on him, he doesn't bother to care. On the contrary, if it affects his plan, he doesn't mind solving the opponent casually. After reading the tasks, he is now preparing to integrate the bloodlines. As usual, he looks to foresee the future. Death's foresight is used, and what he didn't expect was that it only consumed 1 foreknowledge opportunity this time. What's going on? Did the bloodline fusion fail? Or did that destruction demon eye have a problem? Sunan's heart sinks, and various thoughts flash through his mind in an instant. With his current strength, even an ordinary emperor level cannot kill him. The Skywolf clan has demonic emperor powerhouses, but if he wants to escape, nobody can stop him. With such circumstances, foreseeing his death happening in just a little over an hour, the cause was most likely on his side. You get 4 ancient demon bloodlines and plan to integrate them. You first pick up the secret power-type demon's shadow bug bloodline, and the integration goes smoothly without any accident, successfully increasing your racial talent. After the shadow bug bloodline reaches great perfection, you start integrating the Black Kirin demon bloodline. The Black Kirin demon bloodline is formidable, far ahead of other secret power-type demon bloodlines you have integrated before. You successfully integrate it, and your racial talent grows once more. Afterward, you run the Operation Destiny Wheel Sutra, switch to Wang Nan's role, and with the help of your avatar, begin integrating the Physique Series Golden Bone Monkey Blood. Demonic Chi invades, and the Golden Bone Monkey Blood gets invaded by demonic Chi the moment it enters your body. With your avatar's control, the Golden Bone Monkey bloodline easily integrates into your body, you don't stop and continue to integrate the Golden Dragon bloodline. Nothing unusual happens. In 30 minutes, all 4 bloodlines are integrated into your body, your strength skyrocketing, and your racial talents keep improving, giving birth to newfound abilities. Subsequently, you give the innate demon chi and the destruction demon eye to the avatar in the mountain and water gourd, letting the avatar attempt to refine them. Upon using the innate demon chi, your avatar doesn't show any noticeable change. But you can feel that your avatar's control of the demonic chi is gradually strengthening and an odd power slowly emerging within your body. That's your talent. Your avatar is slowly transformed by innate demon chi. This process is not accomplished overnight and requires time 7 days. You don't worry about it and instead start integrating the destruction demon eye. You try to inject demonic chi into the destruction demon eye, and as the demonic chi continues pouring in, the destruction demon eye changes and suddenly burrows into your body, fusing with your eyes to form a powerful force. 1 minute later, the destruction demon eye finally fuses with your eyes. However, after the fusion, you're horrified to find that you can't control your eyes. At this moment, they no longer belong to you. Moreover, a memory that doesn't belong to you appears in your mind. You instantly understand that it comes from the former destruction demon god. As the memory keeps surfacing, a second personality seems to be born within you, the personality of the destruction demon god. 2 minutes later, the personality of the destruction demon god fuses with your divine soul, or it can be said that the destruction demon god has awakened within your second divine soul. The moment the destruction demon god's consciousness wakes up, your avatar is completely controlled by the destruction demon god. You promptly try to rely on the control of the second divine soul to destroy it. Unfortunately, you fail. You lose control of your second divine soul, and you have no other way. You immediately try to use the art of fate, but you find that there is no cause and effect between you and the destruction demon god. You understand that it is because the destruction demon god has fused with your second divine soul. Now you are the destruction demon god, and because of the connection between the destruction demon god and you, the destruction demon god easily opens the mountain and water gourd and appears before you. You react quickly, ordering Luo Yu to use the demon sword to fight against the destruction demon god together. However, the destruction demon god is too powerful for you and Luo Yu to handle. 3 minutes later, you try to use the universe in the sleeve to trap the destruction demon god, but the moment you attempt to use the skill, the destruction demon god senses the danger and uses the talent of the destruction demon eye. You're dead. Chapter 353, Soaring Combat Power. Conspiracy. This is a conspiracy. Sunan stared at the destruction demon eye in front of him, his face grim. The demon eye's appearance was no different from a human eye, the only difference was its purplish-brown color, and upon careful observation, one could sense the terrifying power hidden within it. No one would have thought that such a demonic eye would be the relic left behind by one of the 9 great primordial demon gods, the destruction demon god. In his foreknowledge, he could fuse with the demon eye by infusing it with demonic chi, but in reality, whether it was infusing it with demonic chi or using bloodline power, both would trigger the fusion mechanism of the demon eye. No wonder the destruction demon god used a secret technique to separate his talent into a physical form. It seems he intended to resurrect one day. Fortunately, I have the foresight to be able to foresee the future, and discover the danger in advance. Others who obtain this demon eye will only realize that they have only prepared everything for others after they happily fuse with it. Without thinking, Sunan directly put the demon eye into his personal space. The power of the destruction demon eye was terrifying, but it also required risking one's life to fuse with it. The art of fate had always been a good means of dealing with demon beasts. In this foreknowledge, the destruction demon god revived in his second divine soul, but he could not even find any connection to the destiny with it, causing the art of fate to fail. Perhaps he could try using the life and death mirror, but it would most likely destroy his second divine soul along with it. Before finding a solution, the destruction demon eye could only be stored in his personal space to gather dust. I'll fuse the innate demon chi and the 4 bloodlines first. Since the innate demon chi needed to be fused by an avatar, he directly sent it to the mountain and water gourd for Avatar Wang Nan to fuse with. Then he took the shadow insect bloodline and the corresponding demon sutra to begin fusing the bloodlines. An incense stick's time later. Without any accidents, the 4 bloodlines were successfully fused. A total of 640 points of demon power were consumed, and all 4 bloodlines were upgraded to great perfection. Of the original 800 points of demon power, only 160 remained. The number of foreknowledge times increased by 12, breaking into 3 digits and reaching 102 times. Looking at the racial talent next. Wang Nan's racial talent appeared before him. King of Strength, a new talent formed by fusing the racial talents of the giant god ant, mountain shifting ape, golden bone ape, and golden dragon demon. Effect 1, you can combine the strength, speed, and physical power to unleash a strike with 10-fold power, strong enough to shatter the void. Effect 2, you have a special understanding of physical strength, and when you use your physical strength, your strength, speed, and physique are increased by 100%. Effect 3, you have absolute control over your own bloodline power, and you can gather and store the bloodline power that dissipates from your body and your skeleton for use when needed. Effect 4, your flesh has been transformed by the dragon blood fruit and the golden dragon demon bloodline, possessing the breath of a true dragon. The power of heaven and earth within a 3,000-meter radius is yours to command when your breath envelopes it. Similarly, after being fused with 4 bloodlines like Zhang Yang, racial talent got upgraded multiple times and possessed 4 effects. In addition to the previous two effects getting a massive boost, he mastered some of the talents of the Golden Bone Ape race, which allowed him to store the excess power and unleash it when needed. Moreover, the combined power of the Golden Dragon Demon bloodline and the previously consumed Dragon Blood fruit at play, this character Wang Nan also possessed the ability to wield the power of heaven and earth within a 3,000-meter radius. Feeling the earth-shaking changes within his body, Su Nan had only one thought. Powerful. Several times stronger compared to before. Compared to before, it was like heaven and earth apart. Now, with just his physical strength and without using bloodlines or ancient scriptures, he was confident about defeating his past self. If he were to use the racial talent, combined with the power of heaven and earth, he would be invincible among late king rank or even peak king level physical series powers. I wonder if the power of heaven and earth wielded by the racial talent can be stacked with the power of heaven and earth wielded by the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture? If so, I should be unmatched among the king ranks. Full of confidence, unable to resist the urge to try, but unfortunately, this was the Sky Wolf clan's territory, so he could only try within his foreknowledge. Looking at Lang 13's changes next. Compared with more than 10 minutes ago, it was a complete transformation. Heaven and Earth Fusion, new talent formed by fusing the racial talents of Star-Devouring Demon Beast, Purple-Eyed Demon, Shadow Insect, and Black Scale Demon. Effect 1, when used, your Divine Soul, Primordial Chi and Essence Energy increase threefold for 2 minutes, within 12 hours after use, Spirit, Energy and Mind Strength will be weakened by half. Effect 2, with the fusion of the Purple-Eyed Demon bloodline, a unique power belonging to the Purple-Eyed Demon race is born within your strength. The bloodline power of those hit by your attacks will be suppressed to a certain extent. Effect 3, your body can continuously create Essence Energy and Primordial Chi. The recovery speed of Essence Energy and Primordial Chi doubles. Effect 4, your Essence Energy, Primordial Chi and Divine Soul can merge with Heaven and Earth, allowing you to indirectly control the power of Heaven and Earth within a 2,000-meter radius. Similarly, there were 4 effects, and similarly, he gained the ability to wield the power of Heaven and Earth, but compared to Wang Nan's talent, Lang 13's talent could only control a 2,000-meter radius, lacking a bit in range. Nevertheless, it was enough. After all, he was still at the Xian level realm, being able to control the power of heaven and earth within a 2,000-meter radius at this level was already astonishing. Now, my 3 roles all have the ability to manipulate the power of heaven and earth. Among them, Zhang Yang can reach 4,000 meters, Wang Nan 3,000 meters, and Lang 13 2,000 meters, plus the 2,000 meters of the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture. Except for Zhang Yang, who is not affected by the merger of the Dragon Turtle's auspicious beast bloodline, whether in the game or reality, the power of my other 2 roles should be affected. I wonder what level they can finally reach. Maybe I can find an Emperor-level powerhouse in foreknowledge to try. Feeling a bit curious, Su Nan looked to foreknowledge. With his strength soaring, he lost a clear understanding of his own capabilities, and he was eager to know where his limits now lie. Let me test my strength against the Sky Wolf clan's demonic emperor. Foreknowledge began, and this time he used the once every 3 minutes foreknowledge. After fusing with the 4 bloodlines, your strength has soared, and you want to find a demon beast to test your own strength. You appear as a human and head towards the palace of the Sky Wolf clan's demonic emperor. As soon as you appear, you are discovered by the powerful demons of the Sky Wolf clan. An early-stage king-level demonic beast appears, wanting to capture you. You easily gravely injure it, and your powerful presence immediately attracts stronger demons. A peak king-level great demon appears and attacks you. You are fearless. With Wang Nan's racial talent, the power of heaven and earth within a range of 1,500 meters converges towards you, while under the blessing of the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture, the power of heaven and earth within a range of 3,000 meters is mobilized by you. They can stack. And there's a certain amplifying effect. Su Nan's eyes brightened. Wang Nan's racial talent originally allowed him to control the power of heaven and earth within a range of 3,000 meters, and the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture originally allowed controlling the power of heaven and earth within a range of 2,000 meters. Now, due to not receiving the approval of heaven and earth, both can only exert half the effect. By rights, the 2 powers stacked together should be able to control the power of heaven and earth within a range of 2,500 meters, but now they have achieved a range of 3,000 meters. Compared to peak king-level demons, the power of heaven and earth you control is not significant. However, your terrifying racial talent makes up for this gap. You fight evenly with the peak king level Great Demon. 1 minute later, you realize that continuing like this will not be able to seriously injure the current peak king level Great Demon. You decisively use Lang 13's racial talent. With the blessing of Lang 13's racial talent, the peak king level Great Demon is no match for you, and it is easily defeated. Your strength deters the powerful demons of the Skywolf clan, and the Skywolf clan's demonic emperor is finally alarmed and suddenly attacks you. Emperor-level great demons are terrifyingly powerful, and their sudden attack puts you in great danger. At the critical moment, you use the undying golden body to barely withstand the demonic emperor's strike. You find out that at the moment the Skywolf clan's demonic emperor attacked, you could no longer control the surrounding power of heaven and earth. Emperor-level powerhouses are recognized by heaven and earth, and the power of heaven and earth within 10,000 meters is completely controlled by them, forming an exclusive domain. 2 minutes later, realizing the gap between you and the Emperor-level powerhouse, you no longer hold back. The 12-star palace artifacts are added to you, and at the same time, you display Zhang Yang's racial talent and attack with all your might together with the dragon-slaying sword. With the support of the 3 race talents, you can barely withstand the attack of the Skywolf clan's demonic emperor. 3 minutes later, the power of your racial talent is exhausted, your strength plummets, and you die. Domain. Is this the true method of an emperor-level powerhouse? The foreknowledge ends with him being killed. Instead of feeling disappointed, Sunan was amazed. He thought of the resentful demon within the dragon-slaying sword and the offering god demon. Although both were emperor-level, they paled in comparison to the Skywolf clan's demonic emperor in the current foreknowledge, and only the demonic thoughts were stronger. Upon reflection, it made sense. Neither the resentful demon nor the offering god demon were, after all, the products of powerful beings after death, and they were not comparable to living emperor-level powerhouses. There is a huge gap between Xian level and king level, and an equally huge gap from king level to emperor level. Under normal circumstances, it's not even worth attempting to resist the emperor-level forces with Xian-level realm, let alone the king-level forces. Now that he has used up all his means, being able to fight against an emperor-level powerhouse is already impressive. I didn't use the universe in the sleeve in my foreknowledge. Perhaps the result would be better if I used it. At the same time, just as he raised Lang 13's 4th bloodline to great perfection, the world chat exploded again. Great God Lang 13 has fused 2 bloodlines in a row and has raised both of them to great perfection. It seems that he must have received quite a few rewards. Both Zhang Yang and Great God Lang 13 have reached great perfection in all 4 bloodlines. I wonder when deity Wang Nan will reach the great perfection in his 4th bloodline. Watching the changes on the realm rankings, everyone was talking excitedly. Sure enough, they soon noticed that Wang Nan had also fused his 3rd Xian level bloodline, and in no time, his 3rd bloodline quickly reached perfection. Not long after, the 4th bloodline merged and then reached the great perfection as well. Unbelievable! Zhang Yang obtained divine metal and ancient scriptures. It seems that Wang Nan and Lang 13 must have received quite a few rewards in demon power, otherwise, they wouldn't have pulled out so much demon power in one go. Just now, 5 portions of Xian level ancient demon blood were exchanged in the mall, which must have been the work of the 2 great gods. It's not impossible that they exchanged for 2 each. Weren't we told that after players reach the Xian level, they can't merge any more bloodline in a short period and can only cultivate ancient scriptures? How come the 3 great gods have already reached great perfection with 4 bloodlines each? Everyone was shocked by Lang 13 and Wang Nan's consecutive upgrades, envying them and even speculating on which of the 3 would be the first to break through to the king level. Of course, the vast majority of ordinary players were just watching the show since the king level was far beyond their reach. Even if Sunan's 3 roles were to break through to the king level now, they would only be astonished without any deep understanding. However, it was different for the top players from various states. Upon learning that both Lang 13 and Wang Nan had reached the peak of Xian level and were only 1 step away from breaking through to the king level, they became anxious. How did he do it? Is it true that as long as you merge with the ancient demon bloodline, you can continue to advance? They knew how difficult it was to increase the bloodline after reaching the Xian level. The acquisition of demon power was secondary, the most important part was bloodline fusion. Nowadays, there are quite a few players who have entered the Xian level, with nearly 100 in the 12 states combined. However, among these people, except for Zhang Yang, Wang Nan, and Lang 13, none had fused a second bloodline. They didn't dare. Without absolute confidence, they simply wouldn't risk attempting it, given the cost of losing control and death. However, now that Zhang Yang, Wang Nan, and Lang 13 had reached great perfection with 4 bloodlines, it gave them hope for continued bloodline fusion. The innate demon chi had already merged with the avatar, but to see significant effects would take a few more days. Glancing at the tasks of the 3 characters, Sunan let his avatar appear. All 4 bloodlines of the 3 characters have reached great perfection, which now meets the conditions for a breakthrough to the king level. There's still 160 points of demon power left. As long as I complete a few more tasks and gain another 160 points of demon power, I can attempt the breakthrough. Apart from Lang 13's task, the primary tasks for Zhang Yang and Wang Nan were still focused on slaying demons. It wouldn't be appropriate for his true self to take action within the Sky Wolf clan, so the only option was for the avatar to leave and search for demons to hunt elsewhere. After using Across the Heavens shift consecutively, the avatar reappeared outside the Sky Wolf clan's valley, disguised as an ape-like demon, and vanished. Since becoming a demon beast, the avatar carried the aura of one. Fortunately, the 1,000 changes and 10,000 transmutations divine ability, along with a pseudo-breath stone, ensured he wouldn't be discovered. Not long after the avatar left, a figure entered the cave where he was hiding. Unexpectedly for Sunan, the person was not the great princess. Chapter 354, Suspicion. Footsteps came from outside the cave, and Sunan immediately used the 1,000 changes and 10,000 transmutations technique, switching his role back to Lang 13 at the same time. A young woman stepped into the cave, appearing before Sunan's eyes. So, it really is you. Should I call you Lang Wu or Lang 13? The crisp voice sounded, and the person who came was none other than the Green Wolf Demon King, whom Sunan had met back in Tianyun County. She was the great princess's younger sister, the Demon King named Qing Qing. Upon hearing that her sister had returned with a Sky Wolf clansman, the Green Wolf Demon King immediately thought of the incident in Tianyun County and the wolf demon which Sunan had transformed into. Considering some abnormalities she had discovered at that time, she instantly understood what had happened. Now that she saw Sunan, her suspicions were confirmed. Upon hearing the name Lang 13, Sunan's heart sank, and he subconsciously thought that the Green Wolf Demon King knew he was an outsider. However, upon further thought, he understood the situation. Lang Wu was the name he used back in Tianyun County, and his identity was Hu Xiaoshan's younger brother. The name Lang 13 came from the wolf demon whose fate pattern he had taken. Back when the Sky Wolf Valley was attacked by the Dianxing sect, not all wolf demons were killed, and many fled. Those wolf demons most likely returned to the Sky Wolf clan in 10,000 Demon Ridge. The Green Wolf Demon King must have returned to the Sky Wolf clan, learned something from those escaped wolf demons, and deduced Sunan's identity. So it's Second Princess. May I ask what brings Second Princess to my humble abode? Sunan said indifferently. Since he was now a clansman of the Sky Wolf clan, he naturally had to abide by their rules. The second princess before him was the younger sister of the great princess and the daughter of the demonic emperor of the Sky Wolf clan. Naturally, he had to address her as Second Princess. Second Princess said, back in Tianyun County, I clearly sensed my connection to my sister but couldn't find her. Now I see, you hid her. I'm very curious, how did you manage to cut off the connection between me and my sister? Sunan said, please forgive me, Your Highness. At that time, the great princess was severely injured, and I had no choice but to keep her in my cosmic ring for healing. Second Princess was able to sense the great princess's presence within a certain range, which Sunan had known from foreknowledge back in Tianyun City. Cosmic ring? I'm afraid it alone wouldn't be enough to do it, would it? Second Princess looked at Sunan with deep meaning. Sunan's expression remained unchanged. Indeed, the cosmic ring alone could not completely cut off the connection between Second Princess and Great Princess. The reason he was able to cut off Second Princess's connection was his personal space. However, as long as he didn't say anything, Second Princess could never guess it. That was what Sunan thought. However, he underestimated the Second Princess before him. What a coincidence! As far as I know, among those outsiders of the human race, there is also one named Lang 13. Second Princess said. Saying this, she suddenly had an absurd thought, Could these two actually be the same person? The existence of outsiders had always been a concern to the demon races, and they naturally paid close attention to those in the top of the ranking list. Even the demonic emperors of each race had offered rewards for capturing the top-ranked outsiders alive, promising various prizes. At first, when she knew that Hu Xiaoshan's younger brother in Tianyun County had been named Lang 13, she didn't think much of it, considering it just a coincidence. After all, one was an outsider of the human race, and the other was a demon. They couldn't possibly be related. But seeing Sunan again, the second princess subconsciously linked him to Lang 13 from the outsiders list. It was because, for some reason, she sensed a hint of danger from Sunan. Ignoring the thought, second princess soon discovered something else, her eyes showing amazement. Peak of Xian level? In just over a month, you went from spirit level early stage to the peak of Xian level. How did you do it? Second princess couldn't stay calm. Recalling the absurd idea that had suddenly popped into her head, and thinking about the bizarre space possessed by outsiders that could block any perception, she blurted out subconsciously. Could it be that you are Lang 13 from among the outsiders? And that you concealed my sister's presence from me by putting her into that strange space? In an instant, second princess had pierced through Sunan's identity. With a calm expression, Sunan replied indifferently, second princess is joking. I've heard of Lang 13 from the outsiders, but I am a demon, while that Lang 13 is a human. It's just a coincidental similarity in names. Back then, I was merely hiding my true strength, not a spirit level. Really? Hearing this, second princess clearly did not believe Sunan, staring at him as if trying to see through him. After a moment of thought, she asked again, after the heavenly dome divine prohibition in Tianyun city was broken, where did you go? Sunan replied, once the task was completed, I left Tianyun city. Do you have anything to do with the death of the Whitewater Demon King? The Whitewater Demon King is dead. Sunan showed a surprised expression. What surprised him was not the death of the Whitewater Demon King, but the fact that second princess could connect his death to Sunan. Feeling a slight movement in his heart, Sunan knew that the second princess before him did not get along well with the Whitewater Demon King and was not looking for the person who killed him. Considering the questions asked by second princess earlier, he understood that she was trying to deceive him. Chapter 355, Turning the Tables. The internal selection of the Sky Wolf clan has begun, and many demons don't hold much anticipation for this selection. The outcome seems predetermined, with little chance for surprises. Many people were not focusing on the selection, but were rather more interested in the currently unfolding narrative of the demon clan. Not just us, the heavenly and earthly vitality is gradually recuperating, the other clans within this generation are also producing numerous top prodigies. Among the existing 10 great ancient clans, each clan has several king-level prodigies, and there are even rumors that some have already begun trying to make the breakthrough to the emperor level. Is that true or false? The transition from king level to emperor level represents a massive hurdle. Over thousands of years, there are countless demon kings who failed to advance even an inch, not even when blessed with the emperor level ancient demon blood essence. Can there really be someone who, after merely 20 to 30 years of cultivation, can step into the emperor level? It's certainly true. The competition in this heavenly demon grand ceremony will be unprecedentedly intense. Even those small clans which haven't produced a king-level entity in thousands of years now have numerous demon kings born. Those qualified for this heavenly demon grand ceremony are, at least, king-level beings. A golden age. This is the golden age of our demon clan. Although the outsiders from the human race grow at an astonishing rate, our demon clan is even stronger. This time, after the heavenly demon grand ceremony, our demon clan will surely reach a prosperous era once again. Sunan arrived, hearing such discussions from afar, and he was incredibly startled. A surge in prodigies? The golden age of the demon clan? Inevitably, he recalled Du Qiwan's reference to the fourth catastrophe. The heavenly and earthly vitality was recuperating, trapped demon beasts were breaking free, a comeback for the heavenly race seemed even possible with the dissemination of the Call Heaven scripture, and now, the demon clan was reaching its golden age. All these signs indicated that the so-called fourth catastrophe was approaching. So what if the fourth catastrophe does arrive? My current foundation is already strong enough. Even if the catastrophe descends now, my current strength is sufficient for self-protection. Sunan was not scared, he was even subtly looking forward to it. His cultivation system was already established. The Great Sun Body Sutra had entered the second level, which was comparable to the king level. His bloodline path was about to break through to the king level. Once all three of his roles reached the king level, even if faced with an emperor-level powerhouse, he could have a chance of killing it. Besides, he had a demon race avatar infused with innate demon chi, cultivating the forbidden demon scripture called the Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra. As long as he grasps the right opportunity, his strength would surely continue to skyrocket in the upcoming period of time. Thinking of this, Sunan felt a surge of confidence. However, he quickly thought of something, his enthusiasm froze. He swiftly became alert. No. My strength is still lacking dramatically. In this world, due to the disappearance of the heavenly and earthly vitality, the emperor level is the peak. But once the heavenly and earthly vitality fully recovers, saint level and even god level beings will inevitably appear. Especially the demon race. Among those suppressed demon beasts, many were emperor level and saint level. Once they break free, they will inevitably recover rapidly. There's not much time left for me. I must seize this opportunity while the heavenly and earthly vitality hasn't fully recuperated, and most demon beasts are still trapped. I need to quickly enhance my strength. His thoughts whirling, Sunan rapidly adjusted his attitude. Accompanying the great princess, he came to the palace of the Heavenly Wolf Emperor again, where he was stopped, just like last time. He didn't mind, however, and waited outside the grand hall. A moment later, the great princess emerged from the palace and gave him a nod. This selection will be conducted in a form of arena defense. Over 2 days, there will be 3 arenas in total. Everyone has 3 chances to challenge the defender of an arena. Even if you fail in defending, you can still choose to challenge other arenas. In the end, the 3 individuals who have successfully defended their arenas will be awarded the qualifications to participate in the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony. The Great Princess explained the selection rules of the Sky Wolf clan. Defending an arena? That works perfectly. Among Lang 13's 3 tasks excluding the one related to other players, one required him to defeat a king-level demon of the Sky Wolf clan, and another required him to achieve a top 3 ranking. If it were an elimination format, completing the 2 tasks would mean he would have to continuously battle against other demons, advancing through an elimination process to eventually make it onto the top 3 winners. The arena challenge was much easier by comparison. All he needed to do was to find a king-level demon as a defender and defeat it, which would complete the first task. Subsequently, when the selection was tottering to an end tomorrow, he could take action to clinch a spot in the top 3, completing the second task. An hour later, on the arena, a youth was defeated by Sunan, who was at the early stage of the king level. The task was readily completed. However, this situation caused astonishment among the other demons who were spectating. Where did this guy come from? He actually defeated 4th brother. How come I've never seen him before? Peak of Xian level, he's just at the peak of Xian level. How did he manage to defeat 4th brother? The 4th brother the demons were talking about was the youth who was defeated by Sunan. He was the grandson of a king-level peak elder of the Sky Wolf clan and was also a top prodigy among the younger generation of the Sky Wolf clan. This is good too, I'm going to need to take action sooner or later. Now I've shown off my power a bit, it sort of warmed up the situation. Sunan didn't want to draw attention, but the task was there, 45 demon power points, it was worth his action. Cheating. This guy must have cheated. Right, this guy must have used some unperceivable trick just now. Even though Sunan's moves were clearly observed by all the people there, many still cast doubt. It's not their fault. The gap between Xian stage and King stage is huge. King-level beings can command the power of heaven and earth. Normally, there's absolutely no chance for a battle between different levels, let alone for the lower level to win. I'll challenge you, I refuse to believe you're really this powerful. A burly wolf demon jumped onto the arena and challenged Sunan. Sunan glanced at him and said, I admit defeat, you win. With that, he jumped straight down from the arena and left. Now, as if to confirm his guess, the burly wolf demon said proudly, I told you, he must have used some underhanded means that can't be seen. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task. Defeat a Sky Wolf Clan Demon King, 45 demon power points have been granted. Current usable demon power, 265 points. Returning to the cave and looking at the prompt in front of him, Sunan's mouth curved into a smile. An hour ago, after the great perfection of the 4 bloodlines, he still had 160 demon power points left. Now, an hour has passed, and his demon power has increased by 100 points, which is naturally contributed by Avatar Wang Nan. An hour passed, and Wang Nan had already arrived at the so-called Netherworld River. During this time, although he hadn't encountered any king-level demonic beasts, he had encountered quite a few Xian-level demonic beasts and casually killed 2 Xian-level demons, completing both Wang Nan's and Zhang Yang's daily tasks. With only a 55-point difference from the 320 demon power points required for the breakthrough to the king level, if he could encounter a demon king, he could attempt to break through the king level today. The Netherworld River has existed for countless years since ancient times, rumored to be related to an unparalleled powerhouse. After the ancient times, the world was divided into 12 sections, as was the river, breaking into 12 segments. This river is very strange, as one would be affected mentally once approaching, and involuntarily enter the river. Once in the water, the divine soul will be eroded by the water, eventually becoming a walking dead body, staying in the water forever. Standing beside Wang Nan, Luo Yu looked into the distance, faintly seeing that thousands of meters away, the continuous mountains originally covered by dense vegetation were suddenly split by a yellow line, extremely eye-catching. The river was long, winding and twisting, with no end in sight. Start the foreknowledge. Foreknowledge began. Unexpectedly, this time it consumed 30 foreknowledge opportunities, enough for him to foresee the events a day and a half later. You come to the vicinity of the Netherworld River, intending to approach the Netherworld River to search for suppressed demon beasts and soul attraction grass. The water of the Netherworld River has the power to influence the mind, but fortunately, your divine soul is strong and is not affected by the water's power. When you arrive at the riverside, you see that the riverbed on both sides of the river is covered with sand and gravel, and there is not a single blade of grass within 10 meters of the river. Under the water are countless skeletons and soulless demons floating in the water. You try to enter the water but find that your divine soul is gradually being dissolved in the water the moment you contact it. You realize that even you cannot enter the water. Dissolving the divine soul, this is gonna be difficult. At the Skywolf clan, Sunan was constantly paying attention to the changes of his avatar, watching the information on the panel, and couldn't help but sigh. If the second divine soul had not merged with the avatar before, he could have controlled the avatar remotely through the connection of the techniques and let the avatar enter the water. Now that the second divine soul has merged with the avatar, it is no longer easy to separate the second divine soul from the avatar. Once the avatar enters the water, his second divine soul will be lost as well. You and Luo Yu walk upstream along the Netherworld River, trying to find the escaped demonic chi. An hour later, you both walk dozens of miles along the riverbed without finding anything. Along the way, several soulless demons jump out from the water and attack you, only to be killed by you. 5 hours later, after passing a bend, your chi luck plays a role, and you suddenly discover that under an inconspicuous stone by the riverbed, a different color is faintly visible. You dig out the stone, and a grey-stemmed and leafy little grass catches your eye. Congratulations, you have found a soul attraction grass. Soul attraction grass. Sunan's eyes brightened. He didn't find the sealed demon beast, but he found the soul attraction grass first, not a wasted trip after all. 8 hours later, you arrive at the end of Netherworld River. Under the influence of chi luck, you find another soul attraction grass, but still can't detect any demonic presence. Unable to find a trace of demonic energy, you decide to try another location, Mountain Deity Slope, 100 miles away. After 24 hours, you arrive at Mountain Deity Slope, an abandoned hill with a stone temple on it. As soon as you approach Mountain Deity Slope, a demon at the peak king level attacks you. It has heavy demonic chi surrounding it. You realize that the demon has been corrupted by demonic chi, and it's highly likely that a demon beast subdued by it resides in Mountain Deity Slope. The demon isn't a match for you and your allies, and after defeating it, you notice that the closer you get to the stone temple, the stronger the demonic chi. This convinces you that a demon is restrained beneath the temple. Entering the stone temple, you discover a peculiar-looking divine statue. The moment you lay eyes on it, the statue comes to life and transforms into a three-eyed, two-mouthed beast. You recognize it as an offering god demon, but this one is very unusual as it is wrapped in heavy demonic chi. An offering god demon. I can't believe I found one here. Is it possible that the offering god demon has also been corrupted by demonic qi? Sunan is surprised, as he didn't expect mountain deity slope to be related to the fragrant fire spiritual path. It's not his fault, as he might have related it to the fragrant fire spiritual path in places other than 10,000 Demon Ridge, where it's demon territory, and the existence of a legacy of the fragrant fire spiritual path was beyond his wildest imagination. However, what comes next in the foreknowledge information shocks him even more. Joining forces with Luo Yu, you try to kill the offering god demon, but during the battle, you find that this demon is incredibly strange. Although it emits a king-level aura, it can exert emperor-level strength. The demonic qi around it makes you suspect that it has been possessed by a demon beast. Despite possessing the demon sword, you and your allies are no match for the offering god demon. In a critical moment, you cast Universe in the Sleeve, trapping the whole mountain deity slope along with the stone temple and offering god demon inside the sleeve space before returning to the Sky Wolf clan. Could it be that the offering god demon was possessed by a demonic beast? Sunan frowns, as this was truly unexpected. Offering god demons, strange by nature, are formed by spirit of divine Dao masses of fragrant fire spiritual path martial artists. Essentially, they are a peculiar existence separated from martial artists and influenced by negative emotions. From the side of wickedness, the offering god demon, corroded by countless negative emotions, may even surpass demon beasts. He never thought that such a being could be possessed by a demon. One day later, after returning to the Sky Wolf clan, you know that with your current strength, you still can't kill the offering god demon, so you adjust your condition to the peak and prepare to raise Lang 13's realm to king level. After a day and a half, you begin attempting a breakthrough. Under your control, the 4 bloodlines within Lang 13 start to clash. Because the Black Scale bloodline greatly surpasses the other 3 bloodlines, the other 3 have no choice but to join forces against it. However, the Black Scale bloodline is too powerful for them to withstand. 1 minute later, the Black Scale bloodline gains the upper hand, constantly draining the strength of the other 3 bloodlines. 2 minutes later, the other 3 bloodlines have depleted over half of their strength and can no longer resist the Black Scale bloodline, allowing it to devour them one by one. 3 minutes later, after the Black Scale bloodline devours the last bloodline, the 4 Xian level bloodlines completely merge into one, greatly increasing the Black Scale bloodline's power and making it a king level bloodline. However, once the Black Scale bloodline becomes a king level bloodline, you suddenly realize that it's not under your control at all. You try to circulate the Demon Sutra but are amazed to discover that a consciousness is born within the Black Scale bloodline. Before you can react, the Black Scale bloodline suddenly turns against you. You can't react quickly enough, and you die. Turn against me. Why did the bloodline develop a consciousness? Chapter 356, Consuming the River of Time Water. Sunan's face darkened. He had thought that he might die in the hands of the demon beast, or that the blood fusion would fail. But he never expected that the bloodline would give birth to a consciousness, turning the tables, catching him off guard and leading him to a fatal end. Could it be because the bloodline has not completely fused with me, and has not been completely refined by me? If it's because the bloodline hasn't completely fused with me, then it's easy to solve. But if it's for some other reason, then it's troublesome. As thoughts flashed through his mind, he flipped his hand, and a drop of liquid wrapped in crystal appeared in his hand. River of Time. Having fused with the powerful bloodlines of the Golden Dragon, Fire Phoenix, and Black Scale, he thought that he would be able to easily break through with the power of these 3 bloodlines and would not require the aid of the River of Time. Saving the River of Time could be used after all 3 roles have successfully broken through. However, things did not go as planned. Although the Black Scale bloodline easily suppressed the other 3 bloodlines and fused them into one, he did not expect that there would still be problems after the fusion. It's unheard of for a bloodline to give birth to consciousness. I don't know if it's something that no one has ever encountered before, or if everyone who has experienced this has been killed on the spot, leaving no information behind. Sunan sighed to himself. Although he was disappointed by the failed breakthrough, he wasn't too surprised. He even subconsciously felt that it was normal for problems to arise. If everything went smoothly, he would actually find it strange. It's still too early to say whether it's because the bloodline hasn't completely fused with me that the fused bloodline has given birth to a consciousness. I need to continue with the foreknowledge. Looking at the foreknowledge panel, Sunan prepared to start again. Last time the purpose of foreknowledge was to find the trapped demon beast and soul attraction grass. Although the soul attraction grass was found, the demon beast was not. In the end, it seemed like I found an offering god demon that was likely possessed by a demon beast, but in reality, I didn't find the trapped demon beast, so the task of rescuing the beast is not complete. I need to continue. With a slight movement in his eyes, Sunan had already thought about the direction of his foreknowledge this time. Foreknowledge begins. His disappointment continued. He had used an additional 30 foreknowledge opportunities this time. You and Luo Yu are searching along the Netherworld River, trying to find the demon beast that was suppressed during the ancient times. The beginning of this foreknowledge was the same as before. Although he did not find any traces related to demon beasts in the Netherworld River last time, he did not give up and searched again. What if there really was a suppressed demon beast under the Netherworld River? Maybe he didn't find it simply because of bad luck. With over 100 foreknowledge opportunities, Sunan was not afraid to waste them. He continued the search with a mindset of giving it a try. Unfortunately, he failed once more. In the foreknowledge, after searching the Netherworld River for 16 hours, Sunan still did not find anything. Helpless, he could only change locations. This time, he did not go back to the mountain deity slope. Instead, he went to another place where there might be a suppressed demonic beast. One day later, you arrive at Skyfire Mountain, a peak that was once burned by the heavenly fires from beyond the sky. Even after 10,000 years, the power of the heavenly fire still lingers throughout the mountain. The invisible heavenly fire envelopes the mountain, and the scorching aura fills the air. Even king-level powerhouses cannot easily enter the mountain. Fortunately, your green gold stone avatar is able to withstand the scorching heat. You search the mountain and eventually find a trace of demonic chi. Following the demonic chi, you finally discover a formation that suppresses the demonic beast. Your arrival awakens the suppressed demon beast beneath the formation. Upon noticing that you are also a demon beast, it is thrilled in hopes that you will release it. You agree to the demon beast's request, successfully rescue it, but you have no intention of actually letting it go. Instead, you use the universe in the sleeve technique to keep the demon beast. The recently rescued demon beast can only exert the strength of an early king rank, and cannot resist the power of the universe in the sleeve. It is easily taken into the space within your sleeve. 1.5 days later, you return to the Sky Wolf clan, preparing to attempt to increase your strength and break through to the king level. You know that in order to break through to the king level, you must completely fuse your bloodline with your body. You plan to use the power of the River of Time to achieve this goal. 1 minute later, you consume the River of Time. However, time does not accelerate on your body, but instead flows backward. Your lifespan increases, and your body becomes younger. 2 minutes later, as time flows backward, all the bloodlines inside your body gradually become uncontrollable. You react quickly and try your best to maintain control. 3 minutes later, you lose control of your bloodlines, and you die. A reversal of time flow. This luck. Sunan shook his head silently, not knowing what to say. If it were someone else, they would naturally wish for time to flow backward after consuming the River of Time, likely allowing them to rejuvenate. However, for Sunan, this situation was akin to a death sentence. Well, at least a failure isn't the worst outcome. As long as the bloodline fusion doesn't result in the consciousness taking control again, there's still hope. If necessary, he can simply try again several times. This time, I found a trapped demon beast. It's not without gains. He didn't give up and continued to look at the foreknowledge. After using foreknowledge twice in succession, a total of 60 foreknowledge opportunities were consumed. Now only over 40 opportunities remain, allowing him to foresee 2 days' worth of time. It would take 2 days for the Time River water to take full effect after being consumed, and I can continue to foresee only after taking it and then going to find demon beasts. He wouldn't blindly take Water Moon River water until he was sure whether the birth of bloodline consciousness was due to incomplete fusion. Foreknowledge begins again. This time he didn't use Death's foresight, but firstly, normal foresight. Only by ensuring that taking Time River water next could accelerate the passage of time, could he continue to use Death's foresight. Just in case, he decided to use the incense prayer technique to influence the result of taking it. The amount of foreknowledge is consumed in an instant, and soon, joy emerges in Sunan's eyes. The incense prayer technique worked, time river water didn't reverse time, but instead made it pass quickly. Once assured there were no problems, he used Death's foresight again. Your foresight is insufficient to continue with foreknowledge. Insufficient foresight? Sunan's eyes lit up, indicating what? It means that he will not encounter any accidents in the next 2 days as foreseen. In that case, he has a high probability of successfully breaking through to the king level this time. Lacking foreknowledge, I can only use the old method of suicide. You're prepared to continue trying to increase your strength and break through to the king level. You know that to break through to the king level, you need to completely fuse your bloodline with your body, and you plan to use the power of the time river water to achieve this. Just in case, you use the incense prayer technique to ensure that after taking the time river water, time will pass quickly in your body. The incense prayer technique is used, consuming a third of the incense fire aspiration force. Then you drink the time river water, and under the influence of the incense prayer technique, time passes quickly on your body. A day later, under the influence of time river water, 10 years of your time pass, leading to a significant fusion between your bloodline and you. 1.5 days later, you participate again in the Skywolf clan's selection process. Near the end of the selection, you choose to challenge an arena's top king-level demon named Baiyu. Baiyu is no match for you. You're eventually among the top 3, and your strength surprises everyone. The Skywolf clan's second princess doubts your identity again. In order not to arouse suspicion, you use a pseudo-breath stone to make your realm appear as a peak king level. At the same time, your relationship with Hu Xiaotian is made public, which dispels the suspicions of other demons. 2 days later, the power of the time river water is completely consumed. The time river water takes 20 years of your time, and with the consumption of 20 years, the many bloodlines in your body finally integrate with you. You choose the character Lang 13 as the main with the black scale bloodline, the star-devouring, violet pupil, and ghoulish insect bloodlines as supports, and try again to break through to the king level. The breakthrough goes well this time. Under the great power of the black scale bloodline, the 4 bloodlines merge into one, and you succeed in stepping into the king level. You know, when your bloodline enters the king level, there may be dangers such as consciousness may take over. You are fully alert. Good thing you realize you overthought. The black scale bloodline entering the king level is completely normal and no abnormal phenomena occur. It was indeed successful. With no mishaps, Sunan finally let out a sigh of relief. Foreknowledge ends quickly, he wastes no time, casts the incense prayer technique right away, and then swallows the time river water. As soon as the time river water was swallowed, he immediately felt his body aging, a peculiar sensation, as if his physical strength was weakening every minute. I suppose my real body is also aging rapidly now, isn't it? Thinking of his real body, he immediately had his avatar continue to act according to the previous plan while his main body chose to log out of the game. Emerging from the gaming pod, he carefully senses the changes in his body. As expected, just like he thought, even though he had taken the time river water in the game, changes were also happening to his body in the real world. His body is constantly aging, and even leaving the game, this process has not been affected at all. Sunan wasn't worried about such changes. Although the time river water would cause him to age 20 years, he still had a longevity fruit that could increase his lifespan. Once he has broken through to the king level, he would just need to consume the longevity fruit he had obtained before. Gazing out of the window. The night was dusky, with only an hour and a half passing since the end of the 12 zodiac. It was 1 in the morning in reality. Without logging back into the game, he quickly drifted off to sleep on his bed. Early morning. Sunan woke up, ate some breakfast casually, and as usual, opened his phone to enter the forum. The 12 zodiac event was over, and naturally, the most interesting part was the rewards based on ranking. Many people were guessing what good things the top 3 rankers got as rewards. The ancient scriptures that Sunan had brought out earlier had become a focus of discussion. Many people on the forum tried to reach out to Zhang Yang, wanting to trade with him. Unfortunately, what they were offering was good for the most part but still lacking in Sunan's eyes. Sunan browsed with interest, hoping to find some good deals among the posts, picking up things like picking up leaks. He quickly browsed post after post, and suddenly, one caught his attention. Bad news, a demon king spotted in the sky over Big Ocean City. The title of the post was simple. Clicking on the post, a photo appeared before Sunan's eyes. It could be seen that the photo was taken at night, under dim light. Even so, one could clearly see 3 figures standing in the void. 2 of them were middle-aged men, and the other was a woman in her early 40s. Demon Kings. These were undoubtedly 3 Demon Kings. The moment he saw the photo, Sunan had his answer. The 3 Demon Kings were gazing into the distance, and judging from the positions of the stars in the night sky when the photo was taken, they were gazing in the direction of Song Mountain. Have the Demon Kings already entered Hua country so quickly? Have they undergone bloodline regression? Last time, when the demons massively invaded humanity, all nations except Hua country fell. The 3 Demon Kings who entered Hua country were easily killed, greatly shocking the Demon Kings who occupied other countries. All Demon Kings realized that there were existences at least at the mid or late king level in Hua country, and no demon dared to invade Hua country again. Now 3 Demon Kings have entered Hua country simultaneously, clearly indicating that only one possibility exists: the 3 Demon Kings have undergone bloodline regression, reaching the standard of ancient demonic creatures, and their strength has progressed further. Considering the time, it's about right. Sunan's expression didn't change. With his current strength, even without breaking through to the king level, it would be easy for him to kill a peak king level demon. Even if these demons have undergone bloodline regression and their strength has increased dramatically, they at most have mid to late king level power. If they truly dare to come, it wouldn't be much different from seeking death. If these demons have undergone bloodline regression and I could kill them and transport them to the game, using the Xianhuang dual chi furnace to refine them, wouldn't I be able to obtain king level ancient demon essence blood? With this thought, Sunan's eyes lit up again. If it's really feasible, then he would have a source for king level ancient demon essence blood. What a pity, many things in the game can't be used in reality. Otherwise, even if an emperor level demon appears, I would have the power to fight. The life wheel scripture allows him to use all bloodlines, ancient scriptures, divine abilities and techniques gained in the game, but it doesn't work for items like divine weapons. Right, now that I have the universe in the sleeve, I wonder if I can bring things from the game into reality using the universe in the sleeve. As thoughts surged, Sunan suddenly thought of the recently obtained universe in the sleeve, and his eyes lit up. The universe in the sleeve is a spatial type divine ability, which can construct a special space within his body. In theory, this space should be the same in both reality and the game. If it's the same, then there's no reason he can't take out in reality what he's put into the space in the game. With this in mind, he immediately deployed the universe in the sleeve. In an instant, the table in front of him disappeared. Whether it will work or not, all depends on this time. Without any more thought, he rushed into the game warehouse, logging back into the game. In the game, he appeared in the cave that the Sky Wolf clan had arranged for him. The first thing he does is to project his divine soul into the space constructed by the universe in the sleeve. In his perception, inside the space constructed by the universe in the sleeve, there was unmistakably a table. It was the one he had taken from reality. It works. It really works. Chapter 357, Transaction. Sunan was excited and even a little overwhelmed at that moment. Being able to bring items from reality into the game through the universe in the sleeve, what did this mean? It meant that from now on, he could freely bring things from reality into the game and vice versa, bringing anything from the game into reality. Whether it was an inanimate object or a living creature. Taking a deep breath, he quickly calmed himself down. Now, he could definitely use the universe in the sleeve to bring real objects into the game, but whether he could bring objects from the game into reality still needed verification. After some thought, he took out the 12-star palace artifacts, used the power of the universe in the sleeve, and then immediately quit the game. In reality, when Sunan looked inside the universe in the sleeve's space, the 12-star palace artifacts were clearly lying there. With a single thought, the 12-star palace artifacts enveloped his body under his control. As he looked at the artifacts on his body and felt the increase in strength, Sunan finally confirmed his previous guess. It really works. From now on, my strength can be unleashed without any limitations, projecting freely between the two realms. Many things that were impossible before can now be achieved. Moreover, if used well, this universe in the sleeve will become one of my greatest abilities, second only to foreseeing the future and the life wheel scripture. The more Sunan thought about it, the more restless his heart became. This didn't just mean that he could freely bring items from the game into reality. More importantly, he now possessed the ability to allow large numbers of people from both realms to enter the other world. As long as he was willing, he could now bring large numbers of humans from the game into reality. At this moment, he thought of another item. With a flick of his hand, the Yin-Yang Cross-Realm Disc was taken out. The Yin-Yang Cross-Realm Disc could teleport anything from the game to reality at the cost of consuming essence and blood. Originally, this ability was a great help to him, serving as the key to link the game and reality together. But now, it was no longer needed. In front of the universe in the sleeve, the Yin-Yang Cross-Realm Disc didn't even qualify as a useless item. It could be thrown away outright. Of course, he wouldn't really throw it away. Just because he couldn't use it, didn't mean that others couldn't benefit from it. Selling an ancient treasure, the Yin-Yang Cross-Realm Disc, capable of consuming demon essence and blood to teleport objects between the game and reality, whether they are inanimate or living creatures. If interested, contact me quickly. Just like before, he sent a message about the Yin-Yang Cross-Realm Disc directly in the world chat to attract others for trading. However, this time he sent it under the identity of Wang Nan. As expected, the world chat exploded with excitement shortly after the message was sent. Ancient treasure. It's unbelievable that deity Wang Nan is actually trading ancient treasures now. Are all the deities so extravagant and inhumane now? We had God Zhongyang offering ancient scriptures and divine metal before, and now deity Wang Nan is offering ancient treasures. Is great God Lang 13 going to bring out a divine weapon next time? It's a treasure capable of cross-realm teleportation. With this treasure, wouldn't it be possible to teleport powerful individuals from the game into reality? However, I wonder how much essence and blood would be consumed for the teleportation. If it's too much, it might be better to use the personal space exchange instead. Upon learning the function of the Yin-Yang Cross-Realm Disc, some people immediately thought of its various uses. Of course, just like divine metal, although its value was high, it had limited usefulness for the majority of people. They didn't have any need to transfer objects between the two realms, and the teleportation process required essence and blood as a source of energy, something ordinary people couldn't provide in large amounts. However, to some deities, its significance was different. In Hua country, in the great capital city. After learning about Sunan's Yin-Yang Cross-Realm Disc, an emergency meeting was swiftly convened. The Yin-Yang Cross-Realm Disc can actually teleport real-world objects into the game, which is undoubtedly a great opportunity for us. That's right. Although we could previously teleport some things from the game to reality by consuming demon power, the higher the value of the object, the more demon power was required. We couldn't afford it, and it was only one-way teleportation. Now Wang Nan has offered the Yin-Yang Cross-Realm Disc, which perfectly fills our need to teleport from reality to the game. This is exactly what we've been looking for. If we can obtain this Yin-Yang Cross-Realm Disc, we can transport firearms from reality to the game. That way, our fighters can quickly slay demons and achieve rapid progress. It was no wonder that these people were the elites of Hua country. They immediately thought of the uses of the Yin-Yang Cross-Realm Disc after learning about it. Although firearms couldn't defeat king-level great demons, they could still deal with Xian-level demons, and they would be devastating against mortal spirit monsters. Most of the players in the second public test had already reached the spirit level. If they could be armed with firearms and assembled into small teams, it wouldn't be impossible for them to face Xian-level monsters with their spirit-level strength. The number of spiritual-level players has already reached 9 million, perhaps tomorrow it will break through 10 million. If the condition for the fourth public test is indeed 10 million spirit-level players, the test will start soon, and at that time our fighters will undoubtedly gain many game qualifications. If we can provide the new fighters entering the game with firearms, it will not only greatly reduce the probability of death but also enable them to quickly rise to prominence. All the Hua country officials realized that this was a tremendous opportunity for them. With a good grasp, the officials' strength can quickly rise in the game and then feed back to reality. However, there is also a problem. The Yin-Yang Cross-Realm Disc requires essence blood to activate the teleportation. Last time, when the demon beasts rioted, we extracted a lot of demon essence blood from their corpses with the help of modern technology. Although those essence bloods contain a lot of impurities and cannot be integrated for use, they also contain a lot of energy, enough to actuate the Yin-Yang Cross-Realm Disc. The question is, how much energy does each teleportation consume? I'm afraid it won't be too low, and the required power may even far exceed our imagination. Otherwise, Wang Nan wouldn't have brought it out. No matter what, we must first contact Wang Nan. If the conditions for using the yin-yang cross-realm disc are within our tolerable range, we must obtain it. Hua country's officials realized the importance of the yin-yang cross-realm disc and quickly tried to contact Sunan. A similar situation also occurred in other countries. Even though their real-world countries have fallen, they haven't given up and still thought of reclaiming their territories. Wang Nan, we are interested in trading with you, but you have to tell us the detailed information about the yin-yang cross-realm disc first. In the game, Sunan received Yang Zheng's reply first. As Yang Zheng asked, some people couldn't sit still. It's true that the ability to transfer any item between the two realms is excellent, but if each use requires too much essence blood, it's just a chicken rib, worthless. That's right, in my opinion, the reason why Wang Nan is offering this ancient treasure is that it's a chicken rib. Maybe it requires a large amount of essence blood to use, and there might even be many other limitations. Obviously, some people didn't want to see the trade between him and the Hua country officials, so they didn't mind offending him and spoke up directly. Sunan frowned slightly, glanced at the information of the two players, and a flash of coldness appeared in his eyes. However, their words were not without reason. Even if no one said anything, many people might think of it first. If he didn't explain, it would undoubtedly confirm everyone's guess. In that case, his yin-yang cross-realm disc would most likely become a chicken rib in everyone's eyes, which is not what he wanted to see. After thinking about it, he added, the yin-yang cross-realm disc is divided into two parts, the yin disc and the yang disc. Sunan explained the specific usage of the yin-yang cross-realm disc and the rough amount of essence blood required for teleportation. Frankly speaking, each use of the yin-yang cross-realm disc does require a large amount of essence blood since opening a passage between the two realms is not an easy task. However, if the items being transported aren't very powerful, only the basic ability to open the passage between the two realms is needed, making it much more cost-effective than the personal space exchanged for demon power. Most importantly, the yin-yang cross-realm disc has the ability to transfer real-world items into the game, a feature not available in the game itself. Lastly, Sunan added, if the trade is successful, I can provide 2 free yin disc and yang disc positioning services. Now, with the yin disc in reality and the yang disc in the game, the yin-yang cross-realm disc can only teleport from the game to reality. Others couldn't adjust it, but Sunan, with his universe in the sleeve, could do it at will. After listening to his introduction, the powers of various countries were no longer calm. Yin-yang cross-realm disc was secondary, but the others were surprised by Sunan's ability. 2 free services to reposition the yin disc and yang disc? What does this mean? At this moment, how could anyone not understand that Sunan had other methods besides the yin-yang cross-realm disc to bring things in and out of the game? The reason for offering the yin-yang cross-realm disc was simply that he no longer needed it. No wonder he's one of the top 3 great gods, possessing such incredible abilities. I wonder what the limitations of the great god's abilities are, someone curiously asked. Sunan ignored the question. Although his current strength meant nobody could pose a threat to him, he wouldn't foolishly disclose his abilities. Deity Wang Nan, our Poluo country has an ancient sacred weapon called the 7-star sword that can attract starlight and use it to slay enemies with terrifying power. Do you think we can exchange it for the yin-yang cross-realm disc? The official forces of the Poluo country couldn't hold back any longer and wanted to trade with Sunan for the yin-yang cross-realm disc. An ancient sacred weapon, huh? Sunan wasn't surprised, but he wasn't interested either. 2 months had passed. It was impossible for a country's official power not to have some good hidden treasures, but the ones that could be brought out for trading would certainly not be too strong. Moreover, Sunan already had a dragon-slaying sword in his hands, which was enough for the time being. What he wanted now was to get his hands on some items with unique abilities. Deity Wang Nan, our South Korea has. Starting with Poluo country, other countries' official forces no longer hesitated and brought out their own treasures to exchange with Sunan. Apart from this, some people were more direct. They simply asked Sunan to transport materials between the two realms for them, like Russia. In reality, our Russia has several secret arsenals left. I wonder if Deity Wang Nan could help us bring those firearms into the game? We can discuss the price. Secret arsenals? Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. They thought of the numerous firearms in reality and were even more eager to trade with Sunan. However, Sunan was disappointed. Like when he previously traded ancient scriptures, although there were many people who wanted to trade with him, none of them could offer anything that satisfied him. Even the official forces of Hua country were no exception. This was not to say that they did not have good items. Divine abilities, techniques, ancient treasures, and divine weapons were all present. However, either the abilities they brought were useless to him, or they overlapped with some of his existing abilities. For example, the ancient treasure that could teleport thousands of miles away offered by the US officials and the compass that could foresee good and bad luck offered by Japanese officials. Although these items were valuable in the eyes of other players, Sunan already had items with corresponding abilities. He would not be willing to exchange them for his yin-yang cross-realm disc. After thinking for a moment, Sunan simply stated the requirements for trading with him. I don't need ordinary divine weapons, ancient treasures, or scriptures. I need items with special effects. If you have them, you can post them on the forum. After sending the message, he closed the world chat directly. Glancing at the time, it was already nightfall in the game. The cave was unusually quiet. According to his previous foreknowledge, nothing significant would happen in the following 2 days. So he simply sat down cross-legged and circulated the essence and blood of the law-controlling class monster within his body, condensing a large amount of fire power together. An hour later, as the fire power continued to gather, a faintly visible ring was condensed within his body. The Fire's Destiny Circle. This was the talent he had acquired by merging the Fire Phoenix bloodline, the Fire's Destiny Circle. Ever since obtaining this talent, he had been too busy with various matters and never had the time to condense it. Now that he had the time, he naturally needed to condense it. The condensation of the Fire's Destiny Circle was not something that could be accomplished overnight, it required time. Luckily, with the recovery of essence energy, he could condense a lot of mana for the Fire's Destiny Circle every day. Even compared to an actual Fire Phoenix demon, his speed was faster. It's also time to practice the Great Sun Golden Body scripture. Since it reached the 2nd level, I haven't practiced it even once. To practice the Great Sun Golden Body scripture, he needed the sun's fire, which could only be drawn during daytime. He couldn't practice it now. If he practiced in reality, he wouldn't be able to use his demon power to speed up the process, and Sunan didn't want to go through the trouble either. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours had passed. The night came to an end, the sun rose, and beams of golden sunlight shone into the cave. Sunan stopped practicing. Looking at his panel, his demon power had surged to 370 points. Congratulations! You have completed the daily task Hunt a King-level demonic beast and received 45 demon power points. Congratulations! You have completed the daily task Rescue a trapped demon beast and received 60 points of demon power. With the completion of a 3-star task and a 4-star task, his demon power was already sufficient to break through to the King level for one character. Meanwhile, confined in the space of universe in the sleeve were a seemingly possessed offering god demon and a recently escaped demon beast. Chapter 358, Challenge. 2 demon beasts. One clearly only has a peak king level strength but possesses an emperor level power while the other has only the strength of the early king rank. If he wanted to kill the offered god demon, which had been possessed by a demon beast, it would be somewhat difficult. At least his main body and avatar would have to work together to stand a chance. Killing that demon beast at the early king rank would be easy for Sunan. However, Sunan didn't kill it. The reason was simple, he didn't have the task of hunting demon beasts refreshed today. Leaving these 2 demon beasts, perhaps tomorrow I can refresh the task of hunting demon beasts. He took his avatar Wang Nan back into the mountain and water gourd and continued with the great undertaking of nurturing the Jianmu seeds. With a flick of his hand, 2 grey grasses appeared. Soul Attraction Grass. I should have enough with these 2 soul attraction grasses. I just don't know if these things can truly attract remnant souls. The method of using soul attraction grass to attract remnant souls was obtained from the Tiangong Pavilion. The feasibility of this method is still unknown. Luckily, his methods have changed since then. With the incense prayer technique, an all-purpose method, he wasn't worried that he couldn't complete the task. He had already done most of this task, and only the final step remained. As long as he was willing, he could go and complete the task now. However, Sunan didn't plan to go there at present. He needed to know that under Cave Immortal's cave dwelling, there was still another demon beast. Since he was going to enter the cave, he naturally wanted to deal with that demon beast too. However, the last time that demon beast was about to break free, the suppressing formation had been severely damaged. The third public test had started afterwards, with the heavenly and earthly vitality surging. Cave Immortal's cave dwelling was undoubtedly affected, and perhaps that demon beast had already escaped. That demon beast could take out the sky demon devouring God Sutra, so it was obviously not an ordinary demon beast. Sunan was very doubtful if that demon beast had emperor-level strength. An emperor-level demon beast, as long as it's given a little recovery time, its strength wouldn't be comparable to an ordinary emperor level. He must be careful. I should break through the king level first, and since I want to hunt demon beasts, I should completely solve them. Racial luck is indispensable. I only have 200 racial luck left now, enough for only one usage of the Art of Fate Tribulation. After breaking through the king level, not only would I receive a heavenly and earthly luck reward, but my racial luck will grow too. By then, I will have more methods available. He put away the soul attraction grass and looked toward the cave entrance. Footsteps were heard coming from outside the cave, from far to near, and the great princess appeared in his line of sight. There is news about Tiger Emperor's whereabouts. Great Princess said. Sunan's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, where? In the ancestral land of the White-Winged Tiger Clan. White-Winged Tiger Clan. Information about the White-Winged Tiger Clan quickly surfaced in Sunan's mind. The White-Winged Tiger, ranked 8th among the powerful races in ancient 100 clans. Like other top-ranked races, they also have auspicious beast bloodlines. The White-Winged Tiger Clan has the bloodline of the auspicious beast White Tiger. They are so named because their fur is white and they have wings on their backs. Even after 10,000 years, in 10,000 Demon Ridge, the White-Winged Tiger Clan is still one of the top 9 demon clans. It is said that there are 3 demonic emperors within their ranks. There were even rumors that there are some sleeping ancestors in the dark, with their strength unfathomable. After learning about Hu Xiaoshan's race, the White-Winged Tiger Clan probably invited Hu Xiaotian to visit their clan due to the blood relationship. Later, nobody knows what happened, but no one saw Hu Xiaotian again. But there's some gossip from within the White-Winged Tiger Clan. Hu Xiaotian and 2 of the White-Winged Tiger Clan's demonic emperors entered the ancestral land of the White-Winged Tiger Clan, and the 3 of them have not come out since they entered. The great princess relayed the information she had received. After hearing, Sunan's head hurt, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. This guy is really not reassuring. What is he doing in someone else's ancestral land for no reason? I hope there won't be any accidents. He could only helplessly pray in secret. If anything happened to Hu Xiaotian, his identity would not be recognized, and he would not be able to participate in the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony with a clear conscience. Luckily, according to the situation at present, the probability of Hu Xiaotian encountering an accident was not significant. Hu Xiaotian was not an ordinary demon of the Demon Clan, but from the Netherworld Tiger Clan. This clan has an incredible racial talent, and only dozens of them existed during the ancient times. So if it weren't for their rarity, the clan could have been ranked in the top 10 among ancient 100 clans. This could be seen from Hu Xiaoshan's strength back then. When he was at the peak of king level, he already had strength comparable to that of an emperor. After his breakthrough into the emperor level, he was able to severely injure the Tianyun County's governor, who was using an ancient treasure. With such strength, plus the support of the 2 demonic emperors from the White-Winged Tiger Clan, and considering that they were entering the ancestral land of the White-Winged Tiger Clan, danger should be manageable if any. Where is the White-Winged Tiger Clan located? It's not far from the Heavenly Demon Hall, near one of the top 10 mountains, the White Tiger Peak. Great Princess said. Not far from the Heavenly Demon Hall? Well, that's just on the way, there's no need to rush now. Sunan murmured, deciding in his heart. He still had other things to do now. Glancing at the glaring sun outside the cave, he silently left the Sky Wolf clan. More than 10 minutes later, he arrived at a small hill covered in ancient trees. He found a relatively open spot on top of the hill where there were no trees to obstruct his view. He took out the array disc for inducing the sun's fire and prepared to begin cultivating the Great Sun Golden Body scripture. It's a pity that I don't have any foreknowledge attempts left today, otherwise, it would be safer to try it out first. It was already 8 p.m. in reality, and there were only 2 to 3 hours left before the game refreshed. He could wait until after the game refreshes to continue his practice, but Sunan didn't feel like waiting. With his current strength, even if an emperor-level powerhouse appeared, he had the capability to escape, so he wasn't worried about any unexpected incidents. Practice began, the sun's fire flared up, penetrating into his body, burning his flesh. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. During this period, everything was calm, with no demons disturbing him. The flame slowly disappeared, and from the exterior, Sunan didn't appear to have any injuries at this moment. He just looked thinner, as if malnourished. However, if anyone could see inside his body, they would find that his flesh was almost shriveled, just as if it had been roasted. Even though he had gone through the first layer's skin refining stage, he still found it difficult to resist the second layer's flesh refining stage. Fortunately, the Li fire essence had been following him throughout his practice, continuously elevating. Even when he entered the second layer, the Li fire essence was beneficial, helping him and preventing him from facing a life-threatening situation. The flame gradually disappeared, and Sunan immediately checked his personal panel. Would you like to consume 100 demon power points to increase the cultivation progress of the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture by 10%? Yes. Without any hesitation, he chose to consume more demon power to increase the progress. Even though his demon power was mainly used for breaking through the realm now, the power of the River of Time would take 2 days to fully manifest. It was impossible for him to make a breakthrough now. He can consume 100 points of demon power now and has ways to replenish it before the effects of the River of Time fully dissipate. As soon as 100 points of demon power were consumed, the progress of the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture on the panel skyrocketed. Like the first layer, a single practice could increase his progress by 3%. Together with the original 1% and the additional 10%, the progress of the second layer of the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture had spectacularly reached 14%. At the same time, Sunan could clearly feel the power of the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture increasing rapidly inside his body. With a thought, the power of the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture surged out, instantly drawing the force of heaven and earth from around him. 800 meters, 1000 meters, 1200 meters. Eventually, he was able to command the power of heaven and earth within a range of 1500 meters. This was 500 meters more than before. This was still within the game. If it were in reality, he should be able to control the power of heaven and earth within a range of 3000 meters. For every 10% progress, the range of control over the power of heaven and earth increases by 1000 meters. According to this calculation, won't the range reach 11,000 meters if I reach 100%? Sunan was astonished. You should know that even while cultivating the power of the bloodline to its peak at the king level, the range of control over the power of heaven and earth is only 8,000 meters. After breaking through to the emperor level, forming a sphere of the power of heaven and earth, one can control the power of heaven and earth within a range of 10,000 meters. At the moment, according to the progress of the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture, as long as it reaches perfection, he can control the power of heaven and earth within a range of over 10,000 meters, which is much more than the power of the bloodline. All he could say was, this is indeed the core scripture of the Great Sun sect. The cultivation has not ended, next he needs to repair his damaged body. The passive effect of Lang 13's racial talent was activated, the essence power was recovering at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary people, and the power of heaven and earth was gathering, under his control, replenishing the various types of bloodline powers consumed in his body. Another 2 hours passed in an instant. It was already noon in the game, and the daily tasks had already refreshed. Daily Task 1, Rescue a Trapped Demon. Task Difficulty, 4-star. Daily Task 2, Hunt a King-level Demonic Beast. Task Difficulty, 3 stars. Daily Task 3, Hunt a Xian-level Demon. Task Difficulty, 2 stars. Just like yesterday, Wang Nan's task had refreshed a mission to rescue a trapped demon. This mission is also hard to accomplish. Sunan sighed to himself. In order to complete this task, one must at least know where a suppressed demon is. He also tried to obtain relevant clues from Luo Yu's mouth, but Luo Yu was also clueless about it. He ran around all the places where demons were most likely to be suppressed nearby yesterday, and only found one trapped demon. Refreshing this task again today increased the difficulty of completing it. It would be great if I could get a tool to find demons. He circled through his soul wheel, continuing to look at Zhang Yang's tasks. Daily Task 1, Hunt a Demonic Beast. Task Difficulty, 4 stars. Daily Task 2, Hunt a Xian level demon. Task Difficulty, 2 stars. Daily Task 3, Disrupt the Sky Wolf Clan's selection process. Task Difficulty, 4 stars. As expected, the task of hunting a demon beast has appeared. As expected, due to the existence of a demonic beast in the universe in the sleeve, a task of hunting a demonic beast has refreshed today. The task did not specify the realm of the demonic beast he needed to hunt, but it gave him a 4-star difficulty level, which undoubtedly reflected the special nature of tasks related to demonic beasts. He continued to look at Lang 13's tasks. Daily Task 1, rank in the top 3 of the Sky Wolf Clan's selection process. Task Difficulty, 3 stars. Daily Task 2, kill an outsider who has infiltrated the 10,000 Demon Ridge. Task Difficulty, 2 stars. Daily Task 3, rescue Hu Xiaotian. Task Difficulty, 4 stars. Compared to yesterday, Lang 13's tasks have not changed much. Because one task was completed, a new task has been refreshed. Upon seeing the newly refreshed 4-star mission, Sunan's brow furrowed. What I feared has come. That cheap big brother of mine really can't give me peace. He had prayed before, hoping that his cheap big brother wouldn't, like before in Tianyun County, fall into a predicament that would require his help again. Now that the task has appeared, his prayer has failed. But strictly speaking, I only saved Hu Xiaotian once in Tianyun County. The Bone Cave incident doesn't count. Even if I hadn't gotten involved then, Hu Xiaotian wouldn't have been in any real danger. In order to complete this task, he has to go to the White-Winged Tiger clan. At the moment, he still has tasks at the Sky Wolf clan, so he can't leave right away. Right now, what he needs to do is complete the Sky Wolf clan's selection task. It's about time. I should go and complete the top 3 in the selection process task. 2 hours later. Below the 3 arenas established by the Sky Wolf clan, Sunan glanced at the Great Princess and the Second Princess on the other 2 arenas. Eventually, as previously foreseen, he chose to challenge a youth named Bai Yu. Where did this greenhorn come from? Does he think he can challenge brother Bai Yu just because he wants to? A guy at the peak of Xian level, actually has the delusion of challenging brother Bai Yu. Has this guy gone mad? Sunan, at the peak of Xian level, was going to challenge Bai Yu, who was at the peak of King level. This instantly unsettled the other Sky Wolf clansmen watching nearby. They all looked at Sunan as though he was an idiot. Even the Great Princess and Second Princess on the other 2 arenas were looking at Sunan in surprise. Even though the Great Princess had already witnessed Sunan's strength and knew he found it easy to defeat those above his level, she was still surprised. You have to understand, the person Sunan is challenging now is not at the early or mid stage of King level, but the peak of King level. And he is one of the best among those at the peak of King level. The Second Princess, the Green Wolf Demon King, had her eyes flashing as she thought of something. After the surprise, expectation appeared in her eyes. The protagonist who was being challenged, Bai Yu, the genius of the Sky Wolf clan, had a gloomy face. If he was being challenged by someone at the mid or late king level, it would be fine. But the challenger was a Xian-ranked guy. He felt insulted. Who asked you to challenge me? Bai Yu asked coldly, looking at the Great Princess and the Second Princess without giving anything away. Obviously, in his view, the reason Sunan dared to challenge him was because someone had instigated him to do so, and the purpose was to annoy him. Everyone's expressions varied. It was no wonder they felt this way. After all, if someone told Sunan that he could challenge a peak king level with his Xian level realm, he wouldn't believe it either. I remember now, isn't he the one who challenged 4th brother yesterday? So it's him. But so what? Even if he can perform like he did yesterday and defeat 4th brother, he won't be able to withstand a single blow from brother Bai Yu. No one thought highly of Sunan. In fact, many people began to mock Sunan, hoping that he would come to his senses and step down. Chapter 359, Vermilion Birdstone Egg. I know him, he's the guy who came back with the Great Princess yesterday. Someone recognized Sunan's identity, and everyone's eyes turned to the Great Princess. At this moment, many people thought that Sunan's challenge to Bai Yu was instigated by the Great Princess. Even Bai Yu frowned, glanced at the Great Princess, and showed confusion in his eyes. He had no conflict with the great princess, and logically, she shouldn't send someone to annoy him. But if it's not to annoy him, then what is it for? Is it to test me? In an instant, Bai Yu thought of a possibility, but at the same time, questions arose in his heart. If it was to test him, a Xian-level challenger shouldn't have been sent. You're not qualified to challenge me. Get down, Bai Yu said indifferently. Even though he had already determined that Sunan was sent by the great princess, he was still not angry, at least not on the surface. Make your move, otherwise, you'll lose your chance, Sunan said unhurriedly. Bai Yu was a Peking level great monster. If it wasn't for the fusion of the Black Kirin demon bloodline, Sunan wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Now that he had reached the great perfection with his 4 ancient demon bloodlines, the enhancement from his racial talent had reached a terrifying level. In addition, with the Star Palace Divine Artifacts enhancement, he was confident that he had no match below the Emperor level. Of course, he couldn't unleash his full strength without any reservations. After all, this was the Sky Wolf clan, and he had to act on behalf of the clan's identity, using some techniques discreetly if necessary. Looking at Sunan's calm expression, Bai Yu had an illusion. As if the young man in front of him really had the ability to defeat him easily, and he really meant nothing to him. Feeling a moment of haziness in his mind, in the next moment, Bai Yu suddenly woke up and couldn't help but be secretly annoyed, angry that he had been intimidated by a Xian-level guy. Looking at Sunan again, even though he tried to restrain himself, he finally erupted at this moment. Since you insist, don't blame me for being ruthless. Bai Yu's voice was cold. As soon as his words fell, he suddenly made a move. The power of Divine Soul turned into countless invisible arrows covering the sky, trying to seriously injure Sunan in a single blow. Sunan's face remained unchanged, and the golden light rose, like a barrier blocking all the arrows. Blocked it. Seeing his attack being easily resolved, Bai Yu was surprised and finally noticed Sunan's difference. However, he didn't take it to heart because the previous blow was only equivalent to the early king rank's strength. Unsuccessful with one strike, Bai Yu quickly made another move. This time he was determined in his heart and directly launched an attack comparable to the late king rank's blow. This was his second strike. He didn't want to make a third strike. If he still couldn't harm Sunan this time, he would lose face. Bai Yu was determined, but the result disappointed him. Golden light rose again, effortlessly blocking Bai Yu's attack once more. Hiss! He blocked it again. This guy actually blocked Bai Yu's 2 attacks in a row. What is that golden light? How come I've never seen it before? It seems to have an extremely strong defense. I clearly sensed the power of the late king rank in Bai Yu's last strike, and even that terrifying power didn't seriously injure this guy. How did he do it? Does he have a treasure on him? With another failed attack, Bai Yu's face darkened, and as he heard the clan members' discussions, he became even more annoyed. He, a dignified Peking level being, made 2 consecutive strikes but not only failed to injure Sunan, he couldn't even break his defense. This was not just a slap in the face, it was a humiliation. I understand now, no wonder they dared to let a Xian level like you challenge me, it turns out they prepared a turtle shell for you. But if you think that having this turtle shell will keep you safe and sound, you're too ignorant. Bai Yu's face was icy cold, and as he spoke, he glanced at the great princess unintentionally or intentionally, fury flashing in his eyes. At this moment, he decided not to hold back and teach Sunan a lesson. Kid, today I will let you know how terrifying the power of a Peking level truly is. As he spoke, the power of a Peking level surged, the power of heaven and earth gathered, and this time he truly unleashed all his strength. The true means of a king level, the power of heaven and earth, were called upon. The weather changed, and the power of heaven and earth within a radius of several thousand meters was controlled by Bai Yu, filling the area with a terrifying aura belonging to the Peking level. Surrounding demons subconsciously held their breaths, intently watching the arena. However, the result remained unchanged this time as well. Bai Yu's all-out attack was so powerful that it seemed to destroy the world. But the moment the power of heaven and earth hit, the golden light soared, giving off an unbreakable feeling. It was not an illusion. When everything subsided, Sunan was unharmed. How is this possible? All the surrounding demons were dumbfounded. As the one who launched the attack, Bai Yu felt an intense burning sensation on his face. How could his all-out attack as a peak king level fail to injure a Xian level boy? I just don't believe it, I can't break your shell. Bai Yu's face twisted with rage, consecutive failures making him utterly furious. Before his words fell, they saw Bai Yu's body suddenly swell, turning from a normal person into a giant several meters tall. His aura kept climbing, and there was even a trend of breaking the boundary between the king level and emperor level. It's his racial talent. Bai Yu has used his racial talent. Bai Yu's awakened racial talent is extremely strong, even extremely rare among ancient clans. There have been rumors that under this racial talent, Bai Yu could even be invincible below the emperor level. Bai Yu's transformation instantly aroused astonishment from the surrounding demon beasts. Even the second princess couldn't help but look curiously at the great princess not far away. Looking at Sunan, many people had inexplicable expressions. Amazing. This kid actually made brother Bai Yu use his racial talent, what an achievement. I wonder how the great princess achieved this, but it's a pity that this is all there will be. That's right, even the great princess herself may not be a match against brother Bai Yu's racial talent. Although I don't know what methods she used, it's absolutely impossible to block brother Bai Yu's attack again. Invincible below the emperor level. Listening to everyone's discussions, Sunan's face remained unchanged. If Bai Yu was invincible below the emperor level, then what about him? It just happens that I can test the limits of my golden body shining. This time, Bai Yu's attack was several times more powerful than before. Even Sunan felt a slight threat from it. The wind and clouds billowed, heaven and earth changed colors, and the surrounding demons were suffocated by the terrifying aura. Even if they were told that the attacker was an emperor-level powerhouse, they would believe it. 3 breaths later. As everything calmed down, the crowd only saw Bai Yu with a pale face on the stage. Whether it was due to a huge consumption of his strength or something else, they didn't know. On the opposite side of Bai Yu, Lang 13, who Sunan had transformed into, was still unharmed. A dazzling golden light flickered around him and then disappeared. Worthy of the Great Sun Golden Body's second-level ability, invincible below the Emperor level. Sunan nodded secretly. Although he barely blocked Bai Yu's attack with his Great Sun Golden Body, most of its power was consumed, but it ultimately held up. Such defense could not be broken by anyone other than an Emperor-level powerhouse was no exaggeration. Impossible. How could you block my attack? What treasure did you use? Bai Yu stared at Sunan with a crazed look in his eyes. This meaningless battle should end now, Sunan said calmly. 2 minutes later. On the stage. Bai Yu was seriously injured, blood gushing from his mouth, and helplessly lying on the stage. But compared to his physical injuries, the mental damage was much greater. He had a desperate look on his face, not wanting to believe what was happening. He lost to a Xian level. The surrounding Sky Wolf clan members were also staring at each other in disbelief. It was like witnessing an earth-shattering event, with shock and awe written all over their faces. A peak Xian level defeating a peak king level fighter? This is something that probably wouldn't even appear in legends, but one day they actually saw it. Did they witness the birth of history? Everyone was feeling a bit dazed. At this moment, the second princess stepped forward and said in a solemn voice, "Who are you? How can you, a Xian level, possibly defeat a peak king level?" Although others didn't know Sunan's identity, she did. She knew that Sunan was only spiritual level in Tianyun County a month ago. It's fine that he's now Xian level peak, but how could he be even capable of defeating Bai Yu, a peak king level? There must be a problem. Who said I was Xian level? Sunan's expression didn't change, and with the prepared pseudo-breath stone appearing on him. I am king level. Before the words fell, an aura that only a peak king level would have, rose around him. King level. He was actually king level, and a peak king level at that. No wonder, I thought, how could Xian level possibly defeat brother Bai Yu? Feeling Sunan's aura, the people who were just shocked by him came to this realization. At this moment, they all believed Sunan had been hiding his realm. How could you be a peak king level? I don't believe it. The second princess's face changed slightly, looking at Sunan suspiciously, but not believing it. However, Sunan's aura was real, and he did have the strength of a peak king level. For an instant, she thought of all the information she had gathered about Sunan and became even more puzzled. She felt that something was wrong but couldn't figure it out. Whether the second princess believed it or not, Bai Yu, the other protagonist of the event, believed in it without any doubt. He lost not to a Xian level, but to a king level peak, and as long as his opponent was a peak king level, he wouldn't lose too much face. Not caring about everyone's expressions, Sunan stood on the stage, looked around, and said, "If anyone wants to challenge me, come on." The task required him to place in the top 3 in the competition, and although he had defeated Bai Yu, the selection had not ended. However, as they met his gaze, everyone instinctively dodged it, not daring to challenge him. 10 minutes later. The selection for the Sky Wolf clan this time has ended. Task completed, Sunan turned to leave. Congratulations, you completed daily task. Get top 3 in challenge. 45 demon power points have been sent. Current available demon power, 375 points. 375 demon power points. Originally, after practicing the Great Sun Golden Body scripture, his available demon power was only 270 points, but now it has not only returned to its previous level, but has increased by 5 points. Because before this, he had already killed the early king rank demon beast and consumed chi luck to destroy it completely, completing the task of hunting demon beasts and obtaining 60 demon power points. Compared to the last time when he completely annihilated the emperor-level demonic beast, this time it only took him 100 chi luck to annihilate the king-level demonic beast. Now he still has 100 chi luck left, which could deal with another king-level demonic beast. Half a day, it will take half a day to fully digest the river of time water. Feeling the changes in his body, anticipation appeared in Sunan's eyes. More than a day had passed, and the years on his body had already slipped away by more than a decade. As a result, the bloodline in his body had already fused with him by more than half. The feeling was very strange. Although the bloodline was fused in his body before, the feeling was completely different from before. If before, he could exert 100% of the power of the bloodline, now he could exert 110% of the power. Although the improvement wasn't much, it was the key for him to smoothly enter the king rank. The selection has ended, and the Sky Wolf clan will set off for Heavenly Demon Hall tomorrow morning. There is plenty of time, and I can definitely make a breakthrough. After checking the time, he quit the game. In reality, the sun was just rising. Eating some breakfast and lying down on the bed, Sunan opened the forum. As of 7 o'clock today, the number of Xian level players worldwide has reached 220. Spirit level players have reached more than 9.5 million and the 10 million mark will soon be broken. On the forum, 2 posts with high heat appeared in Sunan's view. With more than 200 Xian level players, about 10 or so Xian level players are around in each state. Finally, I can continue with my Wrath of the Demon Monarch task. The Wrath of the Demon Monarch is a constantly advancing task. After 2 advances, the task requires him to hunt Xian level players. However, due to the lack of Xian level players available for him to hunt, this task has been stagnant. Now that there are more Xian level players, he can finally restart this task. He continued to look down. Is deity Wang Nan around? Our United States is willing to exchange a spirit object for the Yin-Yang Cross-Realm Disc. If you are not satisfied, we also have our Great British, our Polo country. The 12 countries, nearly all countries are looking for Wang Nan to exchange for the Yin-Yang Cross-Realm Disc. Although these countries have been invaded, it does not prevent their desire to reclaim their territories. Of course, among them are also many people looking for Zhongyang to exchange the ancient scriptures and divine metal in his hands. When Sunan looked at them carefully this time, he paid special attention to the items offered by the official forces of various countries. It has to be said that there are still a lot of good things in the hands of these countries. Technique seeds and divine ability seeds are all available. It's not known how they got them. As he kept looking down, Sunan couldn't help but want to exchange several times. Suddenly, an item caught his attention. The item did not come from the 12 countries, but from a player who wanted to exchange it with Zhongyang for the divine metal. It was an egg, to be precise, a fully petrified egg. It was somewhat similar to the dragon turtle egg he had obtained before, except that the egg of the dragon turtle was only petrified on the surface, while the inside still had vitality. But now, this petrified egg was a completely dead egg. Even so, it still attracted Sunan's attention. Because this petrified egg, like the dragon turtle egg he had obtained before, was the egg of an auspicious beast. Vermilion bird stone egg. This was an egg belonging to the vermilion bird. Chapter 360, Spirit-Seeking Disc. Vermilion bird stone egg. In the ancient times, there were 12 auspicious beasts. One of them is called vermilion bird, the divine being of the south. It is nurtured in the southern Ming detachment fire and controls southern Ming detachment fire. Due to the long years, this egg has not hatched and has lost all its vitality, turning into an egg-shaped stone. The egg of a vermilion bird. Upon seeing the introduction, Sunan's eyes flashed with excitement, only to be disappointed immediately after. This was a completely mineralized, lifeless stone egg, devoid of any vitality. It was entirely different from the dragon turtle egg he had obtained previously. Although his dragon turtle egg was nearly completely petrified when he obtained it, it still possessed a trace of vitality. In contrast, this vermilion bird egg was nothing more than a lifeless stone. Compared to ordinary stones, it was merely a corpse stone with an origin. Ordinary people who obtained it would find it useless. Resurrection, yes, I wonder if I can use the life and death mirror to resurrect it. Suddenly, Sunan thought of his life and death mirror, and his eyes sparkled with hope. After obtaining the second fragment of the life and death mirror, a white ray that could resurrect others appeared on the mirror. Although Sunan had not used it, he knew that the white light could reassemble the fate pattern. If he could harness the life and death mirror to reassemble the vermilion bird egg's fate pattern, there might still be a chance to hatch the stone egg and bring the vermilion bird back to life. With this thought, Sunan regained interest. Moreover, according to the information provided by the game, this vermilion bird originates from the southern Ming detachment fire, which is in the same vein as Li fire essence. If they were kept together, it might yield unexpected results. In any case, let's try to obtain the item first and see. With his foreknowledge, he can foresee the future before the exchange takes place. If the vermilion bird stone egg can still be redeemed or help his Li fire essence, it would not be a big deal to trade it for divine metal. In an instant, Sunan had an idea. Blazing Fire Boy. Looking at the player's nickname, he secretly remembered it, preparing to contact him in the world chat after entering the game. Continuing to read. Soon, his eyes lit up again. It was an ancient treasure offered by the Russian official called the Spirit-Seeking Disc. Spirit-Seeking Disc, an ancient treasure crafted by ancient powerhouses to find places rich in heavenly and earthly vitality, capable of detecting the effects of spiritual energy, demon energy, and demonic chi between heaven and earth. Detecting demonic chi. Is this the effect of chi luck? What I think, it comes. Sunan's eyes showed happiness. He had just thought that it would be great to obtain a treasure that could detect demonic chi, and now he saw this spirit-seeking disc. It must be luck. According to the current situation, both Wang Nan and Zhang Yang's roles involve hunting Demon King-level demonic beasts and rescuing demon beasts every day. While King-level demonic beasts are easy to find, suppressed demons are much harder to come by. Not being able to find demons directly affects the speed at which he acquires demon power daily, as well as the progress of his Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra cultivation. But if he could get this spirit-seeking disc, these problems could undoubtedly be solved. Sunan made up his mind, if possible, I must get my hands on this spirit-seeking disc. However, at this point, he thought of another problem and found it somewhat difficult. The spirit-seeking disc is offered by the Russian official. Although the Russian region, the Northern Ice Province, is not far from Dongchen State, it isn't easy to get there either. The 12 provinces are separated by the Demon Sea. It is rumored that the Demon Sea contains various dangers, as well as a large number of irrational, instinct-driven demons, making it difficult to cross. Of course, with his current strength and foreknowledge, crossing the Demon Sea would not be too challenging for him. The problem is that he doesn't have the time now. If it were before, he could have sent his avatar there. However, his avatar now needs to control the power of heaven and earth in the mountain and water gourd to nurture the Jianmu seed. The Jianmu seed is crucial to the future of his mountain and water gourd, and he cannot afford any mistakes. Leaving for an extended period would undoubtedly significantly affect the nurturing progress. Forget it, let's look at the other items first. With patience, he continued to examine the remaining items offered by some countries. Among them, he focused on the items provided by Hua country. After all, he is from Hua country, and trading with Hua country is much more convenient than trading with other countries. If possible, he would prefer to trade with Hua country. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. He didn't know if Hua country's official truly had no good items or if all the good items had been used up. Nevertheless, the few items offered were average, at best, to him. Forget it, it will be the spirit-seeking disc then. After looking at all the items, Sunan eventually decided to exchange for the spirit-seeking disc. He continued scrolling, reading post after post. Soon, another post caught his attention. To be precise, a photo in the post. In the photo, one could vaguely see 4 figures standing in mid-air, gazing into the distance. Without a doubt, those 4 figures were demons. Upon closer inspection, Sunan recognized that 3 of those figures had appeared in another photo he saw yesterday. That was when someone happened to take a photo of them in Big Ocean City. Now, the address of this photo was in Dajhan City, not far from Song Mountain. He then looked at the post's timestamp. 10 minutes ago. Only 10 minutes had passed since the post. If the photo was also taken more than 10 minutes ago, it meant that those few demons might still be inside Hua country's territory. They might even be heading towards Song Mountain. Some really aren't afraid of death. Just as well, I haven't completed my daily task of hunting demon kings today. Since you're knocking on my door, I won't be polite. Sunan's eyes flashed with coldness. With a flash, the figure vanished from the room. Just as he had anticipated. At the same time, in the sky a few dozen miles away from Song Mountain, 4 figures gazed down at the continuous mountain range in front, revealing an unusual light in their eyes. Incense fire aspiration force. There is a large concentration of incense fire aspiration force here. I understand, someone is cultivating the fragrant fire spiritual path here. Looking at the situation, someone has come to this world before we entered, and has been cultivating the fragrant fire spiritual path with the incense of fire of this world. No wonder those 3 fellows were defeated last time. That person came earlier than us, and used the fire incense of this world to cultivate for who knows how long. His strength must be at the late king rank or even at the peak of king rank. The 4 demon kings looked solemn. Even if they have now awakened their talents through bloodline regression and their strengths have stepped further into middle stage king level, they don't dare to belittle Sunan, who they have never met in Song Mountain. Better safe than sorry. The previous 3 unlucky fellows are living examples. Don't say that Sunan is at the peak of the king level. Even if he has the strength of the late king level, they will have difficulty killing him. According to the information I have acquired, the number of human spiritual grade martial artists in this world will soon reach 10 million. Those humans seem to have concluded that when the number of spiritual grade martial artists reaches 10 million, the so-called game will go into its 4th public beta test. At that time, the spatial channel is highly likely to open again. Now is not a good time for us to make a move. Yes, if the spatial channel opens again, and other demon kings arrive, they will definitely take action against that guy. We don't need to do anything. And besides, we don't have any direct conflicts of interest with that entity. There's no need for us to risk becoming enemies with that guy. The several demon kings gazed at Song Mountain, eventually giving up the idea of acting. Being wary of Sunan was one reason, while the other was that they didn't want to gamble. In their view, if Sunan was at the mid-stage king level, it would be fine. But if Sunan was at the late king level or even at the peak of the king level, it would be completely seeking trouble for them to act now. The several demon kings turned around and were about to leave. However, as soon as they turned around, they were stunned to see a young man standing on them. The newcomer was none other than Sunan. The moment they saw Sunan, the 4 demon kings' faces changed dramatically. They instantly prepared to fight and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat from the back. It's simply outrageous that they, the 4 king-level demon kings, didn't notice when the enemy came. However, when they sensed Sunan's realm, they felt strange in their hearts. In their senses, Sunan was clearly at the peak of Xian level. Can a person at the peak of the Xian level control the power of heaven and earth? The absurd thought flashed across their minds and they instantly believed that Sunan was hiding his true power. At the same time, they also thought of Sunan's identity. Your Excellency must be the one from Song Mountain, right, said a middle-aged woman in her 40s among the 4 demon kings. Sunan glanced at them, you have come all this way. Why don't you sit down for a while? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Sit down for a while? The several demon kings exchanged glances, their eyes filled with solemnity. Your Excellency misunderstood, we were just passing by here, and we are about to leave now. They decided to chicken out, without giving it much thought. They were not idiots. They knew if they really went down to sit, entering the opponent's territory, they would be in even more danger. Moreover, they have heard that those who cultivate the fragrant fire spiritual path can use some incredible methods in their own territory. It seems that you all have a deep misunderstanding of me. Sunan sighed, appearing deeply disappointed. Before the several demon kings could say anything, they heard him continue, since you are not willing to go down on your own, I have no choice but to invite you. Sunan's voice was calm, but it made the 4 demon kings shudder. Attack! No one knew which demon king shouted, and the several demon kings who were on edge and ready to attack immediately launched their strongest attack on Sunan. The next moment, they only saw Sunan wave his arm, then saw his sleeve becoming larger at an extreme speed in their eyes, covering them like a giant curtain in a blink of an eye. A great pulling force came over, causing an unprecedented fear to rise in the hearts of the several demon kings. Run! The 4 demon kings, without a second thought, used all tactics to escape as fast as possible. However, at this moment they discovered, much to their horror, a massive force pulling them back, their bodies out of their control. Suddenly, their vision went dark, and they entered a pitch-black space. Everything happened in a flash. The demon beasts didn't have the chance to resist the power of the universe in the sleeve, they were easily captured by Sunan. Meanwhile, in front of the great hero treasure hall on Song Mountain, Zixu looked towards the direction of Sunan, mumbling, this bastard's becoming more powerful. How did he manage to do it? Log into the game again. Night had already fallen in the game world. Sunan quietly left the Sky Wolf clan and later found an unoccupied place. With a wave of his hand, a shadow appeared. This was a middle-aged man, one of the 4 demon kings. He was brought back into the game by Sunan via the universe in the sleeve. Once released by Sunan, the middle-aged demon king attempted to run for his life. But recalling the power of Sunan, he eventually halted. He knew, running from Sunan was completely useless. Next, he felt the changes in the heavenly and earthly vitality around him and exclaimed in shock, this is not Earth, this could be. You actually possess the ability to travel between 2 realms. You're one of the outsiders. The middle-aged man was even more terrified. He originally thought that Sunan was also from the demon world who just arrived on Earth earlier, but it looked like they were wrong. Sunan had no time for chit-chat. The reason why he released the middle-aged man was to complete a task. Moments later, the task prompt popped up. Congratulations, on completing the daily task of hunting a king-level demonic beast 45 demon power points have been credited. Current available demon power, 420 points. It's a pity. Today, for my 3 roles, only one hunting king-level demonic beast task was refreshed, and the other 2 were hunting profound-level demonic beast tasks. 4 demon kings, killed 1. Sunan's universe in the sleeve currently held 3 demon kings and 1 emperor-level sacrificial demon. All of these are demon power that amounted to a total of 195 points. Looking at the corpse of the demon king before him, Sunan suddenly had an idea and pulled out the Xianhuang seal. He directly threw the body into it. I wonder how much essence and blood can be refined from this demon king who went through bloodline regression. There was anticipation in Sunan's heart. According to his previous guess, the blood essence of these divine beasts who went through the bloodline regression after the baptism of the heavenly and earthly vitality should be comparable to ancient demon essence blood. If the essence and blood refined through Xianhuang refining chi furnace can still reach the level of ancient fiend, he already has the ancient demon essence blood required after the peak king level. Bloodline power kept pouring into the Xianhuang chi refining seal, and the Xianhuang chi inside the furnace was rising, silently starting to refine the essence and blood within the demonic beast. This process would take some time. Sunan wasn't idle, concentrating on 2 things at once, and the world chat appeared in front of him. Shortly after, he sent a message under the identity of Zhang Yang. The content was simple, just asking the forum user known as Blazing Fire Boy to add him as a friend and discuss the details of the trade. Originally, he wanted to contact Russia to exchange the spirit-seeking disc under the identity of Zhang Yang, but after some thought, he temporarily gave up. The reason was simple. He didn't have the time to go there. Moreover, he thought of the possibility of the 4th public test of the game. Hence, his interest in exchanging for the spirit-seeking disc has reduced a little. Once the fourth public test really happens, the spatial channel will open, the heavenly and earthly vitality in the game will surely surge again. At that moment, those suppressed demons might break free in large numbers, resulting in chaos. Then, where else will I have to search for demons? I would be lucky if they don't come after me. Sunan thought of a possibility, his expression became more solemn. Of course, these were all his guesses. Whether they would happen or not was still unknown. No sooner had the message been sent out when the world chat suddenly lit up. Many people started looking for Blazing Fire Boy, curious about what on earth he had to get Zhang Yang's attention. Chapter 361, Demon God. Over 10 minutes later. The Xianhuang refining chi furnace finished melting, and just like before, the demon corpses inside turned into ashes, leaving behind a few drops of essence blood. With a wave of his hand, the essence blood turned into ruby-like crystals and landed in Sunan's palm. A total of 8 pieces. From the 2 early-stage king-level corpses before, I got 8 drops of essence blood. Now from 1 mid-stage king-level corpse, I also got 8 drops of essence blood, which means that from 1 late-stage king-level demon corpse, I can get 16 drops of essence blood, and from 1 peak king-level corpse, I can get 32 drops of essence blood. Golden light flashed in Sunan's eyes, as this amount of essence blood was much more than what he could obtain by exchanging demon corpses from Tiangong Pavilion. Adding the previous 8 drops, I now have 16 drops of king-level demon essence blood on me, and I also have a peak king-level demonic beast that I killed yesterday at Mountain Deity Slope, as well as 3 mid-stage king-level demonic beasts waiting to be killed in my universe in the sleeve. With that said, the amount of king-level demon essence blood on me has reached 72 drops. That's enough for the second-level breakthrough of the Great Sun Golden Body scripture. He didn't realize how much he had until he counted, and it was quite surprising. With 72 drops of essence blood, if it were before, he would have to hunt 72 demon kings, and although there would be that many demon kings in the 10,000 demon ridge, if he really did so, he would be afraid that the demon monarch would come to kill him. The Xianhuang refining chi furnace is truly deserving of its ability to trace back to the origin, its essence blood output rate is extremely high. Sunan was delighted. But the most important thing was the ancient demon essence blood. He immediately looked at the 8 drops of essence blood, his eyes filled with anticipation. However, he was disappointed again soon after. Among the 8 drops of essence blood, 7 had the same color, all blood red, while only 1 drop of essence blood contained traces of purple. In an instant, he understood that among these 8 drops of essence blood, only 1 drop had reached the level of ancient demon essence blood, while the remaining 7 were just ordinary essence blood. Only 1 drop of ancient demon essence blood, why is this? Could it be that the bloodline regression is not thorough enough? Sunan frowned, as he initially thought that all the refined essence blood would be ancient demon essence blood, but it seemed that he had thought too much of it. Well, it's good to have even 1 drop. If he could extract 1 drop of ancient demon essence blood from a single demonic beast, then he would only need to hunt 12 demon kings to gather enough ancient demon essence blood for his 3 rolls, which wasn't too many. Putting away the essence blood, he checked the world chat once again. More than 10 minutes after sending the message, he finally received a reply from Blazing Fire Boy. The 2 of them added each other as friends, and after a brief conversation, they quickly confirmed the trading location. Yangzhou County, it's not too far. Blazing Fire Boy's in-game name was Li Zheng, a spirit-level early-stage player from the 3rd public beta test, currently in a small town in Yangzhou County. As one of the 2 counties that were first breached during the last human crisis, Yangzhou County was very close to the 10,000 Demon Ridge and was one of the 3 counties bordering the ridge. No choice but to let the avatar run. The power of the River of Time was almost consumed, and his main body was about to break through soon, so this kind of errand work could only be entrusted to his avatar Wang Nan once again. However, I should still use foresight before that, just in case the vermilion bird stone egg is also of no use to me, I won't be making a wasted trip. He hadn't used any foresight opportunities today, and now was the time to use them. Death's foresight activated. 45 foresight opportunities were consumed in an instant. 45 foresights, about more than 2 days of time. I wonder how I'll die this time. Perhaps it will be because of my cheap big brother. Seeing the consumed opportunities, Sunan immediately thought of various possibilities. You learn that an outsider in Yangzhou County has obtained a vermilion bird stone egg, and you plan to send your avatar to exchange it for the Moon Soul Pure Gold. 6 hours later, your avatar leaves 10,000 Demon Ridge and arrives in Yangzhou County, finding the outsider and obtaining the Vermilion Bird Stone Egg from him. Through the avatar's teleportation, the Vermilion Bird Stone Egg reaches your main body's hands, and you attempt to use the power of the Life and Death Mirror to reassemble the Vermilion Bird's fate pattern. Unfortunately, you are disappointed, as the Vermilion Bird's fate pattern is unique, and the Life and Death Mirror in your hand is broken, its power insufficient to resurrect the Vermilion Bird's fate pattern. In desperation, you attempt to burn the stone egg with the Li Fire Essence, hoping that the Li Fire Essence can cause some change to the Vermilion Bird Stone Egg. Vermilion Bird is born from the Li Fire, and the Li Fire Essence has a nurturing effect on the Vermilion Bird's egg, aiding in the hatching process. However, the Vermilion Bird egg in your hand has completely lost its vitality, and the Li Fire Essence has no effect on it. Li Fire Essence is also useless. Sunan was disappointed. The reason he wanted to exchange for the Vermilion Bird Stone Egg was that he had the Life and Death Mirror in his hands and also the Li Fire Essence. Now that neither of these items had any effect, if he continued to exchange with Li Zheng, it would undoubtedly be a huge loss. The foresight said that the Life and Death Mirror in my hand is broken and not enough to revive the Vermilion Bird's fate pattern. If I find other Life and Death Mirror fragments and repair the Life and Death Mirror, will I be able to revive it? Sunan pondered for a moment, thinking whether he should first exchange for the Vermilion Bird Stone Egg, wait until he gathers all the Life and Death Mirror fragments to revive the Vermilion Bird. After all, the other party wanted Moon Soul Pure Gold, which he couldn't use anyway. However, as soon as this thought emerged, he shook his head again. Life and Death Mirror fragments were not easy to collect. It was already his great fortune to be able to get 2 pieces now. To gather them all, he might have a lifetime of difficulty ahead. The thought flashed through his mind, and Sunan decided to give up the Vermilion Bird Stone Egg. Foreknowledge continues, and as he watches the next part of the foreknowledge, his eyes light up again. You didn't give up, and tried other ways to study the Vermilion Bird Stone Egg. Eventually, you took out the Xianhuang refining chi furnace and planned to put the Vermilion Bird Stone Egg into it for refining. What you didn't expect was that as the Xianhuang refining chi furnace refined the egg, your strength was quickly consumed. It made you realize that there was still some kind of residual power within the Vermilion Bird Stone Egg, and that through the Xianhuang refining chi furnace, you might be able to obtain something unexpected. 4 hours later, after consuming a vast amount of your power, the Xianhuang refining chi furnace finally stopped devouring your strength, and the refining of the Vermilion Bird Stone Egg was completed. When the Xianhuang refining chi furnace opened, the Li Fire Essence in your body was extremely excited, wanting to burst out. In the furnace, you saw that the Vermilion Bird Stone Egg had turned to a pile of stone powder, and nothing else was present. Feeling puzzled, you decided to release your Li Fire Essence. As soon as it entered the Xianhuang refining chi furnace, a palm-sized, crimson, bird-like phantom emerged and merged with the Li Fire Essence. Your Li Fire Essence changed, becoming tangible from intangible, transforming into a fiery bird. Congratulations, your Li Fire Essence has fused with the Vermilion Sparrow Essence, creating a brand new life. The intelligence of your Li Fire Essence has greatly increased, and you have gained some of the Vermilion Sparrow's abilities. Vermilion Sparrow Essence. This Xianhuang refining chi furnace really gave me a pleasant surprise. It can even refine such things. It's seizing all the extractable power. Sunan smiled at the corner of his mouth, just about to give up when it gave him this surprise. It must be said that the Xianhuang refining chi furnace was exceptionally powerful. As his great son Golden Body scripture cultivation progressed, the Li Fire Essence had been continuously improving along with him, having the strength to burn king-level demons. However, now that his strength had increased rapidly, the power of the Li Fire Essence could no longer keep up with him and could only serve as a temporary fix for his cultivation of the Great Sun Golden Body scripture. At present, the Li Fire Essence and the Vermilion Bird's remnant soul are fused, gaining some of the abilities of the Vermilion Bird, and it might be possible for the Li Fire Essence to become his trump card again. 6 hours later, the power of the river of time in your body has finally been exhausted, and your bloodline has basically fused with you. You decide to try to break through to king level. You adjusted your state to its best, using the Black Scale bloodline as the main force, with the Star Devouring, Violet Pupil, and Ghoulish Insect bloodlines as auxiliary, and started to integrate Lang 13's bloodlines into your body to break through to the king level. The black scale bloodline is strong, and the other 3 bloodlines couldn't resist it, they were all assimilated by the black scale bloodline. As the 3 bloodlines merged, your black scale bloodline changed and advanced from a Xian level bloodline to a king level bloodline. Congratulations, you have successfully entered king level with the fusion of the 4 bloodlines, and your bloodline power skyrockets, reaching a point where it can influence the surrounding power of heaven and earth. As expected, he had successfully entered king level. Having broken through to king level in the previous foresight, Sunan wasn't too surprised this time. 7 hours later, you follow the Sky Wolf clan to the Heavenly Demon Hall. 10 hours later, you leave the Sky Wolf clan team when passing by the White-Winged Tiger clan, claiming to search for Hu Xiaotian and head towards the White-Winged Tiger clan. Upon arriving at the White-Winged Tiger clan and learning of your identity, they prevent your entry, citing that the ancestral land is a forbidden area and only certain clan elders of the White-Winged Tiger clan are allowed to enter. You don't give up, and 12 hours later, you find an opportunity. Using the pseudo-breath stone and 1,000 changes and 10,000 transmutations, you disguise yourself as a member of the White-Winged clan and infiltrate the White-Winged Tiger clan. After some inquiries, you learn that the White-Winged Tiger clan's ancestral land had sealed a powerful ancient demon god in ancient times. Along with the appearance of the spatial channel last time, the heavenly and earthly vitality surged, affecting the formation suppressing the demon god. The demon god is awakening and may break free at any time. Once it does, the first one to be affected will be the White-Winged Tiger clan. In order to deal with that demon god, the White-Winged Tiger clan decided to enter their ancestral land. To increase the chances of success, the White-Winged Tiger clan invited 2 other demonic emperors to join them, and Hu Xiaotian was one of them. A demon god? So that's how it is. Sunan suddenly understood what was going on. Unexpectedly, the demonic emperors who entered the White-Winged Tiger clan's ancestral land had encountered an accident. Although it was still unclear what had happened, one thing was certain, something beyond the control of the White-Winged Tiger clan had occurred. The ancestral land of the White-Winged Tiger clan is a small space located in the back mountain of the clan. The entrance requires a special key to open, which is only held by a few emperor-level clan elders. If you want to enter, you can only wait for the entrance to open. Fortunately, you learn that in a few hours, one of the White-Winged Tiger clan's elders will lead several king-level clan members into the ancestral land. A day later, you learn the names of those entering the ancestral land of the White-Winged Tiger clan. You secretly take action and successfully replace the 6th elder of the White-Winged Tiger clan. A day and a half later, you follow a White-Winged Tiger clan's emperor-level elder and successfully enter the ancestral land. As soon as you enter, you find that the entire ancestral land is enveloped by dense demonic qi. Strangely, within this demonic qi, there is a path without any demonic qi. The path extends into the depths of the ancestral land, seemingly left specifically for you, and is quite eerie. You all realize that this route might be a trap, and once you enter, you will not be able to turn back. None of you are willing to quit. After discussing, you resolutely follow the road deep into the ancestral land. As you go deeper, the worst-case scenario occurs. You find that the road you came from is gradually disappearing, covered by demonic qi. You know that this road might have been deliberately left for you by the demon beast, but there's nothing you can do, so you have to keep going deeper. Eventually arriving at the depths of the ancestral land, you see that Hu Xiaotian and several other demonic emperors are here. Fortunately, none of the demonic emperors had an accident. It's only then that you learn, after the demonic emperors entered the ancestral land, they immediately discovered that the formation suppressing the demon god had been damaged. Before they could figure out a solution, they found that demonic qi had risen throughout the space. Worse still, the demon god seemed to control the power of the space, trapping them here. They could not even leave this White-Winged Tiger clan's ancestral land by traversing through the demonic qi. However, the demon god didn't attack them, only trapping them here. The demonic emperors speculated that the purpose was to force them to open the formation that sealed the demon god. Only by opening the formation could they leave. You all understand the danger of opening the formation, but you find that the demonic qi is constantly closing in on you. If you don't open it, you will eventually be eroded by the demonic qi. After discussing, the demonic emperors decide to open the formation. After some research, a minute later, the demonic emperors make a concerted effort and finally open the formation suppressing the demon god. As the formation opens, terrifying demonic qi surges out, and a huge demonic figure appears in your line of sight. You are horrified to discover that even after tens of thousands of years, the demon god still retains its peak emperor realm. You all join forces against the demon god, but unfortunately, its strength is too great, and you are not its match. 2 minutes later, several demonic emperors are severely wounded. You want to escape, but find that as soon as you flee a kilometer away, you return to the same place. You realize this is the power of the space controlled by the demon god. 3 minutes later, having exhausted all your methods, you still cannot escape, and you die. An emperor-level peak demonic beast. How am I supposed to save them? Even with my life on the line, I wouldn't be able to. Sunan was shocked. The formation that seals the demon beasts from the human clan can isolate the connection between the demon beasts and the demon abyss, meaning that inside the formation, the beasts cannot draw the demonic chi from the demon abyss. As a result, with the passage of time and the gradual consumption of demonic chi with no means of replenishment, their power would gradually decrease. It would be considered good if they could still maintain their king-level realm after tens of thousands of years. Last time, the emperor-level demonic beast that had wanted to seize Hu Xiaoshan's body and was eventually killed by him was only able to return to its emperor level with the help of the demonic source pearl and a month of recovery time. Now, this demon beast has just broken free and is already at the emperor level peak. One can imagine how high its realm must have been in the past. Chapter 362 Vermilion Bird Burning the Sky. Demon God? Could it have been a god-level demon beast? Upon revisiting his foreknowledge, Sunan suddenly considered a possibility and was taken aback. Although the term demon god is a self-designation used by the demon race, in the context of foreknowledge, it would not refer to the demon race's self-appellation. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now it seemed that the suppressed demon beast was indeed at god level. This is challenging. With my current strength, I can barely compete with a demon beast at the early stage of the emperor level. Even if all three of my roles make a breakthrough to the king level, it would be impossible for me to contend with a demon beast at the peak emperor level. The only way to break this situation is to prevent the demonic emperors from opening the formation and releasing the demon beast. Looking at the foreknowledge's information, Sunan frowned in thought. Even if the demon beast hasn't escaped, it can still permeate its power out of the formation. Under the power of the demon beast, his across the heavens shift could work, but if he couldn't escape the range of the demon beast's power all at once, he would eventually be pulled back to the original place. From the information of the foreknowledge, the beast's power enveloped the entire White Tiger tribe's ancestral land, and his across the heavens shift couldn't teleport to such a distance. Besides using across the heavens shift, it seems that he truly doesn't have any other means to get out of the range of that demon beast's power. Seems like the only way is to use the directional transfer card. It's normal, if escaping was that easy, those demon emperors would have got out a long time ago and wouldn't have waited until now. Sunan quickly went through all the methods he possessed, eventually realizing a helpless fact. Facing the spatial powers commanded by a demon beast at the peak emperor level, he really didn't have any effective solution. There is no urgency for Hu Xiaoshan's matters, let's first get the vermilion bird stone egg. After summoning his avatar from the mountain and water gourd and giving it some instructions, the avatar departed silently. Yangzhou County. In a little town named Qianbei Town, Li Zheng was overjoyed. The item in his hands had actually caught the attention of God Zhang Yang, something he'd never have dared to dream of before. He knew perfectly well that even though what he'd possessed had a grand origin, it was no different from an ordinary stone now. Trading a stone for divine metal was simply an unimaginable deal. Although the moon soul pure gold might not be the best fit, it is at least pure gold, that suffices the requirements of my task, Li Zheng thought with excitement. That's right, the reason he wanted to exchange for divine metal, instead of ancient scriptures, was because of a task. No one knew that more than 10 days ago, he received a mainline task that was 4-star from the very first phase. 4-star and a mainline task at that, it was the first time he'd encountered a task of this type. Initially, he didn't hold any hope, finding it hard to believe he could complete the task. However, after attempting, he was pleasantly surprised to find out that he had a way to complete the seemingly difficult first phase of the mission. After much effort to complete the first phase of the mission, he got the vermilion bird stone egg. When he first saw the vermilion bird stone egg, he thought he was on the rise, but he quickly discovered with disappointment that he was thinking too much. This reward, which seemed to have a huge background, was actually just a broken stone. Having no alternatives, he placed all his hopes on the second phase of the mission, hopeful that it could reward him with a good item that would make him skyrocket. And yes, to complete the second phase mission, one of the conditions was that he needed a piece of divine metal. He didn't know what divine metal was till he looked up references. He was on the verge of despair seeing the results. This wasn't something he could possibly obtain. He had been ready to give up on this mission when an unhoped-for chance appeared again. Zhang Yang had actually brought out a piece of divine metal. Not even thinking, he immediately put the only valuable item he had on hand, the vermilion bird stone egg, up on the forum. But a day had passed and Zhang Yang had not contacted him. In his opinion, Zhang Yang simply couldn't value what he had put out. Disappointed, he had been ready to give up again. Unexpectedly, it felt like fortune had favored him once again when Zhang Yang contacted him today on World Chat, agreeing to trade with him and appointing the meeting place as this location. From despair to hope, and then from hope to disappointment, and finally from disappointment to hope realized, the roller coaster of emotions made him feel like he was dreaming. Although this vermilion bird stone egg is the egg of the 12 auspicious beasts vermilion bird, it has completely petrified, with no vitality left. What does God Zhang Yang need this for? Could it be that he has a way to resurrect the vermilion bird from this stone egg? After waiting for 4 hours, Li Zheng's excitement gradually subsided. Looking at the vermilion bird stone egg again, he was puzzled. He couldn't help but wonder whether there was still a possibility of resurrection for this lifeless vermilion bird stone egg, or if it had other uses unknown to him. If the vermilion bird in this stone egg really has a chance of reviving, wouldn't I lose out as I'm only trading it for a piece of divine metal? Li Zheng's thoughts went round and round. For a moment, he had second thoughts. He was hesitant about agreeing to trade with Zhang Yang. Forget it, even if Zhang Yang really has a way to revive the vermilion bird from this stone egg, it has nothing to do with me. The methods Zhang Yang has mastered are beyond comparison for me. If it remains with me now, it's very likely to rot in my hands forever. It's better to get the divine metal first and complete the second phase of the mission. At least when the second phase of the mission is completed, there will be tens of demon power points, and if I'm lucky, I might even get a treasure. After much struggle, Li Zheng finally decided to exchange the divine gold with Zhang Yang. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. Avatar Wang Nan arrived, but appeared as Zhang Yang. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, Li Zheng immediately ran over, "God Zhang Yang, it's me, I'm Blazing Fire Boy. Where's the item?" Sunan said, cutting straight to the chase. "Here it is." Li Zheng took out the vermilion bird stone egg. The stone egg was shaped like an oval, similar to the petrified dragon turtle egg they had encountered before. It was about the size of a goose egg, ordinary and unremarkable, like a slightly larger pebble. If it was thrown into a creek, no one would ever think that this stone had anything to do with the legendary auspicious beast vermilion bird. Sunan nodded, took out the moon soul pure gold, and since he had foreknowledge, he wasn't afraid that Li Zheng would run away. The transaction went smoothly, and there were no accidents. After putting away the vermilion bird stone egg, Sunan was about to leave when Li Zheng thought for a moment and immediately asked, "Can God Zhang Yang help me complete a task?" Sunan frowned and didn't answer. Li Zheng continued, "God Zhang Yang, I triggered a 4-star main quest, and this vermilion bird stone egg is what I got for completing it." If it were someone else, he wouldn't have mentioned the task, but Zhang Yang was a top 3 great god, so he wasn't afraid that Zhang Yang would take his things. After all, for these top-ranking great gods, reputation was more important. Really? Sunan was somewhat surprised. He had originally thought that the vermilion bird stone egg was just something Li Zheng had found by chance, not something he had gotten through a task. The reason was simple, Li Zheng was only at the spirit level early stage and didn't seem like a great god level player. To obtain something like the vermilion bird stone egg, one would need to complete a 4-star mission, which was impossible for ordinary players. I underestimated these ordinary players. With their vast numbers, there are always a few exceptions. Sunan muttered to himself. However, he was not interested in Li Zheng's task, at least not right now. His main body was participating in the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony, while his avatar needed to nurture the Jianmu in the mountain and water gourd. He didn't have time to do other quests. Otherwise, he would have completed the Cave Immortal's inheritance quest long ago. "Sorry, I don't have time right now." Sunan shook his head and left. "This is the vermilion bird stone egg." At the 10,000 Demon Ridge, Sunan played with the stone egg, a hint of regret in his eyes. The stone egg had completely lost its vitality. Otherwise, its value would have been at least several times greater. I wonder if there are similar stone eggs left behind by the other 10 auspicious beasts. Auspicious beasts could increase chi luck. Previously, when he hatched the dragon turtle in reality, he received the Xiangrui blessing from heaven and earth. Moreover, the potential of auspicious beasts was limitless. If nurtured well, they would undoubtedly become a great helper in the future. Sunan took out the Xianhuang refining chi furnace and threw the vermilion bird stone egg into it. He began to activate the furnace. 2 hours later, the Xianhuang refining chi furnace no longer consumed his strength, and the Xianhuang chi inside gradually faded away. I wonder how much of an improvement this will bring to my Li fire essence. Sunan's eyes were filled with anticipation. The previous foreknowledge only mentioned the approximate benefits of the furnace fire essence, without specifying how much the Li fire essence would increase. Now is the time to witness the miracle. When he opened the furnace, as expected, there was nothing inside but a pile of stone powder, and his Li fire essence was excited. He released the Li fire essence, which quickly entered the furnace without him having to control it. In the furnace, the vermilion sparrow essence emerged and merged with the Li fire essence. The two seemed to be naturally integrated. The moment they made contact, a scorching flame erupted. Half of the flame was red, and the other half was golden. The two obviously different types of flames merged quickly, like milk and water. Sunan could tell at a glance that the red flame was the Southern Ming detachment fire, while the golden flame was the sun's fire. The two flames were unrelated, but they merged together because of the Li fire essence. The hot breath seemed to ignite the air, and the golden light mingled with the red light was dazzling. Fortunately, everything happened within the Xianhuang refining chi furnace, otherwise, such changes would surely attract other demons. As everything calmed down, a small bird the size of a sparrow flew out of the Xianhuang refining chi furnace. It chirped twice and landed on Sunan's shoulder, rubbing its small head against Sunan's neck in a very affectionate manner. Feeling the breath of the little bird, Sunan was both surprised and delighted. The bird formed from Li fire essence mostly had golden feathers, with red ones covering its neck and entire head. Its eyes were bright and full of life. At a glance, the bird formed by the Li fire essence appeared adorable but not too extraordinary. Upon closer inspection, however, the bird's feathers were like flowing flames, slowly burning. The scorching temperature seemed to pierce the void, and Sunan could feel a terrifying power within the bird's body. If that power were to burst forth, even a Peking level powerhouse might not be able to withstand it. If the bird landed on any demon at this moment, the demon's body would probably be ignited instantly. However, Sunan was unaffected by such intense heat. Sunan understood that this was because he had already refined the Li fire essence. Even though the Li fire essence had now taken on a physical form, he could still control it. Sensing the changes of the Li fire essence carefully, a piece of information suddenly emerged in his mind. Vermilion bird incinerates heaven. This was a talent-like ability. Once unleashed, it could ignite the power of heaven and earth within a certain range. Igniting the power of heaven and earth? This ability is quite terrifying. Sunan was shocked. He imagined what it would be like during a battle when the surrounding power of heaven and earth, which could be controlled, suddenly ignited and turned into a sea of fire. Moreover, it was not ordinary fire, but the Li fire that could incinerate everything. Even an emperor-level leader might not be able to withstand such fire power, let alone a king level one. Not bad. Not bad. Sunan was very satisfied. Now, even without his own power, the Li fire essence was comparable to a Peking level great monster. With Vermilion bird incinerates heaven, he might even have a chance to put up a fight against an emperor level opponent. I wonder if I can still store it in my body now that it has a physical form. Thinking about this, he subconsciously tried. With a subtle thought, the flames on the Li fire essence's body suddenly soared, and it reverted from solid to ethereal, turning into a fire bird made of flames. Under his control, the Li fire essence seamlessly re-entered his body without any resistance. Obviously, even with a physical form, he could still store the Li fire essence inside his body. However, with its greatly increased spiritual intelligence, the Li fire essence clearly disliked being inside him. It eagerly tried to break free from his body, wanting to come out. With no other choice, Sunan had to let it out again. Looking at the Li fire essence squatting on his shoulder, preening its feathers from time to time, Sunan felt a bit of a headache. His current identity was of the demon clan, Lang 13. Having a little bird formed from the Li fire essence by his side was not ideal. Moreover, the Li fire essence was now somehow connected to the vermilion bird. If any demonic emperor noticed, it wouldn't be good for him. If you don't want to stay in my body, then go into the mountain and water gourd. After weighing his options, Sunan took out the mountain and water gourd and put the Li fire essence inside it. As soon as the Li fire essence entered the mountain and water gourd, it felt a bit uncomfortable. But soon, it adjusted itself and happily turned into a red light, flying around the gourd like a playful child. Once he made sure that the Li fire essence wouldn't make a fuss inside the mountain and water gourd, Sunan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to put away the Xianhuang refining chi furnace. Suddenly, he thought of something and stopped what he was doing. He flipped his hand, and another item appeared in it. It was also a stone, but this one was a purple-colored stone. Oval purple stone, an unknown type of purple stone resembling the egg of a certain animal in shape, but nothing special seems to set it apart. An unknown purple stone, which he had exchanged for 1,500 demon-slaying points from the Governor Mansion's treasure vault back in Tianyun County. Chapter 363, Chi Luck Skyrockets. Compared to the vermilion bird stone egg, this purple stone looked much more conspicuous by appearance, as it was purple in color. However, at least the origin of the vermilion bird stone egg was clearly described in the game's introduction. But at present, this purple stone was only mentioned as an unknown stone in the game's introduction. If it wasn't for his chi luck affecting this stone, he wouldn't have exchanged it in the first place. He had previously tried to study the purple stone using different methods in his foreknowledge, but the results were unsatisfactory. Even when he placed it in his personal space, the demon power he could receive after exchanging it into reality was just a mere 1 point, which showed that it was indeed an ordinary stone. Either this stone is really an ordinary stone without any use, or it's a treasure with such a massive background that even the game can't confirm its origin. Again, he looked to foresee. He planned to put the stone into the Xianhuang refining chi furnace to melt it in his foreknowledge. If it was truly a treasure, maybe it could be refined into something. The foreknowledge began. This time, like the last one, 45 foreknowledge opportunities were consumed. Failed to resolve Hu Xiaotian. In an instant, Sunan understood that he would still die in the White-Winged Tiger clan's ancestral land this time. You've obtained a strange stone, which looks ordinary, but you know it's extraordinary. You plan to use the Xianhuang refining chi furnace to refine it. As the stone is placed into the furnace and you activate it, you find that your strength is being drained at a terrifying speed. 2 hours later, your strength has been depleted, yet the refining process is far from over. You have to stop refining and open the furnace, only to find that the stone is unchanged. You realize that your strength is too weak to sustain the power consumption of refining the stone, so you can only retrieve the stone, adjust your condition, and prepare for the king-level breakthrough. As expected. This stone is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Sunan was both shocked and delighted. His current strength was not enough to melt the stone, which undoubtedly indicated that the stone was more important and required more energy for melting than the previously mentioned vermilion bird stone egg. It seems I can only try again after my 3 rolls have broken through the king level. Maybe I can also ask the Great Princess and the others to join. Although the Xianhuang refining chi furnace belonged to him, it didn't limit its usage to only him. It also didn't restrict each activation to only one person. He could completely let others join him in activating the Xianhuang refining chi furnace at the same time. The foreknowledge continued. The following foreknowledge was no different from the previous one. After successfully breaking through the king level, he followed the Sky Wolf clan to the Heavenly Demon Hall. However, this time after arriving at the White-Winged Tiger clan, instead of disguising himself as the 6th clan elder of the White-Winged Tiger clan and sneaking into their ancestral land, he directly told the situation to the others. You tell the White-Winged Tiger clan that their ancestral land is now enveloped in demonic chi, and all the few demonic emperors who entered have been trapped inside. The clan elder of the White-Winged Tiger clan asked you how you knew this, and you lied that there was a special communication method between you and Hu Xiaotian, and that everything you said was told by Hu Xiaotian. At the same time, you tell the clan elder of the White-Winged Tiger clan that you have a way to rescue them, and that you need to enter the ancestral land of the White-Winged Tiger clan. Upon learning about your ability, the clan elder of the White-Winged Tiger clan decides to open the ancestral land, send someone to check first, and only agree to let you enter if you are telling the truth. A day and a half later, the White-Winged Tiger clan opens the entrance to their ancestral land, and quickly confirms the truth of what you said, allowing you to enter their ancestral land. Arriving at the depths of the ancestral land, you see Hu Xiaotian and a few other demonic emperors present, who haven't encountered any accidents. To Hu Xiaoshan's surprise, he sees you. You inform Hu Xiaotian that the demon beast suppressed under the formation still has the strength of a peak emperor. The moment the formation is opened, they will all die. The demonic emperors wonder how you know this, but you don't explain. Instead, you take out the cosmic ring and tell the demonic emperors that you have a way to get them out. Left with no other choice and with the support of Hu Xiaotian, the demonic emperors reluctantly believe you and enter the cosmic ring. You then attempt to leave the White-Winged Tiger clan's ancestral land. Unfortunately, after an hour of effort, you fail to escape from the White-Winged Tiger clan's ancestral land. The demonic emperors in the cosmic ring completely lose their confidence in you, forcing you to release them all. A minute later, after some discussion, the demonic emperors still decide to open the formation, and as it opens, Sunan didn't need to read any further to know the result. Just as he had thought earlier, this rescue attempt would ultimately end in failure. This was normal, though. Based on his analysis of his previous 3 breakthroughs, unless he used the directional transfer card, there wouldn't be any other means to escape. However, foreseeing the future didn't allow him to use game props like the directional transfer card. According to my experiences from 3 previous advancements, once my realm breaks through, my foreseeing the future ability will advance. I wonder what new abilities will emerge from this advancement? Will I be able to use game props in my foreknowledge? Sunan's eyes were filled with anticipation. Unknowingly, nearly 2 days had passed since he took the River of Time. In his body, the power of the River of Time was almost exhausted, and the rapid passage of 20 years seemed to have brought him no change on the surface. Only he knew that under the power of time, his bloodline had almost completely merged with him. Now, he could call upon more bloodline power than before. Almost there, just need to recover the consumed strength, and then I can attempt to break through. Melting the vermilion bird stone egg consumed a lot of his strength, and naturally, he had to adjust to his best condition before attempting the breakthrough. 2 hours later, his consumed strength was completely restored, and he took a deep breath, preparing to start the breakthrough. He glanced at his demon power. Previously, he had hunted a king-level great demon, and his demon power reached 420 points. Now, it had grown again to 480 points, an increase of 60 points. This was because on the way back, his avatar had killed 2 Xian-level demons, completing Wang Nan and Zhang Yang's daily tasks of hunting Xian-level demons. Congratulations, your role as Lang 13 has achieved great perfection in the 4 bloodlines, fulfilling the conditions for a realm upgrade. Do you wish to consume 320 demon power to upgrade your realm to king level? Yes. Please choose one of the following bloodlines as the main, and the other 3 as auxiliary. The 4 bloodlines of Lang 13 appeared before his eyes. As this wasn't his first breakthrough, Sunan already knew the process well. Without any hesitation, he naturally chose the Black Kirin Demon bloodline as the main one. You have chosen the Black Kirin Demon bloodline as the main bloodline, with Star Devouring, Violet Pupil, and Shadow Insect bloodlines as auxiliary. Do you confirm your choice? Warning: the process of realm upgrade carries a significant risk of bloodline conflict and loss of control. Please choose carefully. Confirm. With his foresight talent backing him, Sunan didn't have to worry at all. Ever since he acquired the talent to foresee the future, nothing had ever happened beyond his predictions. Realm upgrade begins. Please wait patiently. As a whole 320 points of demon power was consumed, his panel's available demon power instantly dropped to 160 points. Meanwhile, the 4 previously calm bloodlines within him started to become agitated. The Black Kirin Demon bloodline was the first to erupt, preparing to devour the other 3 bloodlines. Sensing the Black Kirin Demon's power, the other 3 could only band together to resist. Star Devouring Demon, Purple-Eyed Demon, and Shadow Insect, these 3 bloodlines were each more formidable than the last, with the Shadow Insect bloodline even ranked among the top 100 in the ancient demon clan. Once these 3 bloodlines joined forces, even the bloodline of a top 50 ancient demon might not necessarily be their match. Unfortunately, their opponent today was ranked 3rd, the Black Kirin demon bloodline. In front of the Black Kirin demon bloodline, they were destined to lose. Everything was developing as predicted, and no accidents occurred. Sunan was not in a hurry and waited patiently. Finally, as the last bloodline was integrated and devoured, the power of the Black Kirin demon bloodline skyrocketed. Success! A gleam flashed through Sunan's eyes, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, making the power of heaven and earth within a 2,000-meter radius tremble. Congratulations, you have become the first player to break through to the king level, and you have been awarded 800 points of heaven and earth luck. Congratulations, you have broken through to the king level, and your demon race luck has increased by 1000 points. Congratulations, your realm has been upgraded to the king level, your talent to foresee the future has been enhanced, and the daily uses have been increased by 3. Congratulations, your talent to foresee the future has reached 105 uses, meeting the advancement conditions. Your foreseeing the future talent has advanced, please explore its specific effects on your own. 800 points of heaven and earth luck. 1000 points of human clan luck. Sunan's eyes showed delight. As for racial luck, there was no need to say more. It could be used to perform the art of fate, and there were many ways to obtain it. For example, contributing greatly to the race, or breaking through the realm like the situation at hand, it had a wide range of uses and could even bring unexpected benefits at certain moments. Heaven and earth luck, on the other hand, could help obtain chances and actively trigger adventure events. Currently, the methods of obtaining it included plundering players, breakthrough rewards, and nurturing auspicious beasts. Last time when his 3 roles broke through, he was rewarded with a total of 450 points of luck. He had not used the remaining 750 points since using 100 points in the Divine Ruins. Now, with the additional breakthrough rewards of 800 points, his available heaven and earth luck reached a whopping 1,550 points. With over 1,000 points of heaven and earth luck, I can now actively trigger an epic adventure event. I wonder what kind of surprise an epic level adventure event will bring me. Adventure events are divided into 5 tiers, starting from 50 points for ordinary events to 5,000 points for legendary events. Up until now, he has only triggered the 50-point and 100-point tiers and hasn't even triggered the 3rd tier 500-point adventure event. Now, at once, his heaven and earth luck have reached 1,500 points, an unprecedented height that he had never dared to imagine before. Zhang Yang and Wang Nan haven't broken through yet. When these 2 characters break through, my luck will definitely surpass 2,000 points, and I'll be able to trigger 2 epic-level adventure events. An epic adventure is only second to a legendary adventure, consuming 10 times more luck than the rare level. Sunan couldn't imagine what benefits the 10-fold luck difference would bring him. Given my current strength, there's no need to actively trigger an adventure. Maybe I can save up 5,000 points and try to trigger a legendary adventure event. A bold idea emerged in Sunan's mind. He could hardly imagine how much benefit a legendary adventure event would bring him, given that a mere 100-point luck-triggered adventure already granted him significant rewards. Besides the increase in luck, what he was looking forward to the most was undoubtedly the change in foreseeing the future. The previous 2 advancements in foreseeing the future added the abilities of continuous foresight and death's foresight. He didn't know what new abilities would be added this time. Looking at his foresight, even after breaking through to the king level, the number of times he could foresee still remained at 3. Fortunately, with over 100 times foresight, that was enough. 2 consecutive foresights used up a total of 90 foresight opportunities, and now I only have 15 foresight times left. I'm not sure if I'll be able to test any changes in foreseeing the future. Testing the changes in foreseeing the future requires his own attempts, and directly foreseeing is undoubtedly the best way to test. If he used Death's foresight with 15 foresight times, he could only take more aggressive approaches, such as challenging an emperor-level powerhouse, committing suicide, or directly killing himself. Sunan naturally chose the former. Fortunately, he had a demon beast comparable to an emperor-level powerhouse in his universe in the sleeve. Moreover, he could also challenge the Skywolf clan's demonic emperor. Maybe I can try using game props in the foresight. The foresight began, and this time it only consumed 3 foresight chances. In the foresight, as he imagined, he first tried to kill the demon beast that had been captured in his universe in the sleeve. After breaking through to the king level, his strength had increased tremendously. The previously unbeatable demon beast was easily killed by him. Afterward, he challenged the Sky Wolf clan's demonic emperor as a human. The result disappointed him. He was once again killed by the Sky Wolf clan's demonic emperor. However, he was satisfied that in the foresight, he had managed to burn the Sky Wolf demonic emperor's domain using the Lee fire essence, and Vermilion Bird incinerates heaven. Eventually, the Sky Wolf demonic emperor was forced to use his racial talent to kill Sunan. After the foresight ended, Sunan carefully observed the changes compared to before, but the result disappointed him. Compared to before, there was no change. Game props still couldn't be used. No change. Sunan frowned and reluctantly decided to foresee again. This time, he used a regular foresight of the future. The foresight ended quickly, but disappointment struck again. After 3 consecutive foresights, there was still no change compared to before. Strange, what exactly has changed? Sunan was puzzled. Not giving up, he spent a few more foresight chances to research for a moment but still found nothing. With no other choice, he could only temporarily give up and wait for the game to refresh. Looking at the time again, a new day had begun. The Sky Wolf clan is about to set off for the Heavenly Demon Hall. I should head back. Sunan got up and returned to the Sky Wolf clan. He was unaware that along with his breakthrough, the world chat had erupted once more. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. An hour later, the Sky Wolf clan's team set off. This time, the team was led by the Demon King of the Sky Wolf clan, as well as the first princess, second princess, and the talented Baiyu of the Sky Wolf clan. Although Sunan had previously obtained the top 3 spots in the Sky Wolf clan, he did not occupy a spot in the team, so Baiyu could still participate in the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony. Time passed quickly, and it was soon noon. Sunan stared at the panel, waiting quietly. Based on the previous growth, spiritual level players should have surpassed 10 million now. I wonder if the 4th public beta test will really open, as rumored. Chapter 364, Son of Luck. Calculating time, it has been more than 2 months since the emergence of the demon game. From the initial internal testing to the first public test, then to the second and third public tests, the time in between each was just around 15 days. And from the third public test to now, it has already been 17 days, making it the longest interval between public tests. Compared to the previous ones, the 4th public test is something many people don't want to see, especially the Hua country players. The reason is simple: once the public test begins, there's a high probability that spatial channels will appear, the game will once again come to reality, and this would undoubtedly be the most significant impact on the players in Hua country. It must be known that, compared to other states' players, Hua country players currently have a significant advantage. Other countries are occupied by demons, their cities have fallen, power systems are interrupted, they are unable to log in through the game warehouse, and can only enter through the game bracelet itself. The disadvantage of entering directly through the bracelet is apparent: dying once is equivalent to dying twice, which no one would want to see. However, players in Hua country don't need to worry about that, they can still enter and exit the game through the game warehouse, which means they have 10 more lives than players in other states. Because of this, the population in Hua country hasn't decreased but increased, with numerous players from all over the world flooding into Hua country. Nowadays, the population of Hua country is even larger than before the appearance of the demon game. Fortunately, Hua country has a vast territory, which can accommodate these people. Of course, the number of players who can enter Hua country is still a minority. The vast majority of people are still in their countries, with weak strengths and no ability to cross the demon-occupied areas to enter Hua country. In addition to these players, there are a large number of ordinary people left behind in their respective countries. A country's fall does not mean that all ordinary people are subjected to demons, on the contrary, a considerable number of ordinary people have survived. For these people, the 4th public test is undoubtedly a life-saving straw. Although after entering the game, there's a high probability that they will be assigned to the demon-controlled regions, and if not careful, they might become the demon's food, but what if they are lucky? What if they are assigned to the human territories? Even if they can't, they will have a way to become stronger and a chance to escape from being killed by demons at any time. Countless people are waiting for the game to refresh. Meanwhile, in reality, in the snow-covered Antarctic, beneath an inconspicuous iceberg, a few middle-aged people showed joy in their eyes. Under the white snow, no one knows that under this iceberg, a huge space had been dug out that could accommodate hundreds of people. Here, various modern facilities are fully equipped, and they can receive all the information happening outside world without being cut off due to geographical reasons. The fourth public test is finally about to begin. I hope this time the spatial channels opened can accommodate Emperor-level powerhouses. It wasn't easy for the revived Lord to be killed, and the holy artifact was lost. If the three saints know, we will be punished for sure. We have no choice. No one expected Wang Nan to be so strong that even the revived Lord was no match for him. Fortunately, we didn't enter that world, or we would have been killed too. Fortunately, most of the tasks this time have been completed more than halfway, not only successfully spreading the Call Heaven scripture, but also enabling tens of millions of players to enter into contracts with the treasure of our clan, thus under our control. In the ice cave, several people in black sighed in exasperation. If Sunan were here, he would recognize these people as being from the Destiny Society. As they came to the cave entrance, they looked at the harsh environment outside and had ugly expressions on their faces. Their previous base was not here, but they moved to this place the moment they learned of Sunan's actions in the game, fearing that just like in the game, Sunan would come knocking on their door directly. Did the news get back to the clan? I wonder how the three saints will respond this time. Relying on our strength, it is already impossible to deal with Wang Nan, unless the clan is willing to send an emperor-level powerhouse, and it can't just be an ordinary emperor-level powerhouse, otherwise it will still be useless. That's right, news from the game says that Lang 13 has broken through the king level, becoming the first person to break through, and it won't take long for Wang Nan to do so as well. By then it will be even more challenging to deal with him. It's been a few hours since Sunan broke through with Lang 13, and the news has already spread all over the world. Even while hiding in the Arctic, the few people from the Destiny Society still received the news in real time. They were puzzled, unable to understand how Lang 13 did it. In their previous analysis, Xian level was the limit for players, and no one could break through. However, seeing Lang 13's breakthrough now caught them off guard, as it meant that someone had mastered the method of breaking through. If this method fell into Wang Nan's hands, allowing him to break through, it would be detrimental for them. Unfortunately, they would never be able to imagine that Lang 13, Zhang Yang, and Wang Nan were the same person. Do we have any news on the whereabouts of the night patrol people? At this moment, someone thought of another matter and couldn't help but ask. No, they split up from the Hua country officials after entering the game, and we don't know where they went. It's strange. Where could they go? Is it possible that the divine race left something behind like our heavenly race did? It's hard to say, I just hope those people won't cause any trouble for us. Time flowed without haste. Finally, under the great anticipation, it is now midnight in the real world. In the game, most players stopped their actions, fixating their eyes on the panel in front of them. At the same time, messages popped up in front of all players in the 12 states. It's the game notice. Detected 10 million spirit-level players, meeting the conditions for the fourth public test. The game will begin its fourth public test in 3 days, with a quota of 1 billion participants. Game bracelets will be randomly issued to eligible players around the world in 2 days. After this public test, the game will initiate the 30-day Luck Child mainline task, with the top 100 in Chi Luck ranking receiving numerous celestial fortune rewards. The fourth public test is really going to start. Sunan's face was calm, like many others, not surprised. Instead, it was the Luck Child mainline task that took him by surprise. 30 days? The task time is a bit long. Sunan was astonished, knowing that previous tests or tasks were only 15 days long, and this time it was extended by twice as much. But what surprised him the most was the rewards for the mainline task. Chi Luck, Racial Luck and Celestial Fortune. This task is great, it's like it was tailor-made for me. Sunan's eyes shone with excitement, as other people gaining racial and celestial luck would result in an increase in luck, making it easier to trigger adventures and reduce disasters. But he was different. He could actively consume Chi Luck to trigger adventures and use the art of fate tribulation. Moreover, the most important thing was that consuming Chi Luck did not affect his total Chi Luck. If I can really get a lot of celestial fortune, maybe my previous idea can be realized. Sunan's heart was unsettled, and he couldn't help but think of his recent idea of accumulating 5,000 chi luck points to trigger a legendary adventure event. Having recently broken through to the king rank and experiencing a surge in chi luck, he came up with the idea to trigger a legendary event. However, even if he really accumulated 2,000 celestial luck points, he would still be 3,000 points short of triggering a legendary adventure event. If he doesn't break through to the emperor rank and get a lot of celestial fortune rewards, he won't be able to accumulate so many chi luck points in a short amount of time. But now, the appearance of this task has given him hope. Moreover, he thought of his ability to rob chi luck. If I wait for other players to gain a lot of chi luck, and then rob them, what will I gain? Sunan unconsciously thought of Zhou Cheng, whom he had robbed twice, and the corner of his mouth could not help but reveal a cold smile. The game announcement was not over yet. Continued reading. However, the content below changed his expression slightly. After this public test, once players in the game have completed their bloodline growth, they can synchronize their bloodline powers to reality. After this public test, players who die in the game will lose 2 revival chances and can only log in again after 2 days. For players entering the game using the game bracelet, their game character's death will be permanent. Due to the large number of participants in this public test, the connection between the real world and the game world will be further strengthened, and temporary spatial channels will randomly appear in both worlds. Dying once will lose 2 revival chances, and you can only log in again after 2 days. The real body entering the game will result in permanent death of the character. Sunan's pupils contracted. As the game continues to have public tests, it will move closer to reality. He had already guessed such a situation and was even mentally prepared for it. But he did not expect that the leap this time would be so great. In the last public test, they only cancelled the daily early morning refresh of player statuses. But this public test directly restricted the player's resurrection. This undoubtedly shook the foundation of all players. As expected, the moment players saw this game notice, all players in the game became unsettled. What is the greatest advantage for players? It's not getting various rewards through tasks or directly enhancing strength through demon power, but being able to resurrect. Being alive is the prerequisite for everything, and all other things should step aside. As long as one can resurrect, they will have infinite possibilities. Now that the ability for players to resurrect has been limited, it is a significant blow to all players. And it's not over yet, the opening of the spatial channel makes people even more desperate. Notice, due to the further connection between the 2 worlds, the spatial channel opened this time is relatively stable, and can accommodate powerful beings up to the early stage of the Emperor level. Looking at the game prompts, players who had just been thinking of going to Hua country now have an ugly expression on their faces. If their physical body enters the game and dies, they will die completely. In such a situation, people are even less willing to risk their lives as a joke. Although players who log in through the game warehouse will only be able to log in again after 2 days if they die, this cost is completely bearable compared to dying completely. Going to Hua country has become the only solution. But now, the fact that the spatial channel can accommodate beings at the Emperor level is undoubtedly telling everyone that this time, Emperor-level great demons will descend on Earth. Can the Buddha on Mount Song withstand it this time? All Hua country players have this thought in their hearts, filled with worry. The world chat is already in chaos, with many people complaining. Why did everyone have to break through to the spirit level? If we didn't break through to the spirit level, we wouldn't be in this situation now. Now it's great, everyone is in trouble. We could have survived in the game even if the real world had fallen, but now we can't even stay in the game. People complain, and some even curse. But they all know that this is something that was bound to happen. The conditions for this public beta test had been spread among the players long ago, and even the Hua country officials tried to delay the public test, but the result still hasn't changed. No one can resist the temptation to become stronger, and no one is willing to watch others improve while they don't. Now all we can hope for is that the mysterious Buddha in Hua country can continue to work miracles. Otherwise, once the real world falls completely, none of us will have a good time. At this moment, Hua country is no longer just a reliance for Hua country players, but also the last secret for all players. Everyone prayed, praying that the Buddha on Mount Song could work miracles again. No one knows that the protagonist of their prayers, Sunan, is also looking serious. The opening of the spatial channel once again was something everyone had anticipated. Originally, Sunan thought that this time the channel could accommodate up to late king rank or peak king rank beings, but now they are surprised that it can even accommodate beings up to the emperor level. From the early stage of the king rank to the present emperor level, a whole realm has been crossed. Even now, having one of his roles break through to the king rank, and with the support of many means, he still dares not say that he can defeat all the early stage king rank opponents. This has been proven in his previous foresight, facing the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor, who had shown his racial talent. He still had no choice but to be killed. Do I have to run this time? He finds it hard to deal with just one demonic emperor, let alone not knowing how many will come. Although he has the universe in the sleeve, he doesn't dare guarantee that it can still trap everything if the number of emperor-level demonic emperors increases. After all, the universe in the sleeve has its limits and needs his power to maintain. 3 days until the public test. I must upgrade the 2 roles of Zhongyang and Wang Nan to the king rank within these 3 days. Sunan feels the pressure again and can't help but look at the daily tasks for today. There's nothing special about the tasks for the Wang Nan and Zhongyang characters, just like before, rescuing demon beasts, hunting king-level demonic beasts, and hunting Xian-level demonic beasts. As for the tasks of Lang 13, due to his breakthrough, the difficulty level of the tasks has changed. Daily Task 1, Rescue Hu Xiaotian. Task Difficulty, 4 star. Task Reward, 75 Demon Power Points. Daily Task 2, Explore Heavenly Demon Hall. Task Difficulty, 4 star. Task Reward, 75 Demon Power Points. Daily Task 3, Hunt 1 Xian Level Outsider. Task Difficulty, 1 star. Task Reward, 30 Demon Power Points. Chapter 365. Forest Breakthrough. His gaze fell on the task of rescuing Hu Xiaotian, which left Sunan somewhat surprised. This task was previously a 4-star one and remains a 4-star task. The mission level has not changed, but the reward has increased by a tier. Faced with such a situation, he could only blame the changes on the presence of the demon beast. Exploring the Heavenly Demon Hall, this task seems to be early. Now he is just on the way to the Heavenly Demon Hall. He does not even know what the Heavenly Demon Hall looks like, yet his task has already begun. However, this task reveals to him a glimpse of how terrifying the Heavenly Demon Hall is. Saint level. There is definitely a saint level presence in the Heavenly Demon Hall. After breaking through the king level, the star level of task difficulty goes down 1 tier. The previous 4-star task matches the Emperor level, but now the Emperor level only corresponds to a 3-star task difficulty. The 4-star naturally corresponds to the Saint level above the Emperor level. Is that the Demon Monarch? Sunan secretly guessed. It seems there is only this possibility. Zhongyang and Wang Nan's tasks of hunting demons and slaying demon beasts can be completed today, but it might be a bit difficult to complete the task to rescue the demon beast. If Lang 13 uses the fixed point transmission card for his 3 tasks, even if he can complete the task to rescue Hu Xiaotian, he definitely won't be able to complete the tasks of exploring the Heavenly Demon Hall and hunting players. Hunting tasks are actually the easiest for Sunan to complete at this time. Compared to hunting, the premise of rescuing the demon beast is that you need to find the trapped demon beast. If you can't find it, there is no point in talking. He failed to complete this task yesterday. I wonder if I'll be able to find the trapped demon beast today. Looking ahead, a towering peak that far surpasses the others can already be faintly discerned. That is not where the Heavenly Demon Hall is located, but it's the White Tiger Peak where the White-Winged Tiger clan resides. Now, under the guidance of the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor, he, the Great Princess, Second Princess Baiyu, and these 3 demons have already left the Sky Wolf clan and are nearing the domain of the White-Winged Tiger clan. Having come this far, Sunan finally felt a connection with the few demons that were with Old Goat. Clearly, these demons have been following Hu Xiaotian as per his instructions. When Hu Xiaotian went to the White-Winged Tiger clan, these demons did not leave either. The ancestral land of the White-Winged Tiger clan has a demon beast. I wonder what it would be like to use this demon beast for the task. Sunan could not help but think of his previous foreknowledge. During the last 2 foreknowledge sessions, the formation in the ancestral land was activated. If he participated in the activation process, would he not be able to conveniently complete the task? As the thought crossed his mind, he subconsciously considered its feasibility. Perhaps after activating the formation, I can use the directional transfer card to take Hu Xiaotian out. As for the consequences that the freeing of the peak Emperor level demon beast will bring, that's not my problem. Since the demon clan has the saint level existence, they should be able to deal with that demon beast. Having thought of this, his eyes lit up. It seemed that this plan was worth a try. The demon beast getting free in the ancestral land of the White Tiger tribe is a headache for the White Tiger tribe and the demon clan. Unfortunately, I can't use game props during foreknowledge sessions. As soon as the demon beast is released, my fate is sealed. I won't be able to see how the resulting changes would affect me. Whether to release the demon beast or not, he's always stuck with the game prop usage. But he can't use game props during a foreknowledge session, which is undoubtedly a deadlock that makes it impossible for him to foresee any subsequent changes. Wait, why do I have to enter the ancestral land of the White-Winged Tiger clan? If I don't enter, won't I be able to foresee the subsequent developments from outside? Sunan's eyes lit up as he thought of a solution. Anyway, it's a foreknowledge session, whether Hu Xiaotian lives or dies in it won't have much effect on him, and there is no need for him to actually save Hu Xiaotian. What he needs to know now is, what impact the freeing of the demon beast will have on the demon clan and on him. The foreknowledge session begins. In an instant, 40 foreknowledge opportunities were consumed. Following the Sky Wolf clan to the Heavenly Demon Hall, you decided to stay behind when passing by the White-Winged Tiger clan under the pretext of looking for Hu Xiaotian. You know that Hu Xiaotian and a few other demon emperors are trapped in the ancestral land of the White-Winged Tiger clan, and a demon god is also trapped there. The demon god still retains the realm of a peak emperor, and once it breaks free, no one can escape. You opted not to enter the ancestral land of the White-Winged Tiger clan, but rather wait outside the clan's territory for the demon god to escape. 3 hells later, there is no movement from the White-Winged Tiger clan, and you continue to wait. 6 hours later, you are shocked to find that a mass of demonic chi erupts from the back of the White-Winged Tiger clan's mountain. You know that the peak emperor level demon beast has broken free. The few demon emperors in the ancestral land of the White-Winged Tiger clan are not opponents of the demon beast. Before long, a terrifying figure breaks the void and appears on the back mountain of the White-Winged Tiger clan, throwing the clan into chaos. All powerful beings respond and want to resist the demon beast. The demon beast is too powerful for the White-Winged Tiger clan to resist, and in just a moment, they suffer heavy losses. Just as you think the White-Winged Tiger clan will be wiped out, a terrifying aura emerges from under White Tiger Mountain. You see, an old figure appears in the air above White Tiger Mountain, confronting the demon beast. The demon beast does not back down and continues to attack the old man. The old man also unleashes peak emperor level power, but in the face of the demon beast of the same level, he is not a match. Within moments, the old man has been defeated by the demon beast. Just when it seems the demon beast is about to strike to kill the old man uses some kind of method. His old body visibly transforms at a rate discernible to the naked eye and turns into a middle-aged man in an instant. The old man became young again, but as the old man changed, you noticed that the breath on his body was constantly growing stronger, while the demon beast's face, who was about to kill the old man, changed drastically, and it wanted to escape at the first opportunity. The old man did not intend to let the demon beast go, and as the old man made his move this time, even if you were tens of miles away, you could still feel the power of heaven and earth around you being mobilized. The terrifying power the old man burst out made you realize that he had already reached the saint level. Saint level? What is this secret technique that can increase one's strength so significantly? Sunan was shocked. He initially just wanted to see what effect the demon beast breaking free would have on him, but he didn't expect it to expose a hidden peak emperor level being. Even more unexpected was that this peak emperor level being possessed a secret technique capable of exerting saint level power. The demon beast was no match for the old man and was eventually killed by him. However, as the old man's rejuvenated body changed once again, it aged even more quickly. Just a breath after the demon beast was killed, the old man's once youthful body had already aged to the extreme, and finally turned into ashes and dissipated. After everything settled down, you went to the White-Winged Tiger clan, only to find out that the existence that had taken action earlier was an ancestor from the clan thousands of years ago. That ancestor had already reached the peak of emperor level thousands of years ago, but there was not enough heavenly and earthly vitality to support the birth of a saint-level expert. Thousands of years ago, the demon monarch predicted that the heavenly and earthly vitality would recover in a few thousand years. In order to wait for the recovery of heavenly and earthly vitality, the ancestors of various clans who were at the peak of emperor level began to extend their lives by various means, with many choosing to use secret techniques to seal themselves. That old man was one of them, and if it weren't for today's demon beast breaking free and the white-winged tiger clan facing an unprecedented crisis of annihilation, the old man would not have appeared. Unfortunately, the demon beast was too powerful, and the ancestor of the white-winged tiger clan had to attempt a breakthrough to the saint level. Although the heavenly and earthly vitality has recovered now, it is still insufficient to support the birth of a saint-level expert. By forcibly making a breakthrough, the ancestor of the white-winged tiger clan succeeded, but the ultimate price he paid was his life. Heavenly and earthly vitality is insufficient, so he cannot break through. So that's why. Sunan suddenly understood that he had thought the old man was using a secret technique, but now he realized that it was not the case. It was not a secret technique, but a real breakthrough. He couldn't help feeling pity for the ancestor of the white-winged tiger clan. After thousands of years of sealing himself just to wait for the heavenly and earthly vitality to recover, he aimed to make a breakthrough from the emperor level. Now that the heavenly and earthly vitality has begun to recover, the ancestor of the white-winged tiger clan has almost set foot in the saint-level realm, just waiting for the heavenly and earthly vitality to fully recover so he could truly enter the saint level. But now, a peak emperor-level demon beast has escaped, forcing the ancestor to make a breakthrough, ultimately turning into ashes with all his efforts wasted. It is a sad story. Sunan would naturally not feel sad for the death of a demon. The shocking information in his foreknowledge was more concerning to him. Not only one demonic emperor chose to seal themselves and wait for the vitality to recover, the ancestor of the white-winged tiger clan is just one of them, so how many more powerful demons are there in the demon clan waiting for this recovery? Thinking of the situation of the humans, Sunan became somewhat worried. According to the information he had obtained earlier, the bloodline path could not break through to the saint level. If this news is true, then it means that there are at most some peak emperor-level existences in the human race, with no god-level powerhouses. Even if there are many peak emperor-level humans who chose to seal themselves, they still cannot break through to the saint level when the heavenly and earthly vitality recovers. In this way, with the demon saints continuously appearing, and the human race not having saint-level powerhouses, even with the heavenly dome divine prohibition, it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of being annihilated in the end. After all, the heavenly dome divine prohibition has its limits. It can suppress emperor-level powerhouses but can hardly suppress saint-level powerhouses. The fourth great catastrophe, the human race will face trouble this time. Sunan's heart was heavy. Foreknowledge had not ended yet, but the contents continued. Hu Xiaotian has died, and you've lost your spot in the heavenly demon grand ceremony, but you haven't given up and continue towards the sky demon palace. 8 hours later, you arrive at the Picking Stars Peak where the Sky Demon Palace is located and meet many members of the demon race who have come to participate in the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony. After finding the Sky Wolf Clan's Demon Emperor, Great Princess, and others, you tell them everything that happened in the White-Winged Tiger Clan. After listening to your account, the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor and his entourage are greatly surprised, and you try to inquire about the number of self-sealed peak emperors in the 10,000 Demon Ridge. The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor doesn't conceal the truth, informing you that there are at least 10 self-sealed peak emperors in 10,000 Demon Ridge. The reason why the top-ranking demon clans can remain so powerful is due to the existence of these ancestors. At the same time, learning that Hu Xiaotian was also killed by the demon beast, the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor decides to let Bai Yu give up this opportunity and keep the spot for you, hoping that you can represent the Sky Wolf clan and win a top 10 position. 10. Sunan takes a deep breath in shock. Now that the heavenly and earthly vitality has already begun to recover, by the public beta test in 3 days, the heavenly and earthly vitality will surely recover substantially again. As a result, it won't be long before it's fully restored. If all those self-sealed demonic emperors can break through to the saint level, that would mean more than 10 demon saints. How can humans withstand so many saints? 1 day later, the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony officially begins on Picking Stars Peak, with demon emperors from all clans gathering to enter the Sky Demon Palace and worship the demon ancestor. You're very curious about the Sky Demon Palace and want to enter to explore it, but unfortunately, only the demonic emperors are qualified to participate in the worship of the demon ancestor. After the worship ceremony ends, you learn that the number of demonic emperors participating in the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony has reached a total of 23, far more than in the previous ceremonies. Among them, there are 12 early-stage emperors, most of them newly advanced in the past few decades. There are 8 mid-stage emperors and 3 late-stage great monsters. At the same time, during the worship ceremony, the demon monarch appears and reveals information about the spatial channel that will open in 2 days. After discussions with the demon emperors, it is decided that 4 demonic emperors will be sent into the spatial channel. 4 demonic emperors. Sunan frowns, not expecting to receive such news. He finds it not strange that the demonic monarch would know about the opening of the spatial channel. The demon race has been keeping an eye on the players, and such a significant event as the public beta test would not be unknown to the demon race. What he didn't expect was that these demonic emperors would place such importance on the real world and send 4 demonic emperors at once. Keep in mind that entering the spatial channel is not risk-free. If unlucky, one could be strangled by the channel's spatial forces. However, when he thinks about the heavenly and earthly vitality that Earth possesses, he understands. 2 days later, you're prepared to enter the Sky Demon Palace and explore. After observing for 6 hours, you finally find an opportunity and disguise yourself as a guard of the Sky Demon Palace, approaching it. 1 minute later, you use the Across the Heavens shift to enter the Sky Demon Palace. The moment you enter, you're attracted by the stone pillars inside the palace. You see that each stone pillar is carved with a demon, and those carvings are so lifelike that you almost feel like they are actually alive. Upon closer inspection, you eventually discover that there are a total of 100 stone pillars here, representing the 100 strongest ancient demon clans. Each pillar is carved with a corresponding demon. 2 minutes later, disguised as an inconspicuous flying insect, you prepare to explore the Grand Hall. However, at this moment, you are surprised to find that the carvings of the demons on the stone pillars are actually alive, their eyes staring at you. You realize you've been discovered, and you want to flee immediately. You use the Across the Heavens shift, but, to your horror, you fail to escape from the hall and remain inside. You keep trying various methods, but 3 minutes later, you still haven't been able to escape from the Sky Demon Palace. You finally realize that your inability to leave is related to those stone pillars. No longer holding back, you activate the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder within your body, intending to shatter the stone pillars in the hall. However, at the moment when you activate the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder, you are horrified to see a giant eye appearing on the dome of the Grand Hall. You have died. Chapter 366, Foreknowledge and Reality. End of the foreknowledge. The development of this foreseeing was somewhat beyond Sunan's expectations. Regardless of the conclusion of the demon beast or the foundation of the demon clan. On the contrary, the final strangeness of the heavenly demon hall was within his expectations. Heavenly and earthly vitality is inadequate. I'm afraid it's not as simple as not being able to break through to the saint level. Even if I do break through the saint level, I cannot act at will. Sunan thought of the demon monarch and had a faint speculation in his heart. It was suspected that the demon monarch had survived from ancient times. Although he retained the saint level after the disappearance of heavenly and earthly vitality, he certainly couldn't act at will. Otherwise, the humans would have been finished long ago. Letting the demon beast escape and getting rid of a future demon saint can also be considered as a contribution to the human clan. But if I really plan to release that demon beast, I must plan carefully. At the very least, I can't leave any flaws for others to doubt me. With various thoughts flashing through his mind, Sunan formulated a plan. Looking back at the foreknowledge, he was puzzled again. Strange, the foreknowledge has clearly advanced, so why has there been no change compared to before? After breaking through previously, he tried to probe the changes in the foreknowledge in various ways, but there was no gain. Originally, he thought it was because the foreknowledge process was too short or the number of foreseeing was insufficient. Now, with the start of a new day, the number of foreseeing should have refreshed, and there should be changes in the foreknowledge. But the result was very disappointing. Since the game hints that the foreknowledge has advanced, there must be no mistake. I must have missed something. An hour later, a group of people passed through the White-Winged Tiger clan's territory. Sunan stayed behind as planned, under the pretext of looking for Hu Xiaotian. He didn't hide his identity and entered the White-Winged Tiger clan openly as Lang 13, radiating the aura of a Peak King-level being. As soon as he approached the core area of the White-Winged Tiger clan, 2 White-Winged Tiger clan guards discovered him and stopped him. I wonder what the senior's purpose is in visiting our White-Winged Tiger clan. Sunan directly said, I am the younger brother of Hu Xiaotian, and I have come to discuss important matters with your clan leader of the White-Winged Tiger clan. I would ask you both to report. The younger brother of Hu Xiaotian? The two demons found it strange, as they had never heard of the name Hu Xiaotian. It was no wonder, as the two demon beasts were only at the spirit level peak, so they naturally didn't know many things. Maybe they knew that several demonic emperors had recently visited their clan but didn't know the respected names of these demonic emperors. Senior, please wait a moment. I will report it now. The two guards exchanged glances, and one of the demon beasts said. In their eyes, although Sunan was mysterious, he was still a peak king level character, so they didn't dare to slack off. One of them quickly left. Soon, the guard returned and let Sunan into the White-Winged Tiger clan. Little friend, you claim to be Hu Xiaoshan's brother. Do you have any proof? In the grand hall built halfway up White Tiger Mountain, an emperor-level elder of the White-Winged Tiger clan looked at Sunan with skepticism in his eyes. A Skywolf clan demon claimed to be the brother of a newly promoted Tiger Emperor? No one would believe that if Sunan's displayed realm wasn't peak king level, he would have been driven away long ago. Sunan said, my big brother has several demon beasts with him, who are my subordinates. The seniors can ask them to verify. The elder nodded and looked at a Xian-level tiger demon. The tiger demon understood the elder's meaning and left quickly. Soon, Old Goat, Black Tiger, and several other demon beasts entered the hall under the leadership of the tiger demon. Master? Is it really Master? Great, Master, you've finally come. Seeing Sunan, the demon beasts were overjoyed. They followed Hu Xiaotian to the White-Winged Tiger clan, and with Hu Xiaotian present, they were quite comfortable in the White-Winged Tiger clan. However, Hu Xiaotian had not emerged from the ancestral land of the White-Winged Tiger clan, which made them anxious but at a loss for what to do. Now that Sunan had arrived, they finally found their backbone. Seeing that the demons confirmed Sunan's identity, the elder of the White-Winged Tiger clan finally confirmed Sunan's identity, and curiously said, you really are Hu Xiaoshan's brother. I don't know how you met the Tiger Emperor. It's a long story. Sunan shook his head, not wanting to continue the topic, and said, I've come here at the request of my elder brother. Sunan took out the speeches from the previous foreseeing and requested to enter the ancestral land of the White-Winged Tiger clan. As expected, when he heard that Hu Xiaotian and several emperor-level demons trapped in the ancestral land, the elder no longer remained calm and questioned how Sunan knew about it. Sunan still answered with the method in the foreknowledge, using his special connection with a Hu Xiaotian as the reason. The elder didn't ask any further, let Sunan wait for a while, then quickly left the main hall, obviously to discuss with other great monsters. More than 10 minutes later, the elder returned. As in the previous foreknowledge, the elder told Sunan that they needed to confirm it first. Afterwards, Sunan was arranged to stay temporarily at the foot of White Tiger Mountain. Sunan was not in a hurry. According to the previous foreseeings, it wasn't easy to open the ancestral land of the White-Winged Tiger clan, and it would take a few more hours before it could open. He naturally wouldn't just wait for that long. He hadn't done his task for today yet. He quietly left the territory of the White-Winged Tiger clan, eventually found a cave, made sure there were no great monsters nearby, and then released a female demon king with a wave of his hand. It was one of the 3 demon kings trapped in his universe in the sleeve. As soon as the woman was freed, she didn't think twice and tried to escape right away. There was no way Sunan would give her that chance. He easily killed her and gained 45 demon power points. That wasn't the end of it, as he released the offering god demon, possessed by the demon beast, along with his avatar. Once freed, the demon beast, unlike the previous demon king, not only didn't think of escaping but also wanted to hunt Sunan. As the demonic chi erupted, it threatened to devour Sunan. At the critical moment, the avatar stepped in, wielding the demon sword to cleave through the demonic chi. Huh? The demon sword. The possessed offering god demon stared at Sunan and his avatar with a ferocious expression, murderous intent boiling within its eyes. Upon seeing the demon sword, however, it was overjoyed. Without waiting for another word, the demon beast immediately gave up on Sunan and lunged towards the avatar. Avatar Wang Nan, who was only at the peak of Xian level, was no match for the demon beast despite cultivating the heavenly demon devouring divine technique and possessing the demon sword. After all, the Avatar's heavenly demon devouring divine technique was only at the 3rd level, while the demon beast was comparable to an emperor-level existence. But, if the Avatar couldn't do it, there was still Sunan's main body. Sunan took action, gathering the power of heaven and earth and compressing it around him. The next moment, the Li Fire Essence's bird form appeared. The Li Fire Essence flickered its wings, igniting the gathered power of heaven and earth. In an instant, the demon beast's surroundings turned into a sea of fire, scorching flames even igniting the demonic chi. What kind of fire is this? The demon beast was horrified and was forced to use all its strength. A moment later, the demon beast and Sunan withdrew from each other, both staring tensely at one another, not daring to let their guard down. He had to admit, the current demon beast was extremely powerful. Giving the impression of being stronger than a typical early-stage emperor level, it would not be easy to handle it with just his own power, without the help of Luo Yu and the Great Princess. It seems I need to use some tactics. Sunan sighed silently. With a thought, the 12 constellation divine artifacts transformed into battle armor covering his body. He also held the demon-slaying sword in his hand and felt his strength surge all at once. That was not the end. Lang 13's racial talent was activated, and his aura soared again, making him seem like an emperor-level powerhouse despite still being at the king level. This wasn't an illusion. If any emperor-level powerhouse were present, they would be shocked to discover that Sunan's power really reached the emperor level at this moment. You've been hiding your true strength. The demon beast was both shocked and enraged. Feeling Sunan's change in power, the demon beast finally grew fearful and, without any hesitation, turned to flee. Unfortunately, its fate was sealed just like the previous demon kings. A few minutes later, everything settled down. The demon beast wasn't killed by Sunan, but it was not far from death. As a member of the demon race, you should know that killing me is impossible. Don't waste your effort. The demon beast didn't struggle and wasn't afraid, but instead looked coldly at Sunan and his avatar, its eyes filled with malice. As far as it was concerned, dying once didn't matter. It would get payback for today sooner or later. However, as the demonic chi surged around Wang Nan's avatar and the sky demon devouring God Sutra began to circulate, the demon beast's expression suddenly changed. It could feel its divine soul being extracted. This is... Suddenly, the demon beast thought of a taboo technique and was horrified. Heavenly demon devouring divine technique. How dare you practice it? The demon beast was shocked and enraged. Seeing the consequences of being consumed by the heavenly demon devouring divine technique, it struggled to escape but was firmly suppressed by the avatar. This should be enough to break through the 4th level. Sunan looked at the swirling demonic chi on his avatar, anticipation in his eyes. After devouring the previous emperor-level demonic beast, the sky demon devouring God Sutra leaped to the 3rd level. The king-level demonic beast he had killed yesterday had also been devoured by the avatar, and now, by devouring this demonic beast, a breakthrough to the 4th level would be possible. At the 4th level of the sky demon devouring God Sutra, it would be equivalent to the king level. By then, this demon scripture that he had been cultivating for a few days would finally have a significant impact on his strength. Kid, I'll remember you. Soon, you'll pay 10 times, even 100 times, for what you've done today. Realizing it couldn't escape, the demon beast stopped struggling. Sunan knew exactly what the demon beast was referring to and calmly said, "Some guy said the same thing to me before, but now that guy's mark in the demon abyss should have disappeared." Hearing this, the demon beast was surprised. It wanted to say more, but it no longer had the chance. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Hunt a Demon Beast. 60 Demon Power Points have been awarded. Current available Demon Power, 265 points. With 265 Demon Power Points he was only 55 points short of the 320 points needed for the second role's breakthrough. It's not difficult to earn 55 Demon Power Points. I still have 2 tasks to hunt down Xian level demons. That should be enough after finishing those. After slaying the demon beast, Sunan immediately uses the art of fate tribulation. With 100 points of chi luck consumed, the karmic ties between him and the demon beast vanished. The demon beast was utterly vanquished. Boom! At the same moment, an overwhelming strength erupted from Avatar Wang Nan's body. The sky demon devouring God Sutra had reached the 4th level. Sunan, with a heart-to-heart connection with his avatar, sensed the changes of the avatar as soon as it happened. So strong! It was way beyond the strength that a usual early king level would have. He could clearly feel that even if the avatar only used the power of the Sky Demon devouring God Sutra now, it would be enough to contend with those in the late king rank or at the king level peak. Simultaneously, as with the Great Sun Golden Body scripture, with the breakthrough in Sky Demon devouring God Sutra, the avatar now had the power to control the strength of heaven and earth. Moreover, he also mastered a powerful attacking technique within the Sky Demon devouring God Sutra. Demon race truly is said to be the strongest. This level of strength indeed is unparalleled among those of the same rank. Feeling the strength of the avatar now, Sunan even wanted to compare it with another emperor-level powerhouse at the moment. To break through from the 4th to the 5th level of Sky Demon devouring God Sutra, I need to devour 3 emperor-level demonic beasts. For me, it doesn't seem too difficult. Now that the Sky Demon devouring God Sutra had reached the 4th level, naturally, he had to consider progressing to the 5th level. 3 emperor-level demonic beasts might prove extremely difficult for other demons to take down. It could even prove impossible for them to accomplish this task in their lifetime. However, Sunan was different. Although emperor-level demonic beasts may be somewhat challenging for him now, the difficulty will be considerably reduced once both Wang Nan and Zhang Yang break through. Perhaps, Sky Demon devouring God Sutra could be his first ancient scripture to reach the emperor-level rank. After finishing 2 tasks, Sunan left the cave. About 10 minutes later, both tasks of hunting Xian-level demons were completed. 60 points of demon power were added to his account, giving him 325 usable demon power points. Now there was enough power for one of his characters to break through to the king level. There's no hurry to break through. I've been busy for a few days now, and it's about time I took some rest. There were still a few hours before the White-Winged Tiger clan opened the ancestral land, which would allow him plenty of time to sleep. Quit the game. It was late at night in reality, shrouded in darkness, making it the perfect time to rest. However, before he could lay down, he suddenly saw a familiar panel appearing faintly before his eyes. Game interface. Sunan recognized the panel and was shocked. He instinctively looked around, and everything he saw confirmed that he had indeed quit the game and was now in reality. However, the more he thought about it, the more amazed he became. Did the game make its way into reality? Or had he fallen into an illusion realm? His sleepiness vanished in an instant, and Sunan became spirited. Only then did he notice that the panel displayed no personal information, and there was no taskbar or personal space on it either. All it had was a single option, or rather, a single ability. Foreseeing the future. His talent to foresee the future. Now I understand. No wonder I couldn't notice any changes in foreseeing the future while inside the game. In a flash, Sunan figured things out and rejoiced. Apparently, his foreseeing the future ability could now be used in reality. The additional power gained from his ability to foresee the future's advancement could be used in reality, so naturally, he couldn't find any changes within the game environment. And he had himself to blame. Had he not spent so long inside the game, he would have discovered this much sooner. I wonder if I can foresee the opening of the spatial channel in reality 3 days later. An idea came to him, and he subconsciously attempted to use foreseeing the future to find out. Chapter 367, Crisis 3 days later. Foreknowledge begins. The number of remaining foreknowledge attempts on the panel instantly drops from 65 to 5. A full 60 foreknowledge opportunities, just enough to predict what will happen in the next 3 days. I'm going to die in 3 days. Sunan's face changes, knowing that this is not a game. Even if he dies in the game, he can still revive. But if he dies in reality, his death would be real. A spatial channel will open in 3 days, and only the demon beasts descending from it could kill me in reality. Sunan pays full attention, staring intensely at the text appearing on the panel. You know that in 3 days, your world will connect with another world. Emperor-level monsters will appear, and your world has no strength to resist such existences, possibly facing total collapse. Unwilling to see such an outcome, you strive to enhance your strength. In 6 hours, after some rest, you enter the game warehouse and enter another world through the game warehouse. After 16 hours, you return to the real world. Your strength has increased greatly, and the 4 bloodlines of the physique series within you have merged into one, reaching the king level. 20 hours later, you enter the other world. 1 day later, you exit the other world, and there's no significant growth in your strength. As expected, it's impossible to directly predict information about one world from another. Sunan sighs but isn't too disappointed, as he had anticipated this. 2 days later, as the spatial channel is about to open, you return to the real world once again. Your strength increases once more, and the 4 demon bloodlines of the law-controlling class within you also merge into one, reaching king level. 3 days later, without surprise, the moment midnight strikes, your world and another world are briefly connected, and a spatial channel appears. With the spatial channel's appearance, numerous demon beasts descend, marking the second time a channel has appeared. In comparison to the previous occasion, the channel is more stable, and the number and strength of the descending demons are greater. Numerous demons descend in Hua country, where you are. You send out several controlled demon kings to resist, but quickly, king-level great demons arrive, and several late-stage king-level, peak king-level monsters head towards your location at Mount Song. You have no choice but to take action. You effortlessly defeat several demon kings, attracting the attention of the arriving demonic emperors. At the same time, the demonic emperors descending in other regions know about you and converge on your location. You exert your full strength, using your racial talent to successively kill 3 early-stage of emperor-level opponents. However, as the effect of your racial talent fades, your strength diminishes considerably. Facing the continued assault of the demonic emperors, you have no choice but to use the universe in the sleeve once more. As a result, 3 demonic emperors are sealed within it. Your impressive power shakes everyone, making the other arriving demonic emperors hesitate to attack. Just when you think the crisis is about to end, you suddenly notice a spatial channel appearing above Mount Song. Demonic chi rolls out from the spatial channel, and an early stage of emperor-level demonic beast descends. A demonic beast. No wonder I'm going to die. This is indeed a surprise for me. Sunan's eyebrows furrow, immediately understanding the situation. In order to deal with the demonic emperors, he exhausted all means and was now drained. Naturally, he isn't a match for an emperor-level demonic beast. This is a demonic beast that has just escaped the suppression of the ancient formation due to the appearance of the spatial channel. It's different from the descending demons, as the demonic beast's true strength should be beyond the early stage of emperor level but has dramatically declined due to being suppressed for 10,000 years. As it descends into your world, heavenly and earthly vitality help it recover its strength quickly. In just a moment, it reaches the mid-emperor realm. The demonic beast notices you and attacks. You know you're no match for it, so you try to use the universe in the sleeve again. Unfortunately, your universe in the sleeve fails to trap the demonic beast. Instead, it collapses, having absorbed more emperor-level entities than its limit, and the 3 demonic emperors you previously trapped break free. 3. My current universe in the sleeve can only contain a maximum of 3 emperor-level powerhouses. If it exceeds that, it will collapse. Under normal circumstances, being able to contain 3 emperor-level powerhouses in his universe in the sleeve would suffice. After all, they weren't common encounter, still, the current situation is different. With the spatial channels opening, 4 emperor-level powerhouses have descended in Dongchen state alone. Even if only half or one of them successfully arrives, there will be 12 of them across the 12 states. 12 emperor-level powerhouses, if he can kill 3 and trap 3, 6 would remain. 6 demonic emperors would be enough to change the real world completely. If only I could enhance the universe in the sleeve further. Sunan can't help but think about upgrading it, but that would require a staggering 16 divine power fragments. Not to mention that there's no points store to exchange for them right now, even if there were, exchanging for 16 divine power fragments would be a daunting number. The collapse of the universe in the sleeve catches you off guard. Without any defense, the demonic beast takes advantage of the opportunity. At the critical moment, the substitute straw man on your body takes effect, blocking a deadly blow for you. You realize that you can no longer deal with the demon beast, and you immediately use the across the heavens shift to escape. The demon beast doesn't plan to let you go so easily, and the escape of the 3 demonic emperors makes the others understand that you are at the end of your strength. The demon beast and a group of demonic emperors launch a joint attack on you. With no other choice, you have to use the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder. The Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder is incredibly terrifying and can restrain the demon beast. Under its bombardment, the demon beast is ultimately killed, and the horrifying power once again shocks all the demonic emperors, making them afraid to act recklessly. However, as the apocalypse heavenly thunder is used, the colors of heaven and earth change, and terrifying tribulation clouds gather. You immediately use the game bracelet to let your main body enter another world to avoid the thunder tribulation. After the thunder tribulation dissipated, you were unwilling to see the real world being completely occupied by the demon beasts, and returned to the real world once again. Seeing your appearance, the remaining demonic emperors didn't let you go and continued to attack you. You went all out, using the incense prayer technique to quickly restore your strength, and fought with your avatar with full force. After a fierce battle, at the time when the incense fire power was exhausted, you killed 3 more demonic emperors. Your incredible strength once again shocked everyone, and the remaining demonic emperors dared not act recklessly. You confronted the group of demonic emperors, and no one made any further moves, until one demonic emperor discovered your abnormality and prepared to attack you again in an attempt to probe you. You know that you cannot let others know about your power being exhausted now, otherwise, you will undoubtedly die. 1 minute later, the demonic emperor who discovered your abnormality couldn't help but launch a probing attack on you. Faced with the demon beast's probe, you had to take out the life and death mirror. With the use of the life and death mirror, that demonic emperor was silently killed by you. Your mysterious methods greatly alarmed the remaining demonic emperors. Some believed you still had strength and dared not attack you, while others saw that your power was exhausted and were forced to rely on external objects. After a moment of hesitation, another demonic emperor attacked you again, and you had no choice but to use the art of fate. As 1,000 points of human clan's luck was consumed, that demonic emperor's fate descended upon them silently, and they met their end. With the second demonic emperor's mysterious death, the remaining demonic emperors were completely shocked by your methods and did not dare to test you again. 2 minutes later, the group of demonic emperors decided to temporarily let you go, waiting to use the heavenly and earthly vitality of this world to advance further before attacking you again. 3 minutes later, the remaining demonic emperors left. Just as you thought that the crisis was temporarily resolved, something unexpected happened, and the power of heaven and earth erupted. You saw a giant illusion of a woman with 4 pairs of huge wings on her back forming from the void. She looked at you coldly and suddenly pointed at you. You instinctively used the across the heavens shift, but found that it couldn't help you escape from the attack range of the woman. You tried to use the game bracelet again to let your main body enter another world. At this moment, however, you found that the life wheel scripture within your body was spinning wildly, as you were attacked by the power of destiny. You died. 8-winged celestial clan. How is this possible? How could an 8-winged celestial clan appear? Sunan was genuinely shocked this time. He originally thought that he would die at the hands of the demon beast or those demonic emperors, but he didn't expect that he would eventually perish at the hands of a heavenly clan expert. An 8-winged celestial clan, that's a being comparable to a saint level. Although he had encountered an 8-winged celestial clan in the game before and eventually killed it with the apocalypse heavenly thunder, that one had only recently resurrected and had only the early stage of emperor level strength. But the 8-winged celestial clan that appeared now was obviously not comparable to that half-crippled existence. With just a single finger from a distance, Sunan couldn't withstand it, let alone the strange power of destiny. Strange, how could a heavenly race appear? Could it be that the heavenly race has already returned from chaos? Or could it be that the opening of the spatial channel this time connected the world where the heavenly race resides, allowing the heavenly race experts to descend like the demon clan? Thoughts raced, and Sunan instantly considered various possibilities. If it was really as he thought, it meant that not only would the real world attract the demon clan, but it would also attract the competition of the heavenly race. If things went south, the real world would be truly finished. No, even if the spatial channel opened this time really connected the world where the heavenly race resides, the first time they descend should be exploratory. It would already be impressive to allow emperor-level heavenly race beings to descend, and it's unlikely that a saint-level existence would appear right from the start. In that case, it is very likely that the heavenly race didn't descend through the spatial channel. Could it be the Destiny Society? Sunan's eyes flashed, suddenly thinking of a possibility. Perhaps the appearance of the heavenly race was related to the Destiny Society, and it might even be created by the Destiny Society, as was the 8-winged celestial clan that was killed in the game before. This possibility was quite significant. Last time the spatial channel opened, people from the Destiny Society were able to descend using the channel and even enter the game world through it. This time, when the spatial channel opens, the people from the Destiny Society will definitely appear again. Looking back at his foreknowledge, Sunan couldn't help but feel grateful. He was grateful that after this advancement, he could foresee the future in reality. If not for that, he might have been caught off guard this time, and he might really fall into the hands of the heavenly race 3 days later. But the question is, what can he do with that knowledge? It seemed that he had no way to break the predicament. The demonic emperor and that demon beast are easy to deal with, it's mainly the heavenly race person in the end. Now I must figure out one thing, how that heavenly clan expert appeared. If it's really created by the Destiny Society, that would be fine, as I might be able to think of a way to eliminate the danger in advance. Also, I have to figure out the state in which that heavenly clan expert appeared, whether it's the body itself that descended or just an existence similar to a projection. The heavenly race person in his foreknowledge was just a phantom and not an entity, but that didn't mean that the other party was without a solid body. If the heavenly race individual descended in its original form, then there was no need to think about it, he could only run away directly, having no other choice. A saint level was something he simply couldn't match at the moment. Even for a long time in the future, he wouldn't be able to directly confront a saint level, let alone one who controlled fate like the heavenly race. On the contrary, if the other party was just a projection with only one strike's worth of power, he might still have a chance to resist. Life Wheel Scripture: the only way for me to face the heavenly race right now is the Life Wheel Scripture. Unfortunately, my Life Wheel Scripture is currently only at the 3rd level, which is still too weak. He needed 1500 demon power to advance the Life Wheel Scripture to the 4th layer, which he didn't have right now. I still lack demon power. Sunan sighed in secret. With the sleeves in hand, the breakthrough of the 3 rolls to king level was in sight. He was not particularly worried about the opening of the space channel in 3 days. But now, the foreknowledge instantly doubled his pressure. Originally he was thinking of resting for a while, but now he had to think about how to face the situation in 3 days instead. Looking back at foreknowledge, there were over 100 times to foresee the future, and now there were only 5 left. If he wanted to continue forecasting, he would have to wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow I can foresee twice more. I hope to find a way to break the deadlock. Taking his cell phone, he logged into the forum. As expected, there were also many discussions about the opening of the space channel in 3 days on the forum. Compared to Sunan, there didn't seem to be much tension in the atmosphere of the forum. The reason was simply that most players in Hua country now blindly worshipped and trusted the Buddha he impersonated. In their eyes, the Buddha he pretended to be was invincible. If they knew their Buddha was now in a position of vulnerability, they couldn't help but wonder what they would feel. I have to improve my strength as much as possible. Sunan felt an unprecedented pressure, quickly pondering all the available methods on his body, and in the end, he decided to exchange the ancient scriptures and the yin-yang cross-realm disc on his body for something that enhances strength or could save his life. He didn't need it before, but now he needed it. Besides the Life Wheel Scripture, there seems to be something else I can use against the heavenly race. Suddenly, Sunan thought of something on his body and couldn't help but brighten his eyes. Without giving it much thought, he immediately logged into the game. Chapter 368, Heavenly Race Essence and Blood. In the game, Sunan once again took out the Xianhuang refining chi furnace, and with it, a corpse. The corpse was charred all over, with a huge hole in its chest. More importantly, it had 4 pairs of wings on its back. It was the heavenly clan expert that he had killed using the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder last time. I wonder how many drops of essence blood can be refined from this corpse? And what talents are contained within its bloodline? Expectation shone in Sunan's eyes. That's right, his way to deal with the heavenly clan was to treat them the same way they treated him. If he were to use the heavenly clan's essence blood, combined with 1,000 changes and 10,000 transmutations, to transform into a heavenly clan member, he wondered how the heavenly clan would feel, and whether they would continue to attack him. The corpse was thrown into the Xianhuang refining chi furnace, the power was urged, and the mysterious fantasy chi slowly rose. After all, this was a saint-level expert in the past, even if it only had emperor-level realm now, it wasn't comparable to a demon king's corpse. The refining process took a full 4 hours. 4 hours later, the refining was completed. The furnace opened, and like the demon king's corpse that had been refined before, the corpse had turned into ashes at the instant the furnace opened, leaving behind several pomegranate seed-like crystals. A total of 4 drops, Sunan noticed that one of them was different from the other three. The other 3 drops of essence blood were purple-red, while that drop of essence blood was golden-red. "Huh, is this?" Sunan's eyes lit up. He remembered the Demon King's corpse that he had refined last time, which had undergone bloodline regression. From it, 8 drops of essence blood were left behind, one of which was different from the other 7. Sunan grabbed the 4 drops of essence blood in his hand, and the in-game introduction followed. 6-winged heavenly race essence blood obtained from the corpse of the 6-winged heavenly race after it has been refined by the Xianhuang refining chi furnace. It contains a part of the heavenly race's power and can be used to activate heavenly race treasures. 8-winged heavenly race essence blood obtained from the corpse of the 8-winged heavenly race after it has been refined by the Xianhuang refining chi furnace. It contains a part of the heavenly race's power and can be used to activate heavenly race treasures. 3 drops of 6-winged heavenly race essence blood and 1 drop of 8-winged heavenly race essence blood. 8-winged heavenly race essence blood. Sunan was both shocked and delighted. Although the corpse was of the 8-winged heavenly clan, since it only had emperor-level strength, he thought that the refined essence blood would also be emperor-level. He hadn't expected to refine 8-winged heavenly race essence blood at all. If the 6-winged heavenly race essence blood was equivalent to emperor-level essence blood, then the 8-winged heavenly race essence blood must be equivalent to saint-level essence blood. He had actually obtained a drop of saint-level essence blood. A saint-level expert was a rare presence. In the entire Dongchen state, only the rumored demon monarch who had survived since ancient times was at the saint level. By using this essence blood in conjunction with the pseudo-breath stone, he could completely disguise himself as a saint-level presence. Perhaps after the demonic emperors arrive 3 days later, he would not be attacked, or even avoided, when they discover that he is at the saint level. Of course, he wouldn't do that, as it would be too wasteful. Even if it could scare off the demonic emperors, it might not scare off the heavenly clan. If it couldn't scare off the heavenly clan, everything would be in vain. I wonder what abilities I can unleash if I combine this drop of essence blood with the 1,000 changes and 10,000 transmutations. When 1,000 changes and 10,000 transmutations are used with essence blood, it can possess some of the talents in the essence blood. The higher the level of the essence blood, the stronger its power. However, his 1,000 changes and 10,000 transmutations had only reached the 3rd level, and he could only display 40% of the talents in the essence blood. 40% should be enough. Sunan happily pocketed the 5 drops of essence blood, and then looked at the demon power on the panel. There was enough demon power for one character to break through to the king level, and he had no reason to hesitate, so he decided to upgrade. It's a pity that there's not enough time. Otherwise, I might be able to accumulate 1,500 demon power points and upgrade the life wheel scripture. The life wheel scripture was the best method to defend against the heavenly clan, but 1,500 demon power points couldn't be gathered in just 1 or 2 days. There were still 5 foreknowledge opportunities left, just enough to foresee once. Even though the foresight earlier in reality had told him that his breakthrough would be successful this time, he decided to foresee it anyway, just in case. With the use of the 5 foreknowledge opportunities, his foreknowledge chances today were completely exhausted. The result satisfied him, his breakthrough was bound to succeed as expected. Since even the simplest things will do, there's no need to hesitate anymore. This time, he chose the character Wang Nan. The breakthrough process was the same as the last one with Lang 13. In front of the Golden Dragon Demon bloodline, the other 3 ancient demon bloodlines quickly crumbled and were devoured by the Golden Dragon Demon. Congratulations, you have become the 2nd player to break through to the king level, earning 500 celestial fortune points as a reward. Congratulations, your realm has advanced to the king level, and your demon race's fortune has increased by 1,000 points. Congratulations, your talent of foreseeing the future has been enhanced with a daily increase of 3 available uses. As the 2nd player to break through to the king level, the celestial fortune rewards he received were less than the 1st player's. However, with the additional rewards, his available fortune exceeded 2,000, reaching 2,050 points. This was enough to actively trigger 2 epic adventure events. Like Lang 13, the growth of his racial fortune increased by 1,000 points. Now he had 1,000 demon clan fortune points, 1,100 demon race fortune points, and human fortune points were not available for the time being, but soon he would get an additional 1,000 points. This was his trump card. In the previous foresight, with 1000 racial fortune points, he could directly kill a demonic emperor, and with 3000 racial fortune points, he could kill 3 demonic emperors. The time is almost up, and the ancestral land of the White-Winged Tiger clan should be opening soon. Roll switch, reverting back to Lang 13's appearance, Sunan then returned to the White-Winged Tiger clan. It was also at the time when he had broken through to the king rank. A few hundred miles away from the White-Winged Tiger clan, at the foot of a huge mountain peak that soared up into the sky, several figures quietly arrived. Finally, we've reached Picking Star's peak. Our strength in the Wang family is strong, but here, we're not even cannon fodder. Fortunately, everything went smoothly so far. Next, all we need to do is follow the plan, infiltrate the demon clan, and wait for the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony. The danger has just begun. When the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony begins, most of the demonic emperors in the 10,000 Demon Ridge will come. It's not a problem for the methods prepared by the Great Yu dynasty to deceive the king-level Great Demon, but whether they can deceive the demonic emperor is still unknown. Yes, now we should not have any contact with the demonic emperor if we can avoid it. In case of any accidents, once we successfully infiltrate the demon clan, we just need to wait quietly. When the demon clan's ancestral land opens, our chance of completing the task will be 20 to 30%. The few people had already memorized the plan and knew what to do, so now they were just emphasizing it. If Sunan were here, he would certainly find out that among these people, there were many familiar faces. Zhou Cheng, Qian Yu. In addition, there were also Yang Zhang, Bai Mengmeng, and others. Using some unknown methods, the few people stood in the mountain forest, blending in with the ancient trees around them, making no abnormalities noticeable. 2 to 3%, the probability is still too low. If it weren't for the 4th public beta test, the probability of completing this task would be much higher. After the 4th public beta test begins, we can only revive after we die for 2 days, which seriously affects the success rate of the task. There's no other way, the public beta test is not something we can decide. All we can hope for is that the real world can survive this public beta test, otherwise, we'll only be able to log into the game in our original form, and if we die once, it will be permanent. Qian Yu thought of something, looked at Yang Zheng and said, Captain Yang, your Demon Investigation Bureau should have launched an investigation into the 2 Buddha manifestations on Mount Song long ago, right? I wonder if any progress has been made after such a long time. Hearing this, the others were also curious, all looking at Yang Zheng. Yang Zheng shook his head and said, what you don't know is that the Great Hero Treasure Hall on Mount Song is enveloped by an illusion realm, and even our people can't find out anything when they go in. After pausing, he continued, we suspect that the Buddha might be the human expert who descended during the last spatial channel opening. This was the conclusion made by their official higher-ups after discussions. Although they had previously guessed that the person on Mount Song might be Lang 13, it was just a guess after all, and there was no evidence to prove that the anomaly on Mount Song had anything to do with Lang 13. Excluding the players, the only possibility left was the human expert from the demon world. The human expert who descended last time. The others were surprised, and someone questioned, weren't the highest rankers who could descend last time only at the early king rank? However, judging by the way he acted, it seemed far beyond the king rank. Yang Zheng said, this may have something to do with the power of incense aspiration force. Incense aspiration force. Could it be that this powerful person practiced the fragrant fire spiritual path? The few people present were all top players in Dongchen State and had obviously all heard of the fragrant fire spiritual path, so they were all surprised when they heard about the power of incense aspiration force. Yang Zheng nodded, yes, according to our observations, the reason why he was willing to take action, and chose Mount Song as the location, appearing as Buddha, was for the power of incense aspiration force. According to the information obtained by our official, the power of incense aspiration force has various miraculous effects. That person's ability to easily kill several demon kings might be because of the power of incense aspiration force. But no matter how strong the power of incense aspiration force is, it has its limits. When the spatial channel opens this time, don't pin all your hopes on that powerful person. Yang Zheng's expression was solemn. Emperor-level beings can incorporate the power of heaven and earth into their domains. In their domain, everyone below the emperor level is just ants. Even if the person on Mount Song is at the peak king level, as long as they haven't broken through to the emperor level, they cannot pose a threat to emperor-level opponents. As they were talking, someone suddenly noticed something and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Wang Nan has also broken through to the king rank." "What? Wang Nan has also broken through?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng and Qian Yu's faces changed and they immediately looked at the individual realm rankings. When they saw that the second-ranked Wang Nan indeed entered the emperor rank, their faces instantly darkened. Eagle High and Black Armor have broken through to the Xian rank. In the White-Winged Tiger clan, Sunan told Old Goat and a few other demons about Eagle High's and Black Armor's situation, and after hearing it, they all looked enviously at them. In order to guard the spirit of Divine Dao, he had sent the refined demons to the real world. After more than half a month, under the influence of the rich heavenly and earthly vitality, Eagle High and Black Armor, who were originally peak spirit level demons, entered the Xian rank more than a week ago. However, with the 24 demon kings like Zixu, it didn't matter much to Sunan whether Eagle High and a few other demons entered the Xian rank or not, so he hadn't paid much attention. "Master, when can we go to that world?" the old goat eagerly asked. Sunan said, "Don't worry, you guys will have a chance soon." As he was talking, one of the white-winged tiger demon from the Grand Hall came over in a hurry and said, "Senior, the 3 elder clans request your presence. The ancestral land has opened?" Sunan immediately understood what was going on. Following the tiger demon, Sunan once again came to the Grand Hall on the mountainside. At this time, not only was the old man Sunan had seen before there, but there were also several other old men. All of these individuals were at the peak king level. The elder's expression was solid as he said, "Young friend, we have confirmed that our clan's ancestral land is indeed filled with demonic qi. Do you really have a way to save them?" "Of course." Sunan nodded. The elder was about to ask what Sunan's method was, but Sunan naturally refused to answer, directly rejecting the question on the grounds that it involved his own secret. With no other choice, the elder had to agree to let Sunan enter the ancestral land. Over 10 minutes later, the entrance to the White-Winged Tiger clan's ancestral land opened. Passing through the demonic qi-filled passage, a group of people arrived deep in the ancestral land. As foretold, a bunch of demonic emperors were trapped in the deepest part of the ancestral land. There were 5 demonic emperors in total, 2 of whom were clan elders of the White-Winged Tiger clan, and the other 3 were demonic emperors from other clans, Hu Xiaotian being one of them. "Eh? Young brother, why are you here?" Seeing Sunan, Hu Xiaotian expressed astonishment, before noticing something else and questioning with even more surprise. "Little brother, your realm. How is it?" Hu Xiaotian noticed the change in Sunan's realm and was shocked. He clearly remembered that when they first met, the young man he recognized was only at the spirit level early stage, and by the time they got to Zhongtian County, Sunan was already Xian level. Now they met again, and Sunan was already at the peak king level. Such a significant change gave Hu Xiaotian an almost surreal feeling. Could it be that they've been trapped in this ancestral land for many years? Of course, such a crazy idea popped up in Hu Xiaoshan's mind. Hearing their conversation, the few people who entered the ancestral land with Sunan had puzzled looks on their faces. According to Sunan, he was brought here by Hu Xiaotian, but from the current situation, it was clear that Hu Xiaotian had no idea that Sunan would come. Noticing the change in their expressions, Sunan turned a blind eye. After all, once that beast escapes confinement, these people will all die. He didn't care much whether his story would be exposed. "Big brother, didn't I hear you've been inside this ancestral land for over 10 days without coming out? I just happened to pass by and came in to check. I didn't expect you to be really trapped here." Hu Xiaotian sighed, "Alas, you shouldn't have come. This place is enveloped by spatial forces. There's no way out. Now, if we want to leave..." Hu Xiaotian explained the situation here, concluding, "Now if we want to escape, our only option is to try and open the formation suppressing the demonic beast. Then let's quickly break the formation. With Big Brother and several demonic emperors here, even if that demonic beast is powerful, we should be able to handle it," Sunan said. Without foreknowledge, he wouldn't reveal that the demonic beast was at the peak emperor level. At this moment, he was even more hopeful that everyone would quickly open the formation. "We have no other choice but to do this." Hu Xiaotian nodded. Next, everything went smoothly. After some deliberation, several demonic emperors decided to open the formation. The formation at the White-Winged Tiger clan's ancestral land was very strong. After all, it was suppressing a former demon god level creature. Even after 10,000 years, it wasn't easily damaged. The demonic emperors studied the formation for half an hour and eventually found the array node, devising a method to break the formation. Sunan volunteered to participate in it. The demonic emperors did not refuse, and Sunan easily joined them. Finally, with preparation complete, everyone acted in concert, striking at the array node of the formation. Chapter 369, The Growth of the Divine Seal. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Rescue a Trapped Demon, and 60 points of demon power have been issued. Current available demonic power, 65 points. Facing the power of 5 Emperor-level powerhouses, the already overwhelmed formation was finally broken, and a surge of demonic chi emerged. As expected, Sunan, who participated in the process, completed the task. Ha ha ha, you little guys didn't disappoint me, this lord has finally escaped. A mad, deafening laughter echoed in the ancestral land. The demonic chi filled the entire space. Everyone present was not an ordinary person, and the heavenly and earthly vitality converged, forming an invisible barrier around them to resist the invasion of demonic chi. Take action! Several demonic emperors' faces grew solemn, and someone shouted softly, prompting the demonic emperors to act together. Sunan also followed suit, pretending to take action while secretly retreating when others were not paying attention. He had no intention of rescuing everyone. The fixed-point transmission card was related to his secret. Perhaps Hu Xiaotian would not ask, but the others would be different. Humph! Ignorant fools, do you ants actually think you can hurt this lord? The demon beast snorted coldly, its huge body emerged in the demonic chi, resembling a towering great monster, overlooking the people below who were taking action. Not good. This demon still maintains peak emperor-level strength. Everyone, run! Several demonic emperors were the first to discover the demon's realm, and their faces turned pale with fear. All of them regretted breaking open the formation. The demonic emperors reacted quickly and tried to distance themselves from the demon, but in front of a demon who controlled spatial power, there was no way they could escape. Sunan also wore a serious expression, waiting silently for the right moment to rescue Hu Xiaotian. That moment came quickly. The demon took action, and several demonic emperors could not resist, suffering heavy injuries one after another. Sunan quickly moved to Hu Xiaoshan's side. Big brother, I have an ability that can take you out of here, don't resist. Hu Xiaotian was stunned and asked subconsciously, what kind of ability? It's a talent I accidentally obtained. Sunan vaguely explained the universe in the sleeve, but in his words, it was an accidental bloodline ability he had obtained, and he also concealed some of its abilities. Hu Xiaotian did not ask any more questions and did not think about taking the other demonic emperors with him. He was not stupid, and could see that if he did not find a way to escape today, he would be trapped here forever. At this point, he could not care less about the others, he would be fortunate to escape on his own. No matter what method his cheap and wise junior brother used, as long as he could take him out, it would be enough. Hu Xiaotian said nothing more, and Sunan used repairing Qunkan. Hu Xiaotian did not resist and cooperated by entering it. Afterward, Sunan ignored the other demons and immediately took out the fixed-point transmission card. The use of the fixed-point transmission card was similar to the teleportation function of perfect resurrection. Both could only teleport the user to places they had been before. This time, Sunan chose a location outside the territory of the White Tiger tribe. Upon using the fixed-point transmission card, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was indeed outside the White-Winged Tiger clan. Big brother, we made it out. Using the universe in the sleeve again, Hu Xiaotian appeared in front of Sunan, just as the game prompt popped up. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Rescue Hu Xiaotian, and 75 demon power points have been issued. Current available demonic power, 140 points. We're out? Little brother, your ability is incredible. Hu Xiaotian was overjoyed, and when he looked up at the towering White Tiger peak, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The White-Winged Tiger clan really caused a lot of trouble for me this time. If it weren't for you, little brother, I would have been finished. I owe you another huge favor. Hu Xiaotian said with lingering fear. You're too kind, big brother. Sunan smiled. Truth be told, he didn't have any substantial feelings for Hu Xiaotian. In his eyes, Hu Xiaotian was always a demon, and there was no telling whether they would end up as enemies someday. If it weren't for the task, there would be no interaction between the two of them. It was the same this time. If it weren't for the task and the demon power, and if it weren't for the fact that he needed Hu Xiaoshan's recommendation to participate in the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony, he would have never risked exposing his abilities to save Hu Xiaotian. I wonder what will happen to the others in the end. Hu Xiaotian stared at White Tiger Mountain. Sunan remained silent, waiting quietly. A saint-level expert taking action was a rare sight. Time passed, and he didn't have to wait long. As the surging demonic chi erupted from White Tiger Mountain, the situation in his foreknowledge appeared. Panic-stricken shouts sounded throughout White Tiger Mountain, and the demons of the White-Winged Tiger clan were thrown into chaos. Demons below the king level scattered and fled, while the great monsters above the king level took action without any regard for the consequences. Those guys didn't appear? Did they all die tragically? Even though Hu Xiaotian had anticipated the worst outcome, he was still shocked to see the current situation. None of the 4 demonic emperors that had entered the White-Winged Tiger clan's ancestral land had appeared, and their fate could only be imagined. Sunan also pretended to be shocked in a timely manner, to prevent Hu Xiaotian from detecting anything. The several demonic emperors were no match for the demon, and the other members of the White-Winged Tiger clan naturally couldn't even compare to cannon fodder in front of it. Not even needing the demon to take action, the surging demonic chi poured down, corroding the bloodlines of the demons. Chaos and panic became the main theme of the White-Winged Tiger clan at this moment. Just as the White-Winged Tiger clan was about to be completely destroyed, the clan elder from Sunan's foreknowledge appeared. Upon seeing the current situation of the White-Winged Tiger clan, the ancestor roared in anger, causing the tiger's roar to echo through the heavens and earth. Peak Emperor! This White-Winged Tiger clan actually has a peak emperor level existence. Hu Xiaotian was astonished, as he wasn't originally a demon of the 10,000 Demon Ridge, so he was not familiar with some of the hidden secrets of the area. The White-Winged Tiger clan's ancestor took action and fought against the demon beast. As expected, even though they were both at the peak of emperor level, the ancestor was not a match for the demon beast. During the battle between one demon and one monster, the ancestor of the White-Winged Tiger clan constantly had to gather the power of heaven and earth to resist the erosion of demonic chi, thus placing him at a disadvantage. The White-Winged Tiger clan's ancestor was defeated, and it didn't take long for the foreknowledge of the ancestor breaking through to the saint level to appear. In an instant, heaven and earth changed colors, while the spiritual mechanism within a 100-mile radius shook as a terrifying aura rose. Is this? Could it be that he is going to break through to the saint level? Hu Xiaotian was shocked, while Sunan also timely showed a horrified expression once again. At the same time, as the White-Winged Tiger clan's ancestor broke through, all the emperor-level powerhouses of the 10,000 Demon Ridge were alarmed, with the demon beasts gazing in the direction of the White-Winged Tiger clan. What's going on? This aura seems to be someone breaking through to the saint level. Who is seeking death? Breaking through to the saint level at this time basically means certain death. Some great monsters, who had been in deep sleep, were awakened and looked in the direction of the White-Winged Tiger clan with uncertain expressions. However, many more demon beasts were simply baffled, having no idea what was happening. You actually forcefully broke through? You're definitely going to die. The demon beast was frightened and angry. Without thinking, it turned around and fled. With mastery over spatial power, this demon had an unrivaled talent for escaping, but pity that it was facing a saint-level opponent. Between the saint-level and emperor-level peak, it seemed to be just one step away, but the actual gap was enormous, like heaven and earth, even larger than the gap between king-level and emperor-level. In front of a saint-level expert, an emperor-level peak was merely an ant. Even with control over spatial power, it was still just a slightly faster ant. The White-Winged Tiger clan's ancestor struck out in fury, causing heaven and earth to seem imprisoned, and time to seemingly come to a standstill. As expected, facing the forcibly breakthrough saint-level White-Winged Tiger clan's ancestor, the emperor-level peak demon beast had no way to resist. Eventually, under numerous gazes, it was bombarded and turned into ashes. It took only one strike, and the powerful demon beast that had just been wreaking havoc, was killed. This is the power of a saint level. Hu Xiaotian stared blankly, his eyes filled with envy and shock. However, before he could react, following that, the white-winged tiger clan's ancestor also turned into ashes in silence. Both died together. Seeing this scene, Hu Xiaotian was dumbfounded and didn't understand what had happened. Sunan also revealed a shocked expression, but deep in his heart, he felt that it was a pity. It was a pity that the demon beast was killed so thoroughly that even its demonic thoughts couldn't escape. If not, he could have attempted to capture it to cultivate the sky demon devouring God Sutra. The reversal came suddenly, leaving all the demon beasts dumbfounded. After a long while, the demon beasts of the white-winged tiger clan snapped out of it, and cries of grief resounded in all directions. Hu Xiaotian and Sunan arrived at White Tiger Mountain, looking at the still lingering demonic qi on the mountain with a hint of pity in their eyes. Now Hu Xiaotian finally understood what had happened and couldn't help but sigh. Let's go. I'm afraid the White-Winged Tiger clan will be erased from the 10,000 Demon Ridge after this. 3 hours later, Sunan collected Old Goat and a few demon beasts into his universe in the sleeve, brought them along with Hu Xiaotian to the core area of 10,000 Demon Ridge. They could vaguely see, atop that mountain peak, a majestic building stood tall, that was Heavenly Demon Hall. Sunan and Hu Xiaotian temporarily separated, and Sunan found the Great Princess and the others again. What? There was actually an Emperor-level peak Great Demon in the White-Winged Tiger clan's territory. The White-Winged Tiger clan's ancestor forcibly broke through to the Saint Realm to kill that Great Demon? In the end, both the demon and the ancestor died together. When they heard the news about the White-Winged Tiger clan reported by Sunan, the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor and the Great Princess were astonished. No matter which piece of news, it was extremely shocking to everyone. The news spread very fast. Soon, all the demon clans participating in the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony knew about the situation of the White-Winged Tiger clan, and they could not help but feel amazed and saddened. There was still half a day before the official start of the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony, and Sunan naturally wouldn't just wait around. After explaining a few things to the Great Princess, he quit the game once again. The sun was shining brightly, and it was noon in reality. Sunan came to the Great Hero Treasure Hall and let out Old Goat and several demon beasts. Eagle High, Black Armor, what are you guys doing here? Master, is this the world where those outsiders are? The appearance of several demon beasts made Eagle High and Black Armor stunned. They soon looked around and finally realized something, bursting with joy. Old Goat! You guys finally came too! Eagle High and Black Armor were also delighted. Not disturbing the reunion of the demon beasts, Sunan looked through the Divine Dao ritual artifact and saw the 2 spirits of Divine Dao within. Since the announcement of the 4th public test yesterday, the incense fire aspiration force gathered again has skyrocketed. The incense fire aspiration force covering the area is now dozens of times more concentrated than before. If someone looked down from high above, they would definitely find that within a radius of several thousand meters centered on the Great Hero Treasure Hall, they were shrouded in a hazy white mist. It wasn't the fog found in nature, but the condensation of incense fire aspiration force. The spirit of incense and aspiration here was almost turning into something substantive, even ordinary people could see it. If cultivators who practiced fragrant fire spiritual path in ancient times saw this, they would definitely go crazy with envy. Under such an extremely dense incense fire aspiration force, the 2 spirits of Divine Dao grew rapidly like they were being spurred on. One could even say that their daily changes were visible to the naked eye. By now, the spirit of the joyful deity had grown into a 20-year-old girl. She was dressed in a red wedding gown and covered with a red veil. Her exact appearance could not be seen clearly, but she seemed to have an attractive face and a slender figure. Compared with the spirit of the joyful deity, Sunan's own spirit of Divine Dao seemed a bit shabby. By now, it had only grown into a 16 or 17-year-old teenager. As the spirit of Divine Dao grew, its function gradually became apparent. The most important aspect was that the spirit of Divine Dao finally had the ability to fight against enemies. The first was the power of Divine Soul. The spirit of Divine Dao was originally condensed from the power of Divine Soul. As the spirit of Divine Dao increased, the power of Divine Soul naturally also soared. Now, the power of Divine Soul of his spirit of Divine Dao was comparable to the peak of Xian level. If it continued to grow like this, it would soon reach the king level standard. The second was control over the Divine Dao ritual artifact. Previously, the Divine Dao ritual artifact had always served as the foundation for the existence of the spirit of Divine Dao. The condensed divine space could overlap with reality, creating an illusion realm. Now, the spirit of divine Dao could control that divine space and control the illusion realm. As long as Sunan was willing, he could now control the spirit of divine Dao to cover the entire mountain peak where the Great Hero Treasure Hall was located with the divine space of the divine Dao ritual artifact. Within the range of the divine Dao ritual artifact space, he could use the spirit of divine Dao to exert a stronger power of divine soul. However, in Sunan's opinion, these were not the most important things. The most important thing was that as the spirit of divine Dao grew, the divine seal of fragrant fire divine path in his divine soul was also growing. His divine seal had already reached the 3rd grade when he left the land of divine void, and it was not far from the 4th grade. Now, with the help of the spirit of divine Dao, he was constantly advancing towards the 4th grade. If he continued like this, he might not even need to fuse with other 3rd grade divine seals to upgrade to the 4th grade. The divine seal is also a trump card for cultivators who practice the fragrant fire spiritual path. If my divine seal can be upgraded to the 4th grade, maybe it will be of great help to me. Unfortunately, I won't be able to use it this time. Sunan shook his head and then looked at Zixu and asked, have there been any abnormalities recently? Zixu confidently said, don't worry, I'm here, there won't be any problems. 2 days later, the spatial channel will open again, and this time more than a dozen demon emperors will descend. Sunan informed the demon beasts about what would happen in 2 days, preparing them mentally in advance. Upon hearing this, the demon beasts were instantly horrified. Sunan left the Great Hero Treasure Hall and found a secluded spot among the many mountain peaks to sit down. He planned to use this time to cultivate here. Chapter 370, Not in the Same Space-Time. In reality, practicing the Great Sun Golden Body Sutra without the acceleration of demon power could only increase progress by 3% each time, which was too slow for him, so he did not intend to cultivate it. Instead, he planned to condense the Fire's Destiny Circle that he had not been able to condense before. The Fire's Destiny Circle was a natural talent he gained from merging with the Fire Phoenix Demon bloodline, which allowed him to condense a Destiny Circle within his body using the power of fire. When he was seriously injured, the circle could be activated to significantly heal his wounds and restore his strength. However, he had not been able to condense this ability for such a long time after obtaining it. This was mainly because condensing the Fire's Destiny Circle required too much power, and in the game, his foresight ability allowed him to avoid death easily, so the demand for the Fire's Destiny Circle was not particularly high, and he had not been in a hurry to condense it. But now, he urgently needed this life-saving ability. Sunset and moonrise. Under the cool moonlight, Sunan still sat with his eyes closed and crossed legs. After an unknown period of time, Sunan suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. This was not because the Fire's Destiny Circle had been condensed, but because he had exhausted all his strength at this moment and could not continue to condense it for a short time. Feeling the changes within his body, he saw a fiery red circle emerging within him. The circle was very illusory, giving the impression that it could collapse at any moment. Halfway there. I need to make half more progress to condense the Fire's Destiny Circle. The power needed to condense the Fire's Destiny Circle was beyond his imagination. This was his second time trying to condense it. Only after combining the efforts of both attempts had he condensed half the circle, which showed how much power it took to condense the Fire's Destiny Circle. Fortunately, based on the current situation, there was still a chance for him to condense it before the space channel opened. The moonlight was like water, and the bright moon in the night sky had unknowingly reached the top of his head. A panel with only the foresight function appeared in front of him, and the empty number of foresight attempts had been restored to 108 times. I can finally use foresight. I hope it won't disappoint me this time. With a flick of his hand, a gem as clear as pomegranate seeds appeared in his hand. This was one of the 3 drops of Emperor-level celestial race blood. He planned to use this drop of blood in his foresight. 2 days later, the world you live in will connect with another world, and powerful beings will descend. You sense the danger. Would you like to consume a certain number of foresight opportunities to predict what will happen 3 minutes before your death? Yes. The foresight began. Sunan stared at the number of foresight attempts, but to his disappointment, he saw the number of foresight attempts reduced by precisely 50 times on the panel. What did this mean? It meant that he would still die in 2.5 days. You know that in 2 days, a powerful being from another world will descend. You strive to cultivate and hope to survive this crisis. An hour later, you enter another world through the game warehouse. 5 hours later, you return to the real world and continue to condense the fire's destiny circle. 7 hours later, your inner strength is exhausted, and you enter another world again. 1 day later, you return to the real world again, continue to condense the fire's destiny circle, and after 3 hours of condensing, you finally succeed in condensing the fire's destiny circle. A day and a half later, you use the yin-yang cross-realm disc to obtain a treasure called God Descending Talisman from a warrior named Yang Zheng. This is an ancient treasure that can bring power from one side to another through bloodlines. The closer the two sides' bloodlines are, the more power can be transferred. Hi! God Descending Talisman? How did I get such an ancient treasure? Looking at the foresight results, Sunan was stunned, as the development was completely unexpected. Trading treasures with the yin-yang cross-realm disc was his plan from the beginning, as he had to go all out to face the second game descent. However, in his original plan, he wanted to trade for treasures that could save his life or enhance his combat power. He even had a target in mind, a treasure that happened to be in the possession of the Huigu, China, government, but it was not this so-called God-descending talisman. Obviously, according to the situation in the foresight, he must have changed his mind. God-descending talisman, was this added to the list after Huigu didn't originally include it? With his thoughts racing, Sunan continued to look down, and soon understood why he had done so. You enter another world again, and when you come out, your strength increases drastically, and the 4 bloodlines of the law-controlling class within you merge into one, reaching the king level. 2 days later, as expected, when midnight arrives, your world momentarily connects with another world, and space channels appear. Numerous demons descend upon your nation, and you know that this time, there will be an emperor-level demon emperor, and a strong being from another race will attack you. You realize that you will be targeted by your enemies and, as a precaution, plan to use the God-descending talisman to bring your original body's power to your incarnation, use your incarnation to act, and hide your original body in the dark, defending against the possible arrival of powerful beings. As you use the God-descending talisman, it displays unprecedented effects on your incarnation due to its innate connection with your original body and perfectly carries all your strength. So does this mean that my incarnation can use all my methods? I see. No wonder the foresight shows that I would choose this item. Sunan suddenly understood. Undoubtedly, the God-descending talisman was incredibly useful in the current situation. Although he could already let his incarnation use some of his original body's methods through the connection between them with his techniques, there were still many methods he could not use, such as the power of the law-controlling class and the powerful divine soul of his original body. Unable to use the power of his magical resistance, he could not fully unleash the Li fire essence, and his divine soul could play a significant role at crucial moments. If it weren't for the God-descending talisman, with the strength of his avatar, he would be completely unable to withstand the attacks of the demonic emperor, making it impossible for his main body to hide behind the scenes. But now, with this God-descending talisman, he could hide behind the scenes and wait for the eventual arrival of the heavenly race. However, from the number of premonitions he used up this time, it seemed that he had failed. You go all out, using your racial talent to consecutively kill 3 emperor-level demons. At the same time, you cast Universe in the sleeve to trap 3 demonic emperors. Your overwhelming power deters the remaining demonic emperors, and they dare not attack you. However, you know that the battle is far from over, and you know that soon, a new spatial passage will open near your location. As you predicted, a spatial passage appears not long after, and a newly freed demon arrives. You take the initiative to attack without giving the demon a chance to recover, using luck's power to execute the art of fate. 1,000 points of demon race luck are consumed, causing a severe loss in the demon's luck, not only preventing the recovery of its strength but also causing it to suffer backlash from heaven and earth, resulting in greatly reduced power. You waste no more time, proactively activating the fire's destiny circle to restore some power and taking out the demon sword to kill the demon in front of everyone, then running the sky demon devouring God Sutra to refine the demon's divine soul. The various powers you possess leave everyone in awe, and the remaining demonic emperors dare not attack you any longer. After a moment of hesitation, they opt to leave. Unlike the last time, knowing what would happen next, Sunan kept taking the initiative to attack. The effect was excellent, as once he killed the demon last time, he appeared fatigued, prompting the other monsters to attack again. This time, his strength deterred all the monsters, causing the remaining demonic emperors not to act recklessly. In his previous premonition, at this point, not only had he used a substitute strawman, but he had also unleashed the apocalypse heavenly thunder. In the end, even the incense fire aspiration force was exhausted, leaving him completely out of tricks. However, this time, he had not used any of these three, which meant that he still had many trump cards left. If it weren't for the appearance of the heavenly race in the end, he could have easily handled this crisis. The monsters retreat, but you remain vigilant, aware that a powerful presence will soon descend. Your judgment is once again correct, as soon the power of heaven and earth shakes, and the phantom of an 8-winged celestial clan member appears in the void. Swiftly reacting, you attempt to unleash the apocalypse heavenly thunder without waiting for the heavenly race powerhouse to make a move. The apocalypse heavenly thunder is unleashed, but to your disappointment, it seems that the heavenly race powerhouse is not existing in the same space-time as you, leaving the apocalypse heavenly thunder unable to affect them. Seeing this, you react swiftly, taking out a prepared game bracelet and entering another world with both your main body and avatar. Not existing in the same space-time? Could it be that the 8-winged one attacked from the past or the future? How is that possible? Sunan was shocked. If the 8-winged heavenly race powerhouse was indeed in the past or the future, how could he fight them? He did not possess any power over time. Half an hour later, you have your avatar reappear, but to your horror, as soon as you show up, the silhouette of the heavenly race powerhouse also emerges, pointing a finger at you. You attempt to enter another world once more, and although your main body successfully enters, your avatar is locked down by the heavenly race powerhouse's power, unable to enter the other world. With no way to escape under the heavenly race powerhouse's lockdown, your avatar can only endure their attack. The avatar has no power to resist and is killed on the spot. As for you, having entered another world, the connection between you and the avatar is severed. Meanwhile, with the protection of the Fate Sutra, you barely survive the ordeal. What's going on with that 8-winged heavenly race powerhouse? Are they targeting me? Even hiding in the game doesn't work. Moreover, as long as that 8-winged heavenly race powerhouse makes a move, I am locked down, making it difficult to deal with. Thankfully, it was only my avatar that got targeted. Sunan's expression was grave. Unable to even hide in the game demonstrated the strength of the 8-winged heavenly race. This reminded him of the white-winged tiger clan ancestor he encountered previously. The saint-level ancestor, who had broken through, could not be evaded by even the most powerful emperor-level demon who had control over spatial power. This made Sunan suspect that saint-level beings had the power to seal off heaven and earth and space itself. I wonder if that 8-winged heavenly race powerhouse can continue to attack me after that strike. He continued to read, and the information below provided him with an answer. 2.5 days later, you return to this world. Due to your avatar being killed, the few remaining demonic emperors return, occupying your Hua country. By now, the Hua country you are in has become a nation controlled by monsters. 1 minute later, you appear in the real world, and as you do, the long-vanished Heavenly Clan expert's phantom re-emerges. The Heavenly Clan expert points at you again, sealing your surrounding space. You want to escape, but you cannot do it. You know that evading won't solve the problem, so you decide to confront the Heavenly Clan expert head-on. You take out a drop of the 6-winged heavenly race's essence and blood, and combine it with 1,000 changes and 10,000 transmutations. Not just the power of one strike. With a frown, Sunan realized that the 8-winged celestial clan had always existed in an illusory state. He initially thought that it was just a projection, and most likely had the power of only one strike, but it seems he was wrong. Thinking back to the premonition he had earlier, he becomes even more convinced at this moment that the 8-winged celestial clan is indeed acting from the past or the future. His main body being locked was also beyond his expectation. It seemed that the plan to sacrifice a substitute and consume the 8-winged celestial clan had failed. With the use of the 6-winged heavenly race's essence and blood and the 1,000 changes and 10,000 transmutations, you transform into the appearance of the heavenly race, and gain the racial talent of the heavenly race's essence and blood. You discover that you can now see the fate lines of all demons and people, and control your own fate line. Moreover, you have the ability to attack fate lines. Finally understanding the heavenly race's methods, you immediately try to control your own fate line, hiding it within your body. Meanwhile, you unleash the full power of the golden body shining to prepare to defend against the heavenly clan expert's strike. The Heavenly Clan expert's power is terrifying, and even an indirect strike isn't something you can bear right now. Fortunately, the power of the golden body shining is strong enough to only leave you seriously injured and not directly obliterated. However, at the last moment, you find that as your physical defense is broken, the fate line hidden within your body is exposed and attacked by the Heavenly Clan expert's power. The destiny wheel within you rotates extremely fast, but still can't fully resist the Heavenly Clan expert's power. At the critical moment, the substitute strawman takes effect, blocking the Heavenly Clan expert's fatal attack. 2 minutes later, when the Heavenly Clan expert realizes that a single strike did not kill you, they attack again. Unwilling to passively endure the attack, you immediately consume the human race's luck and try to use the art of fate on the Heavenly Clan expert. To your disappointment, only then do you discover that there is no connecting fate line between you and the Heavenly Clan expert. No fate line? What's going on? Sunan frowns. Usually, as long as he had an interaction, fate lines would form. Unless the other person is entirely killed. But now, even half a day after fighting the 8-winged celestial clan, there's no fate line formation between them, which is simply outrageous. Is it because the 8-winged celestial clan and I aren't in the same time and space? Or does the 8-winged celestial clan have a treasure or ability that shields them from fate lines? Sunan's thoughts race quickly. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation, and he has no information to reference, nor any clues from his premonitions. Maybe he would get more hints with additional premonitions, but he doesn't have enough usage to waste. If it's because they're not in the same time and space, then it's not too bad. But if it's because the other party has an ability or treasure that shields them from fate lines, then that's a big problem. If the other party has an ability or treasure that shields them from fate lines, what does that mean? It means that they know about his abilities. They know that he can use fate lines to launch the art of fate. Considering that they might not be in the same time and space, Sunan has reason to suspect that they are in the future. They know about his abilities and are deliberately guarding against him. Thinking of this, Sunan's expression turns extremely grim. He's actually competing across time and space with an enemy from the future, which is simply incredibly absurd. Chapter 371, The Method of Breaking the Game. How am I supposed to fight an enemy from the future? If it's just his imagination, so be it. But if it's true that the enemy is from the future, they might know all about his abilities and be prepared for them. In such a situation, his various methods would be useless against them. It would be good enough if he wouldn't be defeated by them, let alone defeating them himself. Do I really have to give up the real world? At this moment, Sunan hesitated a bit. Once he gives up, he would have to stay in the game world until he can deal with the 8-winged celestial clan. It's not really a big problem since he no longer needs to worry about safety, and he isn't concerned about the possibility of dying permanently if his body dies in the game. After all, since entering the game, the number of times he has died can be counted on one hand, basically all happening when he first entered the game. Now that he is powerful, and with over 100 foresight chances, nobody can kill him as long as he doesn't court death. Not to mention, he still has more than 10 perfect resurrection cards. However, the real world still has a lot of use for him. He still needs the real world to gather the incense fire aspiration force. The combination of the incense fire aspiration force and the incense prayer technique is an almost omnipotent ability that he doesn't want to give up, as it can come in handy at any time. I hope I'm just overthinking things. Sunan took a deep breath and continued reading. Unable to cast the art of fate, you take out the life and death mirror, trying to find the heavenly clan experts within it. You are disappointed once again as there is no figure of the heavenly clan expert in the life and death mirror. You can only consume the incense fire aspiration force, use the incense fire prayer technique to see if it can help. Knowing that the art of fate is the best way to deal with the enemy, you pray to establish a karmic connection with them. Unfortunately, you are disappointed again, as you don't have enough incense fire aspiration force to forcibly establish a connection with them. Unable to do anything else, you use the incense prayer technique to restore the power of the Great Sun Golden Body scripture while healing your injuries. Facing the approaching attack of the heavenly clan expert, you feel relieved as you find that their power is much weaker than the last time. After recovering the power of the Great Sun Golden Body scripture, you use Golden Body Shining again. The third attack from the heavenly clan expert arrives, and you discover, to your surprise, that their power is much weaker than before. You finally understand that as the Heavenly Clan expert takes action, their power is constantly being consumed. This attack leaves you severely injured and on the verge of death. Ultimately, you consume all of your incense fire aspiration force and barely manage to block the attack of the power of fate. 3 minutes later, the Heavenly Clan expert launches their fourth attack. Unfortunately, you have no means left to resist and are unable to withstand it. You are dead. As expected, in the vision, he is once again killed by the 8-winged celestial clan. However, the content of the final vision finally brightens Sunan's eyes. The 8-winged celestial clan's power is constantly being consumed. Doesn't this mean that as long as I keep draining their power, I can eventually wear them down and kill them? In that case, the previous deaths of my avatars weren't a waste, at least they took the brunt of the 8-winged celestial clan's strongest attack. Sunan's eyes brightened as he finally found a glimmer of hope for breaking the deadlock. My strength is still not enough, I have too few means to protect myself. If only I had a few more substitute strawmen. Sunan thought greedily. The substitute strawman was a reward for ranking in the top 3 during the last human crisis. To be able to obtain one is already a great fortune, let alone a second one, which is practically impossible. Some players did offer life-saving treasures in exchange for the ancient scripture and the yin-yang cross-realm disc he had earlier. Among them were treasures that could temporarily grant extremely strong defensive powers, like the golden body shining, or those that could instantly heal severe injuries. However, those players were not from Dongchen State. To trade with them, he would have to travel to their state, which he didn't have the time for at the moment. Moreover, expecting those players to exchange their treasures for demon power and then trade with him was also impossible, as the demon power required to exchange for such treasures was too much. Unless he could directly enter the game world of others from the real world. It seemed not impossible with the power to foresee the future, allowing him to directly enter the world of others through spatial channels, but the problem was still the time it would take. I wonder if I can buy similar treasures at Tiangong Pavilion. Sunan thought of the demon essence blood. Obtaining demon essence blood is now easier for him since he has the Xianhuang refining chi furnace. The simplest way to convert these essence bloods into strength is to exchange them for treasures. At the same time, he also has the identity of the Demon Hunting Bureau, allowing him to exchange essence blood for treasures in their treasure vault. But even if he can find something that can save his life from the 8-winged celestial clan's hands, he's afraid that only the Tiangong Pavilion in the Great Yu Imperial City would possess it. He is currently in the 10,000 Demon Ridge, and the time it would take to return to the Tiangong Pavilion is too long. Is there any other way to increase my strength quickly? Sunan thought quickly. Completing the mainline task is undoubtedly the fastest way to quickly increase his strength, as the benefits it brings are the most numerous. He quickly goes through all the tasks before finally setting his eyes on the Cave Sky Old Man's cave dwelling task. I wonder if the Cave Sky Old Man's inheritance contains any life-saving treasures. He couldn't help but think. The immortal old man is, after all, a powerful being from ancient times. Previously, Sunan didn't have any idea about the old man's strength and thought he was at the emperor level. But it doesn't seem to be the case now. Being able to suppress a powerful demon and create a space to leave a legacy, it all points to being a saint level. What treasure could there be in a legacy left behind by a saint level powerhouse? The thought itself is tantalizing. Moreover, even if there is no good treasure in the Cave Immortal's legacy, completing the mission could still yield a good item. With a plan in mind, he decided to head to the Cave Immortal's dwelling after entering the game. Finding a life-saving treasure and depleting the enemy's power is one thing, but I can't put all my hopes on that. I still need to find a way to attack the 8-winged heavenly tribe. He had many trump cards, whether it was the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder, the Life and Death Mirror, or the Art of Fate, they were all extremely powerful. But they were useless if he couldn't attack the enemy, and they couldn't play their due roles. So how could he attack the enemy? As Sunan's thoughts raced, he considered all the available methods. In the end, he still set his sights on the Art of Fate. Karma. If the other party really is deliberately shielding their karma connection with me because they fear my Art of Fate, it would undoubtedly tell me that my Art of Fate can affect them, even restrain them. After all, striking across time and space, even if the 8-winged heavenly tribe is truly very powerful, they might have to pay a price. My Art of Fate may make that price grow infinitely. If I can establish karma with the other party, maybe I can use the Art of Fate on them even if we aren't in the same time and space. He had thought of this possibility during his previous foresight but ultimately failed due to insufficient incense prayer power. It was normal after all, since the other party was an 8-winged heavenly tribe, a saint-level existence, 2 whole realms stronger than him, and separated by time and space. Apart from the incense prayer technique, is there really no other way to establish a connection with the 8-winged heavenly tribe? Sunan's thoughts scattered. It was already impossible to accumulate a large amount of incense prayer power in a short time. Now he could only find a method similar to the incense prayer technique. However, so far, he had not heard of any methods that could construct karma. Does Fragrant Fire Spiritual Path have any secret techniques related to karma? Thinking about it, Sunan couldn't help but look at the 9 ranks to ascend to Godhood mission on the panel. With my current strength, if I want to complete the 9 ranks to ascend to Godhood mission, I should be able to do it. The first mission reward is a secret method of the spiritual path. I wonder what kind of ability it would grant. He didn't continue with his foresight. With his current means, he couldn't deal with the 8-winged heavenly tribe. Even if he continued to foresee, the outcome wouldn't change, and it would waste a lot of foresight attempts. With only 2 days left before the spatial portal opens, every single foresight attempt was extremely precious and couldn't be wasted. Leaving Song Mountain, Sunan logged into the game. Daily missions refreshed. Due to Wang Nan's breakthrough to the king level, the difficulty level of the missions has changed. Daily Mission 1, Sabotage the Celestial Demon Grand Ceremony. Mission difficulty, 4 stars. Mission reward, 75 Demon Power Points. Daily Mission 2, Rescue a Demon. Mission difficulty, 3 stars. Mission reward, 60 Demon Power Points. Daily Mission 3, Hunt a King Level Demon. Mission difficulty, 2 stars. Mission reward, 45 Demon Power Points. As usual, the mission to rescue a demon appeared and had become the norm. The Sabotage Celestial Demon Grand Ceremony mission was quite similar to the previous mission of sabotaging the Skywolf clan's selection. This mission had a high difficulty, but even if he could complete it, Sunan wouldn't do it, as sabotaging the Celestial Demon Grand Ceremony would also have a massive impact on him. He then looked at Lang 13's missions. Daily Mission 1, Explore the Celestial Demon Palace. Mission difficulty, 3 stars. Mission reward, 60 Demon Power Points. Daily Mission 2, Rank in the top 100 in the Celestial Demon Grand Ceremony. Mission difficulty, 2 stars. Task reward, 45 Demon Power Points. Daily Task 3, Hunt 1 Profound Level Alien Visitor. Task difficulty, 1 star. Task reward, 30 Demon Power Points. The task of exploring the Heavenly Demon Palace came up again, and without thinking, this task was like the sabotaging the Heavenly Demon Ceremony, destined to be an impossible task to complete. In the end, the character switched to Zhang Yang. Daily Task 1, Hunt 1 Emperor Level Demon. Task difficulty, 4 stars. Task reward, 60 Demon Power Points. Daily Task 2, Hunt 1 King Level Demon. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, 45 Demon Power Points. Daily Task 3, Hunt 1 Profound Mystery Demon. Task difficulty, 2 stars. Task reward, 30 Demon Power Points. All 3 tasks were about hunting demons. With his current strength, he could easily complete the task of hunting the Demon Emperor. After all, he was the one who could fight against many Demon Emperors and remain unbeaten in 3 days. However, the Demon Emperors who came to Zaixing Peak were all there to participate in the Heavenly Demon Ceremony, and once one of them was killed by him, it would most likely attract the investigation of other Demon Emperors. And even if he were to take action, he must use a swift and decisive means to resolve the battle, otherwise, he would attract the attention of the Demon Emperor and would undoubtedly die. Why bother thinking so much? Even if there are fewer Demon Emperors, no one can suspect me. And with the sleeves Kinkan, it would be easy to trap a Demon Emperor when they were caught off guard, so there's no need to worry about anyone detecting it. Sunan quickly made up his mind. The task must be done, and one Demon Emperor was nothing. This was just the beginning, and there would be a second and third one after that. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, accompanied by a roar, the heavenly and earthly vitality shook, and the heavenly and earthly vitality within tens of miles gathered and madly surged towards the towering mountain peak. That was where the Heavenly Demon Palace was located. He then saw a series of figures soaring into the air, heading towards the mountain peak. Without exception, those people were demon emperors. The heavenly demon ceremony has begun. Sunan understood what was going on. However, today's heavenly demon ceremony had nothing to do with him, it belonged to those demon emperors. According to the previously known situation, the demon emperor would awaken during this heavenly demon ceremony. I have nothing to do today, so I might as well take advantage of this opportunity to complete the cave immortal's legacy. He flipped his hand, took out the teleportation card. The cave immortal's cave mansion was in Red Mountain Prefecture, and he was now in the deepest part of the 10,000 Demon Ridge. If he were to travel by flying, it would take him a whole day to get there. Time was pressing, so he could only use the teleportation card to directly teleport to the cave immortal's cave mansion. Sunan found Great Princess again, intending to communicate with her before leaving. When he arrived at the place where the Great Princess and others were temporarily staying, he saw the Great Princess, Second Princess Baiyu, and 3 people discussing something with a serious expression in their eyes. "What's wrong? What happened?" Sunan asked. Seeing Sunan, the second princess's eyes showed a hint of surprise, seemingly pondering something. Great Princess said, "Among the talented individuals from various clans attending the heavenly demon ceremony this time, quite a few of them are at the peak of the king level, and even a few have already awakened their second bloodline talent, reaching the standard of the ancient demon clan. Some have even received the ancient inheritance left behind by their clan, and some have even stepped halfway into the emperor level. With our strength, it's not difficult to enter the top 20, but getting into the top 10 is not easy." "Is that so? There really are quite a few talented individuals." Sunan nodded. He couldn't help but feel astonished, and then thought about the human race. Compared with the demon race, the human race was far behind, with not many king-level powerhouses, and most of them only reached the king level at the age of 60 or 70. It's not the human race's fault, as the fusion of demon bloodlines was inherently difficult. Merging at the mortal and spiritual levels was fine, but once they reached the profound mystery level, the chances of losing control skyrocketed. Many people didn't dare to fuse bloodlines anymore, so how could there be a wealth of talent? To break through the king level also required a long time to fuse, plus the time needed for the mortal, spiritual, and profound mystery levels. It was already good enough to break through at the age of 60. Fortunately, this situation was about to change with the return of the heavenly and earthly vitality. With the return of the heavenly and earthly vitality, the human race would be able to cultivate ancient techniques once again. As long as they were given time, it was not impossible to restore the glory of the ancient times. Of course, this premise was that the human race wouldn't be annihilated before they could recover. Chapter 372, Cave Immortal Old Man. Only those who rank in the top 10 have a chance to enter the ancestral land. The benefits for those ranked after the 10th place are significantly less, said the Great Princess. They participated in the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony to gain the opportunity to enter the Demon Clan ancestral land and acquire various chances within it. It was related to whether they could enter the Emperor level. Sunan didn't say anything, as he was not worried about this problem. The bloodline of the Demon Clan was of great importance in entering the Emperor level. To revert their bloodline, apart from various treasures, the spiritual opportunities of heaven and earth were equally crucial. With the universe in the sleeve, he could easily take the Great Princess to the real world. Of course, he could not tell her directly in front of the second princess and Baiyu. After explaining himself to the Great Princess and making up some excuses, he left Picking Star's Peak. About 10 minutes later, Sunan stopped in a hidden cave, took out a teleportation card, and prepared to use it. It wasn't possible to use game items during foreknowledge, so he could only use them before. When using the teleportation card, Sunan directly set his destination to the Cave Immortal's cave mansion. As the teleportation card was used, his figure disappeared. When he appeared again, not surprisingly, he arrived at the land of inheritance inside the Cave Immortal's cave mansion. "Huh? Demonic aura. Has that demon beast already broken free?" Standing on the soft touch of the yellow sand beneath his feet, Sunan quickly noticed something unusual about this place and couldn't help but feel worried. Compared to his last visit, there was now a faint presence of demonic aura pervading the area. The demonic aura was neither too much nor too little. The Destiny Society used a severed limb of a demon beast against me previously and threw it into this secret realm, but the demonic aura it released was definitely not this much. Could it be that the demon beast trapped beneath the Inheritance Great Hall, a kilometer below the surface, has escaped. Sunan immediately thought of a possibility and his face changed. That demon beast was not ordinary, and whether he could handle it was still questionable if it escaped. If it truly escaped, he would have one less opportunity to complete his mission. Worst of all, considering the demon beast's strength, there was a high chance it would target the cave immortal's inheritance if it did break free. If such a thing really happened, he might not even get to taste the soup on this trip. Let's hope the worst-case scenario doesn't happen. Without further thoughts, he immediately looked at his foreknowledge. This time, instead of rashly using Death's foresight, he used ordinary foreknowledge of the future. He wanted to try it first and see if the soul attraction grass could gather the cave immortal's remnant soul. For some reason, he had a feeling that it would not be easy for him to find the cave immortal's remnant soul this time. This strange feeling was not completely unfounded, however. I obtained the method of using soul attraction grass to gather the remnant soul from Tiangong Pavilion, but its effectiveness remains unknown. If I successfully manage to attract the remnant soul, it's good, but if it fails and I use Death's foresight thereafter, dozens of attempts will be in vain. Once again arriving at the cave immortal's cave mansion, you know that to obtain his inheritance, you must first gain his approval. You take out the soul attraction grass, light one of them, and it burns slowly, releasing a hazy fog. The fog disperses throughout the secret realm, with your soul power spreading out to observe the surrounding changes. A minute later, you don't notice any abnormalities. 2 minutes later, the first soul attraction grass is almost burned up, disappointing you, and there were no changes in the surroundings. You don't give up, and take out another soul attraction grass and light it. 3 minutes later, the second soul attraction grass is almost burned up, and you still haven't found the cave immortal's remnant soul. The first foreknowledge session ends. Do you wish to continue? No. His premonition proved true as his first attempt ended in failure. What's going on? Is the remnant soul of the cave immortal no longer here, or is the soul attraction grass simply unable to gather his remnant soul? Sunan pondered quickly. Both possibilities existed, and either one posed a great disadvantage to him. It might make his trip a complete waste of time. Fortunately, other than the soul attraction grass, he had other methods. With a thought, he immediately sensed his connection with heaven and earth. Incense prayer technique. He planned to use the power of the incense prayer technique together with the soul attraction grass to gather the cave immortal's remnant soul. Since he was here, he absolutely couldn't return empty-handed. Although this is an independent small space, it exists in reliance on the demon world, I can still connect to heaven and earth here, which is different from the abandoned land. Using the incense prayer technique required establishing a connection with heaven and earth first. He had established a connection with the heaven and earth in the abandoned land before, and re-established a connection with the demon world after leaving the abandoned land. Although the abandoned land was an independent space as well, and somewhat similar to the small space he currently was in, they were quite different. Perhaps the abandoned land relies not on the demon world, but on the world beyond the stone door, beneath the ancient god tomb, which doesn't belong to the human race. Sunan thought of a possibility, but now was not the time to think about it. Looking at his foreknowledge again, he initiated another session of it. Once again in the cave immortal's cave mansion, you know that to obtain his inheritance, you must first gain his approval. You take out the soul attraction grass, and light one of them, it burns slowly, releasing a hazy fog. In your opinion, relying on the soul attraction grass alone would make it difficult to gather the cave immortal's remnant soul, so you decide to use the incense prayer technique in combination with the soul attraction grass. Upon using the incense prayer technique, the power of incense offerings within a 3-meter range of your divine soul is consumed. You suddenly feel an invisible divine soul fluctuation around you. As the soul attraction grass burns, the divine soul fluctuation becomes stronger and stronger. A minute later, when the first soul attraction grass has burned out, the cave immortal's remnant soul fails to gather successfully. You quickly decide to light the second soul attraction grass. 2 minutes later, the divine soul fluctuation intensifies, and a vague divine soul figure slowly appears. 3 minutes later, as the second soul attraction grass is about to burn out, an old man's divine soul appears in front of you. The old man's divine soul is very faint and incomplete, only able to maintain for a brief moment. The first foresight ends. Do you wish to continue? Success. Sunan breathes a sigh of relief. As long as he can gather the remnants of the soul, the rest of the matters will be easy to handle. The foresight begins again. This time, he uses the death foresight again. However, to his surprise, this time it only consumes one foresight opportunity. What happened? Was I killed by that demon beast? Sunan's face changes. One opportunity can foresee events more than an hour ahead, and the only thing that seems capable of killing him in this secret realm cave dwelling is that seemingly freed demon beast. You come to the cave immortal's cave dwelling again, intending to use the soul attraction grass to gather the cave immortal's remnant soul and acquire his inheritance qualifications. With the use of the soul attraction grass and the incense prayer technique, you successfully gather the cave immortal's remnant soul and obtain the qualification for his inheritance. After an incense stick's time, you arrive at the cave immortal's grand hall of inheritance. Upon entering, you successfully obtain the cave immortal's inheritance. To your disappointment, there is nothing else in the cave immortal's inheritance besides an ancient scripture. Only an ancient scripture. Sunan frowns, somewhat disappointed. He doesn't lack ancient scriptures at all. Even if he were given an ancient scripture comparable to the Great Sun Golden Body scripture, he wouldn't have the time or demonic energy to cultivate it. He desires divine weapons, ancient treasures, and, if necessary, spirit objects. After obtaining the inheritance, you do not leave in a hurry but try to search for other items in the Grand Hall. To your disappointment, there are many items that originally remained in the Grand Hall, but as time passed, these things have rotted away or decayed, becoming utterly worthless. Meanwhile, you find that the cave immortal's remnant soul has disappeared, whereabouts unknown. Just when you are about to leave, your luck comes into play, and a secret room at the far end of the Grand Hall catches your attention. The secret room is empty, with nothing inside, but you have a feeling that something is hidden here. After some attempts, you eventually use heaven shifting technique to enter another secret room you've never seen before. You find that the secret room is filled with rotten wood, arranged in a huge array formation. In the center of the formation is a pool with a diameter of 5 meters. At the bottom of the pool, a huge object is faintly visible. The entire secret room is enveloped by the array, and you have little knowledge of it, so you dare not act rashly. Instead, you release Luo Yu from the gourd to help you discern the array in the secret room. After some analysis, Luo Yu tells you that the array here is very likely to be a mysterious soul-gathering array. After a cultivator's death, their divine soul scatters and returns to the heaven and earth. However, this type of array can condense their divine soul. Setting up this type of array requires a spirit object called soul-nurturing wood. This spirit object is extremely valuable, and the longer the array is maintained, the more soul-nurturing wood is needed. The number of soul-nurturing woods used to set up the array here is terrifying, indicating that the array has been maintained for a very long time. Unfortunately, the power of the soul-nurturing woods has been completely exhausted, and the array loses its function. The liquid in the pool is not ordinary water, but life essence, containing an incredibly majestic vitality. Like the soul-nurturing woods, the vitality contained in the life essence has been largely consumed by now, leaving little behind, and is of little value. Soul-gathering array? Life essence? What is this for? Sunan was surprised and doubtful. He was unclear what soul-nurturing wood was and had no concept of its value, but he knew quite a bit about life essence. The reward for the first place ranking in the survival trial when the game was first in open beta testing included life essence. Initially, just a single drop of life essence, after being diluted, had saved 6 nearly exhausted dragon turtle eggs. Now, there was an entire pool of life essence here. This could be described as terrifying. For a moment, Sunan's breathing became rapid. A pool of life essence, even if most of it had already lost its vitality, was still a vast quantity. If there was a way to refine it, perhaps it could yield a few drops of life essence. I wonder if my Xianhuang refining qi furnace can refine liquids. It should be fine since the Xianhuang refining qi furnace is said to be able to smelt all things. It should have no problem smelting a liquid. Sunan's thoughts raced, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Wasn't life essence, containing a large amount of vitality, precisely the life-saving object he had wanted to find? Continuing to read on. However, the premonition below greatly exceeded his expectations. You both focus your gaze at the bottom of the pool, trying to see the object submerged in the water clearly. After observing, you find that it is a coffin. You are curious about the coffin and plan to open it. 1 minute later, you collect all the life essence, exposing the coffin. Being cautious, you don't dare to do it yourself and let Luo Yu be the one to open the coffin. As Luo Yu opens the coffin, you suddenly see an elder lying inside. At a glance, you recognize that the elder's appearance is identical to the remnant soul of the cave immortal. You instantly understand that the corpse inside the stone coffin is the cave immortal elder. To your surprise, you find that the cave immortal's corpse has not decayed, its complexion is ruddy, and it still maintains the appearance it had before death, looking like a sleeping elder. You observe carefully and discover that there is a faint hint of vitality in the cave immortal's corpse. As the coffin is opened, it seems to have triggered something, and the vitality in the cave immortal's corpse is rapidly increasing. You and Luo Yu realize something is wrong and immediately become alert. 2 minutes later, the cave immortal elder suddenly opens his eyes, his gaze instantly falling on you, his expression ferocious, as he suddenly attacks you. The cave immortal elder is powerful and instantly kills Luo Yu. You realize that you are no match for the cave immortal elder and use the heaven-shifting technique to try and escape. To your horror, under the power of the cave immortal elder, you are locked down and unable to run away. Fortunately, the cave immortal elder has not lost his reason and does not kill you immediately. You try to communicate with the cave immortal elder, wanting to be let go as the inheritor. The cave immortal elder tells you that everything here was prepared by him for his resurrection. However, his resurrection went awry, and the power of the soul gathering array was nearly exhausted, causing his soul to disperse. In desperation, the cave immortal elder used the remaining part of his consciousness left in the grand hall to release the information of the inheritance, hoping that someone could help him condense his soul. You condensed part of the soul for the cave immortal elder and obtained the inheritance he left behind, but by opening the coffin, you caused his resurrection to fail again. The cave immortal elder is unwilling to give up and plans to erase your soul and take over your body. You are also unwilling to have your body taken, and decisively find the cause and effect between you and the cave immortal elder, expending human fate to use the art of fate on him. With 200 points of human fate consumed, the disaster of the cave immortal elder arrives early, and his vitality rapidly drains away, while demonic energy surges out of his body. You see that at this moment, the cave immortal elder seems to have developed a second personality, laughing triumphantly from his throat. The cave immortal elder is enraged and communicates with the laughing personality, looking as though he was talking to himself. Only then do you understand that there is a demonic thought within the cave immortal elder. That demonic thought has always wanted to occupy the cave immortal elder's body but never found the opportunity. Now, with the cave immortal elder's disaster arriving, the demonic thought finally finds its chance and begins to seize the cave immortal elder's body. However, the cave immortal elder is powerful, and even in the face of disaster, it is difficult for him to die instantly, still having a brief moment of struggling power. The cave immortal elder roars but gives up on the demonic thought, attacking you with no regard for anything. 3 minutes later, your soul is forcibly erased by the cave immortal elder, and your body is occupied. You are dead. Chapter 373, Attempting to Effect Rewards. This cave immortal left an inheritance, and he actually wants people to gather his residual soul to help him resurrect. After his foreknowledge ended, Sunan was stunned. This time, the duration for his foreknowledge was short, but the content was plentiful, far beyond his expectations. Feeling impressed, Sunan mused, as expected of a former saint, his methods are extraordinary. Even after death, he still managed to find a way to resurrect. However, it was clear that resurrection is no easy task. There are great horrors between life and death, making success extremely challenging. It seemed that the cave immortal knew that primal energy would awaken again in the world and wanted to resurrect after it did so. Perhaps he didn't accurately predict the time of this awakening, or he didn't collect enough soul-nurturing wood and life essence, causing the power of the magical formation to be used up prematurely. Eventually, he had to rely on others to gather his residual soul. This is my own fault. If I just took the inheritance and left, all this wouldn't have happened, Sunan reflected seriously. But, if given a choice, he would still enter the secret chamber to investigate after his destiny has played out. Risk means opportunity. With his ability to foresee the future, caution was never his concern. This was his style. The more dangerous it seemed, the more interested he became. However, now that I know what's behind that secret room, I have to consider it carefully. He began to weigh the pros and cons. In the place where the cave immortal planned to resurrect, there remained an abundance of life essence. Although almost all of the vitality in it had been used up, it still had value. If he could refine even 1 or 2 drops of the complete life essence, his chances of surmounting his crisis in 2 days' time would greatly increase. According to my foreknowledge, opening the coffin caused the cave immortal's resurrection process to be disrupted. I'm not sure if obtaining the life essence only will cause the same problem. He didn't worry about the strength of the cave immortal. With his art of fate, he felt no fear at all towards him. He was clueless that the cave immortal would be resurrected in his previous foreknowledge. Now he knows, and if he's willing, he could preemptively use the art of fate when entering the resurrection site. If so, the cave immortal might not even know who his enemy is before facing a disaster and dying horribly. However, Sunan didn't want to do this. If a saint from the human race could truly resurrect, it would be a great help for the current human race. It might even enable the human race to emerge from its current state of decline. Possibly, Sunan did not want to become an enemy of the cave immortal, nor did he want to kill him. Of course, the premise was that the cave immortal wouldn't be possessed by a demonic consciousness after resurrection. If he were to be possessed, Sunan might as well kill him and put him out of his misery. According to the information from my foreknowledge, the demon consciousness has been in the cave immortal's body for a long time. It was suppressed by the cave immortal continuously. It probably isn't the same creature that gave me the sky demon devouring God Sutra. So it seems that there are 2 demon beasts in this inheritance secret realm. If it were somewhere else, he might be able to find a way to deal with the demon consciousness, but in the cave immortal's body, he had no idea how to do so. If he opened the coffin, the cave immortal's resurrection would be interrupted. But if he didn't open the coffin, he couldn't eliminate the demon consciousness. This put him in an unending loop. I can't worry about so much now. I'll complete the task first before carrying on with my foreknowledge. He took out 2 soul attraction grass and burned them, executing the incense prayer technique. After the whole process, the residual soul of the cave immortal scattered in the secret realm gathered. Was it you who gathered my residual soul? After a brief period of confusion, the residual soul of the cave immortal gradually regained his senses and looked at Sunan. Yes, Senior. Sunan nodded. The subsequent events went smoothly. He easily got the approval of the elder, gaining qualifications for inheritance. Congratulations, you have completed the inheritance of the cave immortal second phase. Do you wish to immediately receive your reward? Yes. Congratulations, you have gained immortal level bloodline. Congratulations, you have gained immortal level demon sutra. Congratulations, you have gained 15 demon points. The third phase task has been opened, please go to the task board for details. The rewards from the second phase were quite minimal for Sunan now, somewhat mismatched with the task's difficulty. But he had no choice. After all, he copied this task and it was supposed to be quite simple, at least for Qian Yu it was. I just hope the rewards for the third phase are good. The task panel appeared before him. Main quest, Inheritance of the Cave Immortal. Third phase task, enter the inheritance site and gain the inheritance. Task difficulty, 4-star. Task reward, mortal level bloodline, mortal level demon sutra, 30 demon points 1 ancient treasure. Ancient treasure. Sunan's eyes lit up, an ancient treasure was a good thing. Every ancient treasure he owned so far has had a significant effect. He wasn't worried about getting an average ancient treasure because the task was rated mortal level. The reward from a 4-star main quest had nothing to do with whether the task was mortal level or king level. A mortal level main quest could still yield good items. Maybe this time I can try to use the incense prayer technique to influence the task rewards. A thought crossed Sunan's mind. He had already passed the previous test. He should be able to handle it easily this time around, especially with his terrifying ability to kill an emperor-level creature now. Easily reaching the inheritance Great Hall. This time, facing the door of the hall that he couldn't open before and had to use the Across the Heavens shift to enter, he just gently pushed it, and the door opened in response. Successor, you've finally arrived. An old figure echoed in the hall, an elder's figure condensed. It was also a part of the cave immortal's divine soul, except this remnant soul was left here by the cave immortal himself. Congratulations, successor. You are the first to pass the test I left behind. Now you are qualified to receive my inheritance. Come, let me pass it on to you. The elder looked at Sunan with a smile. With reluctance, Sunan didn't worry that the elder was going to attack him. He stood in front of the elder with ease, ready to receive the inheritance. The elder placed a palm on top of Sunan's head, and the next moment, a massive amount of information flooded into his mind. When all the information was transmitted, the elder's figure disappeared, leaving the great hall silent once again. At the same time, a hint from the game appeared as well. Congratulations! You have completed the third part of main quest Cave Immortal's Inheritance. Do you want to receive your rewards immediately? Ignoring the game hint, Sunan was captivated by the information in his mind. It took him a while to regain his wits, checking his personal panel immediately after. He noticed a new ancient manual added to his panel. 4 Seasons Reversing Sutra. Ancient experts comprehended the secret of the alternating 4 seasons, grasped the changes of time and years, created this ancient manual with the goal of reversing time and traversing the past and future. Upon reaching perfection, one can travel through the past and future. However, due to the unpredictability of time, no one has achieved great success in this ancient manual so far. Time. This is an ancient manual about the power of time. Seeing the information on the panel, Sunan was both amazed and delighted. Thinking of the time when he learned about the ancient manual in his foresight, he acknowledged his short-sightedness. Time power, it's definitely a mysterious force on par with the power of fate. Not long ago, in his 2 foresights in reality, it was because the enemy might not be in the same space-time as him that many of his abilities were blocked. At that time, he was thinking that if possible, he would have to find a way to access the power of time in the future. It was unexpected that his wishes would be granted so soon, now obtaining the cultivation method of time power. If I can just practice the initial stage of this ancient manual, I wonder if I could affect that heavenly race expert. Eager to know, Sunan carefully read the 4 Seasons Reversing Sutra from beginning to end. After a moment, his excited heart quickly calmed down, his joyous expression not only disappearing but also turning somewhat gloomy. This ancient manual only has 4 realms, named after the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, winter. Each realm mastered allows one to wield a different usage of time power. As consistent with the game's introduction, according to the ancient manual's description, once the 4 realms are mastered, it is possible to transcend the river of time and travel through the past and future. However, there is one huge drawback to this ancient manual which could be considered fatal. That is the real reason why no one has been able to cultivate this ancient manual to great success. Slow. This ancient manual takes too long to cultivate, requiring a lot of time to endure. The first realm alone would take at least 100 years, and the more you advance, the longer it takes: 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and finally, 100,000 years. Sunan was shocked once again. 100,000 years? Who can live that long? Even those at the divine level and above are unlikely to achieve it. The one who has lived the longest in his knowledge is the demon monarch of 10,000 Demon Ridge who survived from the ancient times. However, that demon monarch has only managed to live this long by undergoing slumber and self-sealing, and in that state, there probably isn't any chance of cultivation. Moreover, that demon monarch already broke through the saint level in ancient times, and the demon clan has a much longer lifespan than humans. It is even possible that the demon monarch's race is one of the long-lived species among the demon clan. Various factors combined have allowed that demon monarch to live till now. If it were a human, they would have likely died and disappeared long ago. Inevitably, he thought of the task's introduction about the Cave Immortal. The task clearly stated that the Cave Immortal had been an astonishing genius in his youth, but because he had wasted a lot of time on a peculiar ancient manual, his life ended up being wasted. Undoubtedly, the ancient manual the Cave Immortal once cultivated was this one. It seems impossible for me to cultivate this ancient manual to perfection, but maybe I could just focus on the first 2 realms. His gaze fell on the panel, and a prompt popped up. Would you like to spend 10 demon power points to accelerate the cultivation progress of the 4 Seasons Reversing Sutra by 1 year? You can use demon power to accelerate cultivation. This was a silver lining in his misfortune. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. 10 demon power points to speed up 1 year of progress, 100 points for 10 years, 1,000 points for 100 years. In that case, if I want to achieve the first realm, spring, I just need 1,000 demon power points. His eyes brightened. 1,000 demon power points would be astronomical for ordinary players, but it isn't unbearable for him at the moment. After all, he needs 1,500 demon power points to upgrade the Life Wheel Sutra. I won't be able to cultivate this ancient manual in a short time, so I'll have to wait. Sighing, he stopped looking at the Four Seasons Reversing Sutra and turned to look at the mission rewards. This time, he didn't immediately accept the rewards as he did before. The reason was simple: he wanted to attempt something, an experiment concerning the incense prayer technique. The incense prayer technique is almost omnipotent. In theory, as long as there are enough incense prayers, any wish can be realized. I wonder if I can use the incense prayer technique to influence the distribution of the task rewards. A daring idea came to Sunan's mind. It has to be said that his idea is shocking. If other players knew about it, they would surely sneer and think he's delusional. Game rewards have always been random and without pattern. It has never been heard that anyone could influence task rewards. If Sunan could really do this, it would be of great significance. With the ability to foresee the future, I don't have to worry about anything. What if it works? Sunan was not worried at all. With foresight into the future, he could boldly try. Of course, he was not without confidence. He had considered this method before. Directly wishing to influence the task rewards is definitely not possible. Even if the incense prayer technique is omnipotent, the amount of incense prayer power needed to accomplish this would be astonishing and not something I can bear. Thus, I can only try to influence indirectly, like a lever using the smallest force to pry the largest force possible. This influence cannot be too great, but it must achieve the desired goal. Sunan's eyes sparkled, and he made up his mind. If it were before, he would not have dared to think about such a thing. The reason was simple: he did not have enough incense prayer power. But now, after accumulating for so many days, his incense prayer power has reached an enormous amount, which allowed him to see the possibilities. Death premonition use. This time, another foresight opportunity was consumed. You know that 2 days later, this world will connect with another world, and at that time, a powerful being from another time and space will target you. In your opinion, if you want to fight against that being, you must establish a cause-effect relationship with them. You plan to use the incense prayer technique to pray that the next ancient treasure you obtain will be related to cause and effect. The incense prayer technique is used, and all your incense prayer power is consumed. However, in the next moment, a void cracks open, and a terrifying object falls from the sky, piercing the void. You die, and just before your death, you realize that your incense prayer technique, though used, has caused unknown consequences due to insufficient incense prayer power. Insufficient incense prayer power. It's possible. It really is. Sunan was surprised and delighted. His prayer was that the next ancient treasure he receives will be related to cause and effect, and as expected, his next ancient treasure would definitely come from rewards. Under such circumstances, the incense prayer technique actually succeeded, which undoubtedly told him that he could indeed change the task rewards. As for the ultimate result of triggering unknown consequences and dying miserably, Sunan didn't care. The fact that his wish was twisted indicated that the incense prayer power he lacked was not too far from his goal. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the qualification to be twisted. I don't have to take the mainline task reward immediately, I can wait until the spatial channel opens. There are still almost 2 days left. With my current speed of acquiring incense prayer power, maybe I can get enough incense power in 2 days. Sunan wasn't in a hurry. In 2 days, he still had a big chance. Besides, triggering unknown consequences is not absolute. What if he's lucky and his wish doesn't get twisted? Such things have happened before, and he believes that with his luck, it's entirely possible. Ignoring the task rewards, Sunan continued to look at his foresight. Chapter 374, People's Hearts Are Hard to Fathom. The foreknowledge begins again. This time, Sunan planned to acquire the inheritance ancient scripture and the life essence and then leave. The foreknowledge started, consuming 10 opportunities for foreknowledge this time. The heavens shifted, and you arrived at the resurrection site of the cave immortal. You saw a formation built of soul-nurturing wood and a pool gathered by the life essence. You swiftly took away all of the life essence in the pool, exposing the coffin of the cave immortal at the bottom of the pool. You knew that opening the coffin would interrupt the resurrection process of the cave immortal. You didn't act recklessly and decided to leave. Successfully leaving the inheritance great hall, you went to the place where the demon beast was suppressed below the hall. You discovered that the demon beast was not freed, but it was only a step away from liberation. No unexpected incidents. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the cave immortal didn't act out and try to kill him, he wouldn't plan on opening the coffin. After all, based on the previous information, there seemed to be only the cave immortal in the coffin and no other divine weapons or ancient treasures. Of course, it is not ruled out that the other party might have a storage ring or other places where items can be stored. Your arrival woke up the demon beast. It recognized you and wondered why you did not die due to a conflict of the bloodline, but instead, broke through to king level. You destroyed the formation that suppressed the demon beast. With the destruction of the formation, the demon beast broke free and suddenly attacked you. Prepared, you teamed up with your avatar to confront the demon beast. After a fierce battle, the demon beast, which had only restored to early emperor grade, was eventually defeated and trapped by you using universe in the sleeve. An hour later, leaving the cave immortal's cave, you decided to go to the divine ruins and take the divine seal in the temple shrine deep in the divine ruins. 3 hours later, you arrived at the divine ruins. Here you couldn't use the power of heaven and earth, but luckily, you were strong. The soul-eating demons in the divine ruins posed no threat to you. 4 hours later, you arrived in the depths of the divine ruins. After some exploration, you successfully attained 2 3-ranked divine seals, and you fused them with your own divine seal. With the upgrade of the divine seal, some abnormalities appeared in the ancient city deep in the divine ruins, and you saw a faint ancient tower appearing in the space. Ancient tower. Sunan's eyes lit up. The first 2 times his divine seal was upgraded, abnormalities occurred, but at that time he was still far away from the depths of the divine ruins, so he didn't know what had happened. Now that the anomalies reappeared, he finally had a chance to peek at them. The appearance of the ancient tower was brief and rapidly faded away, disappearing at a startling speed. You reacted quickly, instantly arriving in front of the ancient tower. The moment you got close, the divine seal in your body shone brightly, and you smoothly entered the ancient tower. You appeared in a huge stone hall. On the 4 walls of the stone hall were various strange carvings that resembled statues found in other temple shrines in the divine ruins. Behind you is a ladder that extends upward. You didn't take it lightly and carefully observed those carvings, but ultimately detected nothing abnormal. Helpless, you had to proceed upward along the ladder. 4.5 hours later, you reached the 5th floor of the ancient tower. You encountered no danger all the way, but also made no discoveries. Until you reached the 6th floor, you finally found a series of text engraved on the stone walls of this floor. After reading the text, you understood that this was an inheritance tower left by the ancient heavenly kingdom divine dynasty. It did not exist in reality, and only cultivators of the fragrant fire spiritual path who possessed divine seals could enter it. Inside this inheritance tower were the fragrant fire spiritual path inheritances left by the ancient heavenly kingdom divine dynasty. Every time the divine seal was upgraded, one could enter once. The inheritance tower consisted of 9 levels of tests, corresponding to the 9 grades of divine seals. Passing the corresponding tests would grant corresponding levels of divine path inheritance. During ancient times, the fragrant fire spiritual path was destroyed, and the inheritance tower also changed. The inheritances originally left inside could no longer be repeatedly obtained and became one-time inheritance venues. Once someone passes the corresponding level of the test, successors will then be unable to continue accepting the challenge and unable to obtain corresponding inheritance. At the same time, due to the destruction of the fragrant fire spiritual path, the tests inside the inheritance tower are no longer safe. There is a high risk of dying, and it is strictly unadvisable to force entry into higher levels to take the test without sufficient strength. Finally, you saw that the person who left this message was actually Emperor Xian Huang of the Dexuan dynasty 3000 years ago. Emperor Xian Huang. Sunan was stunned, obviously realizing that the divine path inheritance of the fragrant fire spiritual path of Emperor Xian Huang was acquired in this inheritance tower. Due to Emperor Xuan Huang's entrance, the inheritances of the first 6 floors of the inheritance tower were all taken by him. If you want inheritance, you need to go to a higher level and take the test. 1 minute later, you arrived at the 7th floor. You noticed that there were only a dozen carvings in this level. With your entrance, the carvings on the stone walls instantly sprung to life and collectively attacked you. Only then do you realize, these carvings turned out to be the offering god demons formed from the uncontrolled spirits of divine Deo of fragrant fire spiritual path cultivators. Each of these offering god demons possesses power equivalent to middle stage emperor grade. Behind these offering god demons, there was a powerful entity observing you with a strength of late stage emperor grade, or even peak emperor grade, but it did not rush to attack. You acted with full force, but facing the onslaught of these middle stage emperor grade offering god demons, you were not their match and could only defend passively. 2 minutes later, you're seriously injured and want to exit, but the exit has disappeared and you can't leave at all. 3 minutes later, you're no match for those sacrificial demon gods, and your divine soul is devoured, leading to your death. The 7th floor challenge requires facing more than 10 sacrificial demon gods and even a peak emperor level boss. It's no wonder that Emperor Sun Huangx stopped at the 6th floor. He probably knew that he couldn't pass the 7th floor challenge, so he didn't even enter the 7th floor. Sunan took a deep breath. With his current strength, even if all 3 of his roles broke through to king level, he could only fight against a middle stage emperor grade at most. It would be impossible to defeat and kill 10 middle stage emperor grades in a short time. However, he didn't expect to get any inheritance from the inheritance tower anyway. The appearance of the inheritance tower was just an accident. As long as he could upgrade his divine imprint to the 4th grade, he would have already achieved his goal. In the prediction, he successfully completed the task, which was a good accomplishment for a 4-star mission. I wonder what divine secret techniques I will obtain this time. Sunan was somewhat excited. Upon completing the first ring of the 9th rank divine mission, the reward was divine secret techniques. So far, he had only obtained 2 divine secret techniques, incense prayer technique and divine paper puppet technique. There was no need to mention the former, and although he had not used the latter since obtaining it, Sunan believed that it would come in handy soon. The refining of paper puppets required a powerful divine soul. Sunan was no longer interested in king-level demon beasts' divine souls, only emperor-level great demons could satisfy him. When the demonic emperor arrives in the real world in 2 days, wouldn't those demon emperors be the perfect materials for refining paper puppets? He did not continue predicting. He came to the secret chamber in the prediction and used heaven shifting to enter the cave immortal's resurrection site. A moment later, he collected all the life sources and, looking at the exposed coffin, Sunan's eyes shifted slightly. If possible, he hoped that the cave immortal could be successfully resurrected, so as to strengthen the human race's foundation. Unfortunately, based on the previous predictions, the resurrection of the cave immortal would be quite difficult. My incense prayer technique could help the cave immortal, but I can't waste any of it as I need my incense prayer power to influence the mission reward. If it were any other time, he wouldn't mind consuming some incense prayer power to pray for the cave immortal, but now wasn't the time. Suddenly, he thought of another item, and his eyes showed hesitation. The life and death mirror. Besides my incense prayer technique, I also have the life and death mirror. The black light in the life and death mirror can shatter the destiny, while the white light can rebuild it. If he used the white light to rebuild the cave immortal's destiny and combined it with the cave immortal's arrangement, perhaps he could truly resurrect him. However, the use of the life and death mirror comes at a price. The backlash of fate's misfortune is not to be trifled with. Now, in order to deal with the heavenly race in 2 days, he was making every effort. If he encountered misfortune during this time, it would be self-inflicted suffering. Unless, after the cave immortal was resurrected, he could help him deal with the heavenly race. With that thought, Sunan's eyes brightened. If a saint could help him deal with the heavenly race, the probability of success would be much higher. Perhaps I can give it a try. With a flip of his hand, the life and death mirror appeared, showing 2 gleaming lights, one black and one white. His gaze turned to the prediction. After several predictions in the real world and just now, he still had more than 40 chances to predict today, but Sunan did not waste them and used up one prediction for a common prediction. You know, the coffin in front of you contains the owner of this secret area space, the once saint-level powerful cave immortal. The cave immortal wanted to be resurrected, but due to various reasons, he failed to achieve his goal. Instead, he is on the verge of destruction. You plan to use the life and death mirror to help him rebuild his destiny. However, apart from you, there's no other existence reflected in the life and death mirror. You try to operate the Wheel of Life Sutra to activate the white light on the life and death mirror. As you activate it, the white light on the life and death mirror doesn't change at all, and you don't understand why this is happening. 1 minute later, after some thought, you believe that the cave immortal's coffin is not ordinary. It may be because of the coffin that the life and death mirror cannot function properly. You decide to open the coffin. As it opens, the body of the cave immortal appears before you, and you finally see two figures, one real and one unreal, on the life and death mirror. You see that the extremely illusory figure is an old man, the cave immortal, while the other clear figure is a middle-aged man. You know that he is the demon within the cave immortal's body. As the coffin opens, the life force within the cave immortal grows rapidly, and he opens his eyes, full of anger, and suddenly attacks you. You quickly explain that you opened the coffin to help him, but the cave immortal does not believe you. You are dead. Is that it? Sunan shakes his head, but is not too surprised. If it were him, who had been plotting for 10,000 years to be revived, and was interrupted at the last moment, he would definitely kill the person without hesitation. To use the life and death mirror, the coffin has to be open, but as soon as it is open, I will inevitably be attacked by the cave immortal. This is difficult. Sunan wants to give up, but seeing that he still has more than 40 precognition attempts, he decides to try again. The precognition starts again. At the moment the coffin opens, you quickly activate the Wheel of Life Sutra and stimulate the white light on the life and death mirror to help the cave immortal reconnect his life fate. As the life and death mirror is used, you suffer from backlash from destiny, with your luck greatly diminished and misfortune following you for the next 7 days. However, your damaged life and death mirror is not enough to completely reconnect the cave immortal's life fate. Fortunately, his life fate was not completely shattered, and with the help of your life and death mirror, it is temporarily reconnected. Feeling the changes in himself, the awakened cave immortal is baffled, and you quickly explain your purpose in opening the coffin. Upon learning that the life and death mirror in your hands was once a saintly item of the heavenly race, capable of reconnecting life fate and resurrecting the dead, the cave immortal's breathing quickens. After 3 minutes, confirming that there are no immediate problems with his condition, the cave immortal suddenly attacks you, injecting a drop of his essence blood into you. Your face changes drastically and you try to flee, but you find your body out of your control for an instant until the next moment when you regain control. But you know that the cave immortal has tampered with your body, and you question why he did this. The cave immortal tells you that he meant no harm, only that the life and death mirror in your hand concerns his life and death, and to prevent any accidents, he used a secret technique to infuse a drop of his essence blood into your body. That drop of essence blood contains part of his power, ensuring your safety, and if you use the life and death mirror to help him reconnect his life fate again in 7 days, it will not only not harm you but also enhance your strength. On the other hand, if you try to escape or use the life and death mirror to plot against the cave immortal, he only needs a thought to erase your soul and cause your blood to lose control and die. First precognition completed, continue. Trying to control me. I thought that by helping him revive, he would help me deal with the heavenly race in 2 days. It seems I was too simplistic and naive, underestimating the ugliness of human nature. Sunan's face darkens. What happened in the precognition was unexpected. Even if the other party is a saint, in the face of life and death, they too will reveal their ugly side. This was a lesson for him. It's better to rely on myself than others. I'd better stick to my original plan. He sighs, and looks at the cave immortal's coffin with cold eyes. An idea forms in his mind as he finds the thread of cause and effect that had appeared earlier when he gathered the cave immortal's remaining soul. Just now, he thought about taking the source of life and leaving, but now, he's changed his mind. He wants to turn the cave immortal into a real corpse. After all, I've touched the cave immortal's belongings. If I leave now and he wakes up later to settle the score with me, it's going to be troublesome. Better safe than sorry. He must stifle any possible threat. Chapter 375, The Function of the Coffin. You know, using the life and death mirror to reassemble cave immortal's fate might not necessarily bring you any benefits. On the contrary, it might backfire. You decisively gave up on helping cave immortal and turned to using the art of fate, intending to strangle the potential danger in the bud. With the consumption of 200 points of the demon race's luck, your art of fate works effectively, reversing life and death, defying the laws of heaven and earth. Even with the coffin isolating heavenly secrets, cave immortal's tribulation still arrived in advance. There is calm all around and nothing special is happening, but you know that there must be astonishing changes happening inside the coffin at this moment. You silently watch as the cause and effect between you and cave immortal disappear completely. You know that Cave Immortal has completely gone through life and death by now, but there is still a strand of demonic thought in the coffin, so you can't be careless and wait quietly. A minute later, there is no movement in the coffin, and you keep waiting. 2 minutes later, everything around is still, and no danger has occurred. 3 minutes later, when it is confirmed that there won't be any accidents, you prepare to take action and then approach the coffin, intending to open it. The first foreknowledge ends. Do you wish to continue? Isolation from heavenly secrets? This coffin also serves this purpose. No wonder the resurrection process would be interrupted as soon as the coffin was opened. It seems that reversing life and death like this is most taboo against being detected by heavenly secrets. Sunan suddenly understood. Previously, when he saw in the foreknowledge that only opening the coffin would allow him to use the life and death mirror, he realized that the coffin was no ordinary object. The current foreknowledge thoroughly confirmed his guess. If I hide inside this coffin, wouldn't I be able to resist the power of destiny from the heavenly race? Sunan suddenly had another idea. If the coffin was sturdy enough, perhaps he could use it as a shell to protect himself. By just hiding inside, he could wait until the heavenly race's power was exhausted and win without a fight. Even if the heavenly race noticed the anomaly of the coffin and didn't attack continuously, as long as their first or second attack could be consumed, it would still have a significant effect on him. Thinking of this, Sunan became excited. Continue. Under your art of fate, Cave Immortal silently perishes within the coffin. You then approach the coffin, ready to open it. The coffin is not protected by any particular power and is easily opened by you. With the opening of one corner of the coffin, a surge of demonic energy bursts out, transforming into a middle-aged man. You know that the middle-aged man is the demonic thought within Cave Immortal. Seeing you, the middle-aged man is very surprised, then becomes furious, questioning what you did to ruin Cave Immortal's resurrection process. From the demonic thought's words, you learn that after 10,000 years of silent erosion, the middle-aged demonic thought has unknowingly eroded most of Cave Immortal's soul and physical body. As soon as Cave Immortal was successfully resurrected, the demonic thought planned to seize him completely, but your appearance thwarted his plan, and his 10,000 years of effort went down the drain. Cave Immortal's soul and physical body have mostly been eroded. By this logic, even without me, it would be difficult for Cave Immortal to resurrect. Sunan was shocked and couldn't help but feel fortunate that he changed his plan to destroy Cave Immortal's resurrection. If he had allowed it to continue, and Cave Immortal had really resurrected, he would have been helping the enemy instead. Moreover, a saint-level demon instead of a saint of the human race would have emerged. This also explains why in the previous foreknowledge, Cave Immortal was so shameless and wanted to control him directly. His soul and actions were influenced by the demon. The demonic thought harbors murderous intent towards you. You react swiftly, and your avatar attacks immediately, but unfortunately, the demonic thought is far more powerful than you imagined. With a peak Emperor level strength, you are no match for it. The demonic thought is furious but doesn't kill you immediately, still wanting to know how you managed to ruin Cave Immortal's resurrection. You are no match for the demonic thought, and you die. A peak Emperor level demon. Sunan's heart sank. There was no doubt that his previous plan was doomed to fail. Not long ago, he had witnessed a peak Emperor level demon god exchange blows with a demon saint. It seemed reasonable. An existence that could cause a saint-level expert headache, and require constant suppression, couldn't be ordinary. It could even be confirmed that the peak strength of the demonic thought was the same as that of Cave Immortal, which was saint-level. This is difficult. Sunan pondered for a moment and wasn't sure what to do. Like the king level, the gap between each emperor level is immense. The gap between early stage of emperor level and middle stage emperor grade is as significant as the gap between king level and emperor level. The difficulty of defeating a higher level enemy is immense, especially when facing a demon. Even with his numerous techniques and full effort, it wouldn't be guaranteed he could defeat a middle stage emperor level. When facing a peak emperor level, he could be killed instantly. This coffin is very special. It seems as long as I don't open it, the demonic thought can't come out. If that's the case, perhaps I can take the coffin away directly and wait until I have enough strength to open it. Sunan thought. In the foreknowledge, he waited for 2 minutes before opening the coffin, then the demonic thought came out. Given the demon's strength, it must not have been waiting for someone to open the coffin and then ambush them. In this case, there was only one explanation. Without a doubt, Sunan suspected that was set up by Cave Immortal himself to prevent the demon from leaving his body after occupying it. With that in mind, he breathed a sigh of relief and made a decision in his heart. Without hesitation, his gaze fell on the cause and effect line connected to the Cave Immortal, and he used the Art of Fate. You consumed 10 points of Demon Race's luck and applied the Art of Fate to Cave Immortal. You consumed 10 points of Demon Race's luck and applied the Art of Fate to Cave Immortal. On the panel, a series of repeated prompts flashed like a waterfall. In the blink of an eye, 200 points of Demon Race's luck were consumed, leaving only 800 points from the original 1000 points, and a different message appeared on the panel. You consumed 200 points of Demon Race's luck and applied the Art of Fate to Cave Immortal. Under your Art of Fate, Cave Immortal's calamity arrived ahead of schedule. In that instant, Sunan saw the cause and effect line connected to Cave Immortal fading away at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared completely. I did it. Not waiting, he went to the coffin and collected it directly. He didn't store the coffin in the storage ring, nor did he store it in the mountain and water gourd, but in his personal space. There was no place safer than personal space. In personal space, even if the demonic beast escaped from the coffin, it couldn't cause any trouble. After confirming that there were no problems, he looked around for other useful things. Unfortunately, other than the depleted soul-nurturing woods, there was nothing else here. Those soul-nurturing woods had completely decayed, turning into residue with just a light touch. Not giving up, Sunan looked to the prediction. He planned to refine the residual soul-nurturing woods in the prediction, hoping to extract something from them. Once again, he was disappointed that nothing was refined in the prediction. I wonder if Cave Immortal left anything in the coffin after he died. Sunan couldn't help but think. Unfortunately, the coffin could not be opened until the demonic thought was dealt with. After making sure he didn't miss anything, Sunan left the Inheritance Great Hall. Shortly after, he used the heavenly movement technique and arrived in the underground space 1000 kilometers below where the demon was suppressed. The demonic chi was rolling and extremely dense, making it difficult for Sunan, who could now control the power of heaven and earth, to block it completely. After all, this was the demonic chi emitted by an emperor-level demonic beast. Fortunately, he had an avatar, and even if the demonic chi invaded his body, he could remove it immediately. Hey, it's you, you damned guy! How dare you come back? The demonic chi transformed into a young figure, and the demonic beast instantly recognized Sunan, furious. Back then, he had used the Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra to trade with Sunan, luring him to help open the formation. However, he never expected that Sunan would simply run away after obtaining the item, leaving him to watch helplessly. The demonic beast's expression was ferocious, as if it wanted to swallow Sunan whole. Then, he noticed the change in Sunan's strength and was even more surprised. How is it possible? Not only did you not lose control, but you also broke through to the king level so quickly? How did you do that? Did you really cultivate the Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra? No, although the demonic chi in your body is much denser than before, it is still far from the level of becoming a demonic beast. Strange, how did you do it? The demonic beast looked Sunan up and down, its eyes showing contemplation. Feeling alarmed in his heart, Sunan showed no signs of panic on his face, and said, "Senior, since I promised to help you break the formation, I won't go back on my word. Previously, I was too weak and had no confidence in helping you break the formation. Now that I've just broken through to the king level, I've returned here immediately. You came to help me get out." The demonic beast looked incredulous, as if he had heard something unbelievable. "I dare not deceive you, Senior," said Sunan. The demonic beast's eyes shifted, and he suddenly laughed, "Good. Good. As long as you open this formation for me, I will let bygones be bygones regarding your previous actions." He looked relieved, as if he hadn't misjudged Sunan, while secretly sneering in his heart. "King level? Did you really think that breaking through to king level would make any waves? In my eyes, king level is still nothing but ants. Just wait, first, let me see you destroy this formation, then I'll see what secrets you have." Sunan smiled, seemingly unaware of what the demonic beast was thinking. He didn't waste any words, and directly started attacking the formation. These formations suppressing demonic beasts all had something in common. It was virtually impossible to destroy them from the inside, but it was very easy from the outside. Moreover, the formation-suppressing demonic beasts had already been severely damaged by the demonic beast's internal attacks, so Sunan didn't use much effort to easily break open the formation. As the formation shattered, a surge of demonic chi instantly rose to the sky, enveloping the entire space. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Rescue a Demonic Beast, 60 Demon Power awarded. Current available Demon Power, 155 points. Ha 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 ha. After so many years, I'm finally free. Humans. Detestable humans, this time I'll make you pay 1,000-fold, 1,000,000-fold. Just like the previously trapped demonic beasts that Sunan had encountered, this one began laughing as soon as it broke free. No wonder, after being trapped for tens of thousands of years, anyone who regained their freedom would certainly be overjoyed, and this demonic beast was no exception. Sunan didn't hurry to take action, quietly watching the demonic beast laugh. After a while, the demonic beast calmed down and looked down at Sunan with a sneer. Boy, even without your help, I would have been able to escape soon, but since you helped me destroy the formation, I still have to thank you. Having said that, its tone changed, and it said with a grisly expression, but unfortunately, you've taken something that shouldn't exist, even if I don't kill you, others will. So, let me personally send you off. Took something that shouldn't exist? With a thought, Sunan said, you're referring to the Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra that can absorb other demon souls to enhance my own strength, right? The demonic beast was taken aback, very surprised. You actually know? Since you already know, why did you come back? What makes you so confident? Do you really think that by breaking through to king level, you can survive under my hands? The demonic beast looked at Sunan, its face full of amusement. The next moment, an emperor-level aura erupted, pressing down on Sunan like a torrential landslide. I'm not at the king level. I'm at emperor level. The demonic beast proudly said, its gaze sweeping across Sunan's face, as if waiting for his panic-stricken expression. However, it was disappointed. Sunan's expression didn't change. You're not afraid? The demonic beast frowned, curiosity in its eyes. Sunan also smiled and said, you are just at the early stage of emperor level. If you were at the middle stage, I would turn and leave. But sadly, you're not. Early stage of emperor level, he is set to kill more than a handful of them in 2 days. At his words, the demonic beast became somewhat doubtful. It couldn't understand why Sunan was not afraid. However, it soon regained its confidence in its own strength. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Boy, I don't know what trump card you have, but in the face of absolute power, all efforts will be in vain. That's right, in the face of absolute power, everything will be in vain. Sunan said indifferently. As his words fell, his sleeve flicked, and the terrifying pulling force of the sleeve universe suddenly enveloped the demonic beast. This is a divine ability. Sensing the terrifying pulling force, the demonic beast seemed to realize something and its face changed dramatically. Without any hesitation, it tried to escape using a secret technique. As expected of an ancient demon, its full power explosion made it seem on the verge of breaking free from the sleeve universe's grasp, causing Sunan's heart to startle. Unfortunately, its early-stage emperor-level strength was still lacking, and it ultimately failed to break free from the sleeve universe's power. The underground space instantly quieted down. Sunan didn't plan on dealing with the demonic beast right now. He hadn't refreshed his task to hunt demonic beasts today. Killing it now would be a waste of 60 demon power points. Now that this is over, it's time to leave. With a flick of his hand, Sunan took out an ancient-looking animal skin with map-like patterns engraved on it. This was the token he'd obtained earlier to enter the cave mansion space. With this token, he didn't need to use other methods to leave the space, he could just leave through the exit. I wonder if Qian Yu has continued to send people to guard the exit.